And welcome to the Ageas Bowl, where it's a little cloudier this morning on ahead of day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. The state of play as we head towards the 11 o'clock start is that Hampshire in their second innings, well, they're 28 for 4, which is a bit of a recovery. We'll talk about that in a moment. 28 for 4, they lead Gloucestershire by 191. James Vince will resume this morning on 11 and Nick Gubbins on 7. You'll probably say to yourselves, hang on a minute, 4 wickets down and those two bat high up in the order. Why are they there? It's because Hampshire have already used up 2 night watchmen. Anyway, your commentary team for today, a little later, you'll hear from Southern Vipers, former Trent Rockets, Oval Invincibles batter Emily Windsor, and TMS as well. Gosh, there's such a long list. But to take you through up until the start of play and a little beyond is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Gloucester and BBC Radio Bristol, it's Ed Seaborn. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. And it is, well, it's an intriguing morning, and I don't think that I could have seen that coming after, well, even just a little after tea yesterday. I mean, Gloucestershire were 111 for 7 in their innings at tea yesterday, and well, 124 for 9, and then that extraordinary last wicket partnership between Jared Warner and Ajit Dale of 55 runs. They didn't avoid the follow-on, but they made it impossible pretty much for Hampshire to enforce it. Well, I say impossible. I'm sure there are some people who said they should just have gone for it, but I think, you know, I think the majority of people would have seen exactly why the follow-on wasn't enforced. And then they had pretty much a dream period at the end of play yesterday. We had 11 overs, didn't have to make a bowling change if they didn't want to. Mohammed Amir and Ryan Higgins could bowl all the way through to the close, and they did. And having got rid of the openers within the first 2 overs, James Vince then decided to send in his 2 bowlers ahead of him, which was intriguing. And I think Gloucestershire were probably as surprised as most of us speaking to Ryan Higgins last night. I think it was just one of those instances which happens sometimes in 4-day cricket, multi-day cricket, where just sometimes people just lose their heads a bit. And I think that's a little bit what happened with Gloucestershire having had that last wicket partnership, which gave a good amount of impetus to the dressing room, I'm sure, energised them, gave them the belief that maybe if they could take some early wickets with that new ball, that things really could start to go their way, and that's exactly what they did. Forget the 2 wickets of Abbott and Abbas. They got the openers out in the first 2 overs, and that was the key, because then they just set a little bit of panic going, I think, in that Hampshire dressing room. And as you quite beautifully put it, I thought, Hampshire had a 180-odd run lead and were praying for the close to come.
It was, we obviously watch many hours and many sessions of cricket, and will do between now and the end of September, but I think last night's session was probably one of the more entertaining, more watchable sessions I think we will see between now and the end of this season. That's why we love Championship cricket, and well, I'm praying from a Hampshire point of view that this is a quiet session. But we'll have to wait and see, because as has proved, not just here but around many grounds, and as the players will continue to tell you, that when the ball is fairly new, and it is still new, it's only 11 overs old, that the batting is its most perilous, and then as the ball works through its time and gets older, batting becomes a lot easier. We saw that certainly yesterday at the back end of the Gloucestershire innings, not taking anything away from the back end of it, because they played particularly well, but bowling looked a lot harder work. But so I think there's a bit of work for the Hampshire batters to do this morning. Looking forward to Amir again, working his magic, and he has been very watchable as a bowler, that's for sure. Well backed up by Ryan Higgins, but I think the Gloucestershire bowlers have got a bit of work to do as well here, backing those 2 up. And if they do, and they do it well, then Hampshire, even though they are a 191 run lead, will be put under pressure.
Yeah, I think so. And like you say, the key thing, as has been the case, I think, with Gloucestershire, with Higgins and, well, to be honest, with David Payne missing, he's been missing his usual new ball partner. And I think if Naseem Shah had been fit, obviously Mohamed Amir wouldn't be playing if Naseem Shah were fit, but I think there's every chance that Naseem might not have taken the new ball unless there were the injuries that there were. It may even have been Matt Taylor who took the new ball, and Naseem comes on first change. So it's always been the case, though, behind Higgins, and we can put Amir in now with that now that he's playing. What happens after that, and what happens when the ball gets a bit older? They've got this lovely position in a way where they can be 20 odd overs into the Hampshire innings, and they've only had to use 2 bowlers.
Yes.
But what happens after that? And it may be that the answer to that is Graham Van Buren, who took 3 wickets for 53 in the first innings. Gloucestershire are still behind on their over rate. I can't actually see it on the board at the moment.
-2.
I think -2. Right, so they've. That's another reason why I think Graham Van Buren will probably have a part to play.
Yeah.
And we've seen a bit of turnout there. Not a huge amount, but there is some turn, and it is from straight as well, not just out of the footmarks. So Van Buren might be the one to go, or I say the one to go to. He might put himself on almost straight away, actually, and I wouldn't blame him if he did. But anyway, that's all for the future. But for the first half hour, 45 minutes or so, it's going to be about Amir and Higgins, and I think really they have to take at least one of Gubbins and Vince very early on, because we know what happens when the ball gets old. And
yeah.
Hampshire, well, they've got Keith Barker coming in at 10 and James Fuller coming in at number 11, and Aaron Donald will probably come in at 9, Ben Brown at 8. So they've got an awful lot of batting left, even if it may not quite feel like it at 28 for 4. Yeah. So they've got to make inroads early on here in order to get to those lower order players who are batting as if they're tail enders. Yes. And they do still have a 191 run lead, which is rather sizable.
Yeah, so there are times when that does look quite big, and there are other times during this game where you think that's nowhere near enough. Quite interesting talking to Mo Abbas last night, and you'll see that interview on the Hampshire Cricket website. You'll also see part of that on the Solent Sport Twitter feed at Solent Sport, where he actually did say, you know, I said, are you in a good position? She said, yeah, we're in a good position. I said, well, you know, how many do you think you'd need? He said, oh, well, we're 350 ahead. I'm thinking, gosh, after just what we've witnessed over the last hour or so, 350 ahead. God blimey. So anyway, we'll wait and see, because as we say, there are periods where batting will look tricky, and there will be periods where it will look very easy. So here we go then. Here's Ryan Higgins from our commentary end. Right arm over, bowls to Vince, who's forward, plays that up to mid-off, and day 3 is underway. Well, actually, a little bit more blue sky, which is good news, because when we arrived this morning, it was overcast, and in fact the cover went on the playing surface about half an hour or so, Ed, I think, before
yeah, it was about 10:30, only on for about not even 10 minutes, I don't think, but we just had a little shower. We
did, but we're okay. So, as I say, a lot more blue sky, which is good news. A cut away by Vince, first runs of the morning, and they're going to be 4. That's cut away behind square on the offside. I have to say, while Vince is in the middle, you do sort of think, oh gosh, everything's okay. It's no need to panic. And 4 runs already, 32 for 4. The lead is 195.
Well, he came out last night after having sent Abbott and Abbas in ahead of him, and he scored 11 off 7 balls. I think it was his second ball, I think, was a perfect cover drive for 4, and he just thought, what was all that fuss about?
Yes, he has a habit of doing that sort of thing. Outside the off stump, left alone. Good stride there from James Vince. Interesting comments from Joe Weatherly. I think it was yesterday, wasn't it? Hampshire's injured opener, where he was commenting on, it might have been the day before, I can't remember, commenting on James Vince's first innings, 78. And he was LBW to Amir. Yeah, it was, you know, listen, again, it's one of those where, you know, wasn't stone dead, but you know, you could probably say it was out. But he said just the way he played, he said you could tell as Higgins comes in, a straighter, thickish inside edge, goes out on the leg side. He said you can tell sometimes with James Vince that the way he plays, he's looking at a biggie. You know, he's making sure, and I know he was really disappointed when he was out, and it was the same last week actually. He was out LBW, although that was a lot less close. But you know, there is a steeliness about him, despite what a lot of people think, that he wafts outside the off stump. Oh, and oh no, he's edged and he's gone. Oh my word, now that looked a serious delivery there from Ryan Higgins. There is that spot just short of a leg that bounces and he gets a bit of nip and he's induced Vince into the drive and he's edged that through to keeper James Bracey. Big wicket this morning for Gloucestershire, 32 now for 5.
Well, it is pretty much the dream start for Gloucestershire. They've got rid of James Vince early, and it was, you know, I'd hate to say it was a fairly classic James Vince dismissal, but equally great bowling from Higgins. And I think I'm right in saying that's his 4th wicket of the match. I think they've all been caught Bracey. All 4 of them caught Bracey bowled Higgins. So, well, Higgins, he'd had kind of played second fiddle to Amir for most of the match. 2 for 71 in the first innings. Amir got the 3 for, and last night it was 3 to Amir and 1 to Higgins. But you just know that whenever there's success for Gloucestershire, Ryan Higgins' name is usually the one that is at the forefront somehow, and that is exactly what they wanted this morning. Get Liam Dawson out early and put pressure on him. Ball's still new. There's still the assistance that you expect on pretty much every ground early on in the morning, and who knows, maybe that little brief 30-minute, not 30-minute, that brief shower 30 minutes ago is what I was trying to say. Maybe that's just helped spice things up a little bit, I don't know. But either way, terrific ball from Higgins, and he got the edge.
God, it's been a horrific second innings for Hampshire, spread over 2 days so far. Actually standing firm, although he hasn't actually faced a ball yet this morning, was Nick Gubbins. I mean, a word of praise for him. And 7 off 34 balls, and he did come in when Gloucestershire were like not quite running right, but not far off. Here is Higgins to Liam Dawson outside the off stump, and that is left alone. That ball sort of harmlessly goes through to Bracey. End of the over, 32 for 5. The lead is 195. I listened to 1 or 2 arguments last night from other people about whether Hampshire should have enforced a follow-on or not. There was one interesting school of thought that said, even though Hampshire had lost the momentum with that last wicket pair and what have you, that really with only so few overs left in the day, then, you know, they could have had 2 bites of the cherry, a bit like what, as you said, a bit like Gloucestershire have got now. They had 11 overs with Amir and Higgins, put pressure on Hampshire, and it paid off. And you've got virtually the same again. So you've got 2 goes early on in the morning with a relatively new ball, and I think one of the arguments that was put forward to me, and I have to say I didn't dismiss it at all. I thought it was quite a good argument, is that Hampshire would have had the same. So even though they might have lost the momentum, you still had 2 bites with a new ball.
Yeah, and I completely understand that. It's just then what you had a. Oh Lord, I didn't even work it out because it seemed so big. I'll come back to that because Amir is already coming in from the pavilion end and bowls, and is that an edge on that? They think there is, but the umpire doesn't. And it's given not out by Martin Saggers. Gloucestershire seemed absolutely convinced by that one. I'm not sure that there was an edge there, and I know Gloucestershire seemed quite convinced, but just having a brief look at the replay, I thought I saw a bit of a gap there, but I'm not sure. You can't tell. You just cannot tell with these caught behinds, even looking at it on replay. There's all sorts of things it could be, even if it looks close to the bat. Either way, terrific ball from Mohammad Amir to start with. I mean, you can't ask for too much better than that, other than maybe just clipping the top of off stump, but Gubbins felt he had to play at it, and he did. And
he didn't look behind, which sometimes is a good way. This just feels like last night at the moment.
Amir, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls. Gubbins in behind that one, defending back to the bowler. Gloucestershire, well, they're applauding out there like it's the last night of the proms. It's extraordinary. The noise they're making out there, and why not? They would have been talking exactly about, particularly Vince being the captain, get him back in the pavilion early on, and that's exactly what they've done. And speaking to Ryan Higgins last night, there was understandable kind of mixture of confidence and knowing the task they had still left ahead of them, as Gubbins is on the back foot, pushing this one firmly up to mid-on, and there's no run. But, you know, I mentioned actually a couple of the matches last year where Gloucestershire had overturned first innings deficits of around about 130, 140. They came back a couple of times. Completely different, of course, because you're playing still decent sides, but I mean, Northamptonshire are a perfectly decent side, and they did it to them. But at the same time, you're doing it on an away ground against a Hampshire bowling attack, which is terrific, as Amir is in and Gubbins forward defending out towards cover point. Lace sprints up to do the fielding, and I completely understand where he was coming from with that, and saying that, look, it's a different year, completely different circumstances, but at the same time you have to think, as they take more wickets, that they can't help but think of situations like that where they have come from behind and been successful. So I'm not sure we're quite there yet, but one more wicket and we might well be. Amir is in and bowls. Gubbins angling the ball away out into the gully. There is no gully, just the 3 slips, so they can come through for a single. And Gubbins moves on to 8.33 for 5.
Oh no, I quite understand those comments, and also that there's been a couple of occasions really that they've stared at a situation where they would have been a long way behind in this game. Going back in the afternoon of the first day, when Hampshire were, what, 225 for 2 before Vincent Organ fell fairly quickly. That was a big couple of wickets which got them back in, and then you know, it could have been a bigger first innings deficit.
Yep. Amir over the wicket to Dawson. Dawson looking to run the ball away out into the offside, but picks out Lace at backward point. So just the one off the over, a huge shout for caught behind off the first ball of it. But that's 1 over ticked off as far as Hampshire are concerned with this new ball and the pairing of Amir and Higgins. And they're 33 for 5, but effectively 195 for 5.
No, exactly right. I want to see those overs ticked up a bit more yet. 13's not enough for me. Get that ball a bit softer. Pete has tweeted this morning, at Solent Sport is one way on the email solentcricket@gmail.com, or for Ed,
at EdCricket6.
You can get involved. Pete says at Solent Sport, now Kev, you were really certain that Hampshire would bat again. I've not the stats as Higgins comes round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins forward. It's gone up towards mid-off. I'm always pleased when I see the ball hit the bat, that's for sure, not the edge of it. You were certain that Hampshire should bat again. I've not the stats, but anecdotally, I'm not sure the stats back that approach up as the better option. Any thoughts? I just think that just these days, I think sides are quite reluctant to enforce follow-ons. It seems to have become a bit fashionable not to, really. Whereas, of course, yeah, however long ago, it was totally the opposite. I mean, these things just sort of change for some reason. Oh, he's in the air and he's okay. Oh my word, he got a leading edge there. It went out in the covers and it was in the air, but fortunately it fell short and to the right of Jared Warner. But when that ball was travelling towards the fielder, you think, well, no. But he's okay, Gubbins, for now. 9, he's on 34 for 5. So I only said that for no other reason than there's been many times over the last few seasons where I've thought, and not just Hampshire, but oppositions in the games that Hampshire have played against haven't done. And you just think sometimes they're just doing it because that's kind of the way it is now. I don't know what your thoughts on that, Ed, as Higgins bowls, Dawson's on the back foot, steers that to point, no run.
I just think you can play the what-if game, can't you? And you can play the what-if game in both scenarios. What if it goes wrong if we do it that way? What if it goes wrong if we do it? And the what-if in reverse is if you enforce the follow-on, Gloucestershire sneak through that period at the end of the day, only losing a wicket, then start to build the lead today.
Higgins, forward is Dawson. That's a thickish outside edge of the bat, out towards point.
You know, say Gloucestershire bat particularly well. You know, Harris gets in and really goes big. Bracey goes big. Something like that. All of a sudden, Hampshire are chasing, you know, even at 170, 200, something like that. I don't know. I get the argument for why, yeah. And that you might say even a chase of 170, 200, we back ourselves to chase it.
Dawson's it behind that one. That's gone out into the covers.
But I just think, you know, in terms of a hypothetical situation on a pitch which might take a bit of turn later on, I don't know. I'm not certain that it will, but I suppose that's the danger of enforcing the follow-on, and then you've been bowling for almost 2 days.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Higgins, has he got an inside edge onto the pad? A stunted appeal there as Dawson's pushing forward. That ball just nipped him back a fraction. We've seen bowling from this end just from time to time. We saw it with Abash yesterday. We're seeing it from Higgins here a little bit. There's just the odd one bounces a fraction and just sort of kisses the surface and just nips a little bit off the seam. 34 for 5. The lead is 197. Now, you're right, and I think with 4-day games, sides are just a bit reluctant in terms of they feel that if 2 or 3 batters get in and the ball gets old, then you are in the field for an awful long time, straddling the first and second innings, and then, yes, potentially a tricky chase, last couple of sessions on day 4, if you're lucky, to win the game. So, yeah, and I think a lot of sides just don't do that because of that.
Yep. Amir continuing. And he's bowling over the wicket to Gubbins, short, wide cut, and that wasn't actually that far off Tom Lace at backward point, I don't think. There were cries of catch, and Ryan Higgins has still got his hands on his head at mid-off. It was never going to be a catch, and in fact he hit it really quite hard, but it just kind of half-volleyed Tom Lace at backward point, and it's just one of those times where it's feeling as if just about any shot that Hampshire play might somehow end up being a dismissal, even if it doesn't look like it. 3 slips in place. Amir bowls. Gubbins leaves well, judges that one, and it goes through to Bracey behind the stumps. The other thing is, it's 34 for 5, but you can't lose sight of the fact that 2 of them were Kyle Abbott and Mohamed Abbas. So we know that this pitch is not easy against the new ball now. It seems that is the case, and that's all the indications of what we've seen and what we've been hearing from the players that we've talked to. As Amir is in and bowls to Gubbins, and that's another leave from Gubbins. Seemed to see that one quite nicely, even though Gloucestershire were intrigued by a bit of swing there from Mohamed Amir, as they should be. But yeah, I don't know.
No, I think no, you're right. That is a point that perhaps we haven't made that enough. Yeah, 5 down, but 2 of them are numbers 10 and 11.
Yeah, they've taken 3 wickets, 3 top order wickets with the new ball. Yeah. You wouldn't be feeling quite so bad if it were, effectively 197 for 3 rather than for 5. As Amir bowls to Gubbins, that one is the one I think he tried to get that one to come back in towards Gubbins, but it just didn't come back far enough, and another lead through to Bracey. Yeah,
no, that's a good point. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, has tweeted he's listening this morning at Solent Sport. Some stats, he says: in almost 120 years of county championship cricket, Hampshire have only lost twice after enforcing the follow-on, both against Essex. He says, I agree. He says it is a fashion, in brackets from Aussie question mark. It's at Bournemouth. That was horrible. Yeah. He wouldn't enforce the follow-on ever again when you're playing games like that. Horrible. I think we were all out 100 or something in the 4th innings, chasing about 110 or something. I don't know, something stupid like that. I'd have to look it up, actually.
I mean, that's the thing, though, isn't it? You can point to instances where it's gone wrong either way, because as soon as you have the chance to enforce it, you think whatever you do, you should win the game. Yeah. Amir bowls, and once more, Gubbins doesn't have to play a shot, so he'll be rather pleased with the way that over finished. Just don't have to play, don't play. 34 for 5 with Vince out in the first over of the morning to Higgins, but since then, well, it was that one loud appeal first ball that Amir bowled to Gubbins, but in the last few overs, Gubbins has just looked as if he's beginning to settle down a bit.
Well, let's hope so. You can say that, I can't. So 34 for 5, Higgins, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 11, or 2 for 11, I should say. I nearly said that the Aussie way. The 1 wicket taker this morning comes in and bowls to Dawson. Dawson clips that away from middle and leg, behind square on the leg side. Gets an applause as he does so. It won't go all the way to the boundary. The ball will just lose pace as it's picked up at deep backward square leg. Is that a Jeep Dale down there?
Yes, I think it is.
With the cable knit sweater on. So he's lost his number, but he's a long way away. But I sort of remember him from 2 years ago anyway. His demeanour in the field, 34 for 5, Dawson off the mark. That'll be 36 for 5 then, because the scoreboard hasn't moved up. And the lead will be 199. Once the board puts it up, but it hasn't. As Higgins bowls, Dawson works that up to mid-on. And there is no run there. Amir is the fielder at mid-on. Polishing the ball profusely. I wonder why, because he's bowling at the other end. Don Starson and cricket@gmail.com says on the subject of the follow-on, it was not obvious to me why Hampshire didn't enforce the follow-on last night. Others on Dave's blog agree. That's right, Dave Allen has a blog. Missed opportunity, if you ask me. Says Don, 11 overs would have been difficult, as we saw. It was difficult. Higgins bowls outside the off stump, and Dawson not offering a shot to that one. He's still on naught according to the board, but I don't know. Sometimes it does get a bit behind on that computer. It must be a slow computer that works that board, or a slow person working the computer that works the board, or whatever, however long I want to make that chain.
Wherever you want to pin the blame.
Yes, it's not me anyway, let's put it that way. Here comes Higgins. Dawson's forward, punches that out into the covers. Just Higgins, it's amazing, Ryan Higgins, isn't it? I know you talk obviously many times about his success, and it was a great move for Middlesex for him, there's no doubt about that. But you know, when he runs up and he bowls his medium pace, and you think, what is it about this guy? You know, why does he take wickets? Was it 50 odd last year? 50 last year. But it's just the way he kisses the surface, doesn't he? I mean, you know, some bowlers have this knack of hitting the seam and just getting it to kiss and move when others can't, and he has that. As that's another length ball to Dawson, pushed out into the covers, and there's no run.
I also think that there's something about, I mean, he's terrific at using the crease as well, and sometimes I think that's probably what gets him into trouble with bowling the no balls. But he changes the angles constantly, and I think he also subtly changes his action a bit sometimes as well. I think he's quite deceptive.
Comes in again, Dawson's on the back foot and just works that just wide of mid-off. They'll pick up a single. Nice straight bat there, Dawson, through the line of the ball. He's still showing naught the board. He's showing him 1 now. Tell me he's got 3. Am I not seeing things?
I don't know. Maybe they've just subtracted the 2 out there.
Because definitely there was 2 runs behind square on the leg side, wasn't it? So that's 3. The board's showing 1. It's 35 for 5, so I'm assuming it's 37 for 5, and the lead now is exactly 200, although the board says 198.
Yep, I think so. But yeah, just I mean, actually, I was sent a video of one of Higgins' wickets at Northampton, I think it was, from ground level, from quite near to the bowler's arm, and it's not an angle that I'd really seen much of Higgins before, because normally you're either up in the clouds in the commentary box, or as was last year, we were in a marquee at actually pretty much square on, the same at Cheltenham, as Amir is in and bowls full, and it's driven nicely through mid-on. Apologies if you picked up any unseemly language there, and it's driven for 4 by Liam Dawson. Mohammad Amir was a little cross, I think, with the fact that he didn't either manage to stop it, or the fact that it was driven for 4. He was trying to pitch it up, trying to get him to drive, but Dawson did so successfully, and I think it's been corrected now. I think they've got it. I think they've got it
oh, yes,
right
they have,
now.
yeah,
Dawson is up to
have.
7, and it's 41 for 5 with the lead up to 204. Amir in and bowls, and Dawson defends in studied fashion up towards mid-off, holds the pose there. But yeah, seeing that video of Higgins from that angle, there was just something, I don't know what it was, there was just something about it. I didn't see that. I didn't see, the first time I watched it, I didn't see the ball. I know it's from that angle, maybe it was just something to do with the background, and you see it quite clearly with the side screen, but I don't know. I think there is something deceptive about his action and his approach somehow. Amir is round the wicket now to Dawson, who's tucking the ball into the leg side, but it's stopped at short mid-wicket by Marcus Harris. They just moved third slip out into that short mid-wicket position, and he fielded the ball. Deep square leg out on the boundary rope as well. And we did see 1 wicket in Hampshire's first innings to the short ball. It was Felix Organ who was out on 107, hooking off Ajit Dale, caught by Dom Goodman down at long leg. As Amir is in once more around the wicket to Dawson and beats him with a beauty. Amir turns in annoyance, but not too much more that he could do there. Dawson was just able to play enough inside it to miss it.
So you've only got Amir for another one more game?
At the moment, yes.
Blimey, I'll tell you what. I mean, somebody needs to snap this guy up. I mean, he's going to do a good job for somebody if he wants to keep playing. Whether it's you guys or I know you've got, you've got signings, but
yeah,
I honestly, he needs to be playing for somebody this season.
In comes Amir and bowls to Dawson, who's driving, and Amir's got away with that one a little bit. That was a wider half volley, which haven't tended to bring too much joy on this surface, but the ball was driven firmly straight to lace at point and no run. I know he's going off to play in the CPL, but I think the CPL is a bit later on, so
late August,
it's August, isn't it? I think so. I know he's doing that, but.
And I think most counties,
I was
going to say most counties must have their T20 players sorted. Well, maybe not all, but I mean, it's criminal this guy's not playing after the next game. I mean, he's running in. He's really enjoying it, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Amir to complete the over. Dawson is forward and nudging the ball to mid-on, and that is the end of the over. 41 for 5 the score. Amir through 9 overs now, 3 maidens, 3 for 27, and yeah, exactly as we said yesterday, and talking to him in interview, just came straight across how much he was loving bowling again in 4-day cricket. But I don't know. I'm not sure. The one thing, and I'm only floating this as a complete sort of what if situation, but with Marcus Harris going off and missing those 2 matches, I think it's at least 2 matches he'll miss during the Blast because he's going off to tour with Australia A. There is an overseas slot open. Whether you end up with a situation where you've got both Amir and Naseem and you're just having to fill in the batting lineup, that could be interesting.
Higgins round the wickets, angled in and then across Gubbins, but he leaves that one alone. That would be a terrific attack.
I'm not saying that would happen because it may well not do, but it is exciting to sit down and think about it, even if it does make the batting lineup, especially if Chris Dent is out for several weeks, which it seems like, unfortunately, he is going to be. Yeah. It does make the batting lineup weaker not having the overseas batter in there, but still. I'm
sure Dale Benkenstein's got it covered somewhere along the line. Higgins bowls, Gubbins flicks that away into the gap through mid-wicket. It's a short boundary side, and that will have enough on it to take it over the rope. I just find myself just relieved every time the ball goes out in the outfield and there's runs there for Hampshire, because this hasn't been the easiest innings by any stretch of the imagination. It's 45 for 5, and the Hampshire lead now is 208.
He plays that shot really well, does Gubbins, and from what, I mean, obviously I saw a fair bit of him last year at Cheltenham as well. But he's really, really strong playing that shot, and you just feel playing the shot that way and playing it that far in front of square, you're far less likely to get out to the kind of strangle down the leg side.
It's a good left-hander shot, that one, as Higgins bowls. It's a little fuller. There's a slight, well, it's a hit the outside half of the bat, let's put it that way, as it goes out square on the offside. So Gubbins has moved on to 13. He's faced 51 deliveries now, 45 for 5. Got an email here from, this is quite a long handle, I don't know how it is, Wandering Baiku Day for short or something. Anyway, at Solent Sport, at the risk of jinxing things, Nick Gubbins really knows where his off stump is, and that really has, I'm sure, jinxed things. I'm not really sure, I should have read that out. Anyway, he drives up towards mid-off, and he's fielded by Van Buren. I had a word with the umpires last night. You know, when before lunch, where Van Buren took an absolute age to come out, and I don't blame him because it was like a few minutes before lunch. And I know it's a long walk up there and that sort of thing. I said, well, what's going on there then? You said the other day, you said on the first day that, Hampshire were 3 behind, or whoever it was, first day. No, Gloucestershire were 3 behind. I said, we were here till 6:45. So I said, what about that? Oh, he's edged that one. Oh, he has edged that one. That's a great delivery there from Ryan Higgins, and I'm sure that tweet had nothing to do with it, but I thought I'd mention it. 13, Gubbins, as he's caught behind by James Bracey, and that looked a wicked delivery. Angled in, it's bounced, it's straightened, and Gubbins has got the outside edge. And Hampshire have lost their second wicket of the morning.
Well, that was a perfect line and length from Higgins. It was just full enough, drawing Gubbins forward. He wasn't really driving at it, he was just kind of... And as he's done successfully in the 2 innings that he's played quite a few times, he's defended the ball so firmly, and you kind of feel that he's, I'm sure if you're the bowler, you feel he's coming at you, and he's really coming at the ball, positive in his movements. You start to think, can I get through that defence? Well, he was trying to do that there, and I think he just went quite hard at the ball, but understandably so, as I say, because it was just that perfect length. I think the one that you rightly said came sort of out a half of the batter. He was still in good control of it, but Higgins had really pitched that one right up, giving it the best chance to swing. That one was right on the dream area, right in between, maybe too full almost to get the edge on this surface. And I mean, I know that sounds a bit odd, but you know, it was the same at Bristol actually, where you felt if you bowled really full, you weren't getting the edges, and the edges came from just that, you know, full length, but not right up in what would be a sort of close to a half volley. And I think Higgins just found that exact right balance with that delivery in terms of full enough to bring out the movement, get the edge, and another comfortable catch for Bracey behind the stumps.
Higgins has 2 for 12 this morning so far, and Hampshire, well, they're under pressure, certainly in this second innings, 45 for 6. Fortunately, they have a lead of just over 200, which is, oh gosh, much needed. It could have been a lot more, but the Gloucestershire lower order batted well, closed the gap. They've kept Gloucestershire in it, and the bowlers are doing the same. Gloucestershire are definitely in this. This is a game that Hampshire should have been out of sight on day one. Higgins to Ben Brown, who was caught behind in the first innings with Higgins and Bracey, but that's just played down the wicket and there's no run. Ben Brown made 11 in the first innings. Need a few more from him second time around. 45 for 6 then. One more over for Ed. Or unless you want to go now. It's up to you.
No, that's fine. I'll just actually a couple of. I can leave you with a something to discuss if it's necessary. I'm not sure. It almost isn't really this morning. The way that things are going out in the middle, there's all sorts happening. But just a couple of messages on Twitter, for as far as I'm concerned, at Somerset North 62. Thanks for getting me through a Somerset off week in the county championship. There's a lot to be said for being a neutral. Hashtag feeling your pain. I suspect he's talking about you at the moment, but he was probably talking about me for the first couple of days. Anyway, Amir continuing around the wicket, and Liam Dawson on strike. Dawson's forward and looking for the single, even though he's pushed it straight to mid-on and there is no run. What I'm going to leave you with is Michelle Garland has sent me a link to an article in the Times, and I haven't actually clicked on it to see who's written it, but I can see in the preview what it's about. So bowlers blame smaller seam on Duke's ball for surge in county champion. So I assume that's county championship runs. As in comes Amir, tries a short ball which, to be honest, balloons rather harmlessly over the head of Dawson, and it goes through to Bracey behind the stumps. Lizzie Ammon has written it. It says county championship runs scoring, not runs. Anyway, smaller seam on this year's batch of Duke balls has contributed to the glut of early season runs in the county championship, according to several bowlers and coaches. You can read the article in full, of course, rather than have me read it out to you, because I think that's the point. But anyway, an interesting thing to talk about potentially. Certainly haven't had too much in terms of run scoring this morning, as Amir is in and Dawson is in behind that one and defending it up towards mid-on.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, you can make an argument for whatever you want to make an argument for. I mean, you know, you've had some big runs scored against you. You've scored a few runs, but not as many as the runs that have scored against Gloucestershire, and we've been involved in different games as well. I mean, you know, and it goes back to perfect the fact that there are periods where run scoring is easy and periods where it isn't.
Amir is in, and Dawson's looking for the single working leg side, but that hasn't come off the bat the way he was hoping, and it's gone up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I thought the whole idea really was just to have balls which did a bit for the new ball, you know, with the new ball for the opening bowlers, and then it got flat, which means you had to rethink, and you either had some really skillful pace bowlers bowling with a ball that was doing nothing, or you bowl your spinners. I think we've actually not got far off the way it should be. Are we? I don't know. Am I missing something?
Well, I think in terms of the ball, I think you can focus a lot on the ball, as Amir is in, and Dawson is once more in behind it and defending to mid-off this time, and there's no run. I think, and I said this last week as well. In fact, maybe it was even on day one, and the days blend into each other. But a lot of talk about getting more runs into pitches. And we've done that, but I'm not sure that we've struck the balance yet between getting pace into the pitches and getting the totals up. I think all too often we've seen slower, lower, tired pitches. I mean, I think it's been every single match that I've done this season has been one of those sorts of pitches, whether home or in fact probably the most lively pitch was the pitch at Bristol for the Yorkshire game that I've had so far this season. Amir in and bowls. Forward goes Dawson looking for the single, can't get it.
Quick 30-second update coming up. All right, half an hour play this morning. Hampshire in disarray in their second innings overnight. 28 for 4 they went into this morning, when it hasn't been much better here, because Hampshire have already lost a couple of wickets. 45 for 6, but fortunately they have a lead of 208 overall. James Vince went early on, driving at Ryan Higgins, caught behind for 15. Nick Gubbins has gone. He was also caught behind off the same bowler for 13. And Brown and Dawson are trying to keep things a little cool things down and try and extend that lead. So it's 45 for 6 Hampshire.
Thank you very much, Kevin James. So we'll catch up with you in a bit.
Right, Emily Windsor for the first time this season. How are you?
Yeah, great to actually see some cricket. Last time I've been here, obviously, it was raining. So yeah, it's setting up to be a great game here.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, you missed day 4 Somerset because there wasn't one, because Hampshire won that, and then, as you say, we watched it. Well, it sort of just about rained last week, but all day we had to hang around for. Here's Higgins bowls to Ben Brown, who's leaving that alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Now I know you were playing yesterday and what have you, so you didn't see, but already what you're seeing this morning, what are you making? What are you making of it?
Well, it's really hard, isn't it? 45 for 6, and you're thinking the ball's doing all sorts. But actually, you've got to remember we've had 2 of our bowlers in there. So obviously Kyle Abbott and Abbas came in last night as the night watchman. But it's not easy out there, but it doesn't look like there's too many demons either.
No, it's outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Ben Brown. No, it's just, I mean, Higgins has found a spot, as a bit like Mo Abbas did yesterday when he got his 6 for. So there is a spot there, bowling from this end, but you just have to be a little bit careful, don't you?
Yeah, and I think it's a good cricket wicket, isn't it? That you want something in it for the bowlers. You don't want it to be too easy for the batters, but also, as we saw from that last wicket partnership that Gloucestershire had, there are runs out there to be had if you can apply yourself.
Certainly, as Higgins comes in again, Ben Brown's off the back foot and crashes that away, backward a point for 4 runs. I've said all through the morning that any boundaries comes as a relief, really, I think, for the crowd, for the players, or certainly the Hampshire players, and maybe for 1 or 2 of us in the commentary box, not all of us. But that is welcome boundary, and boundary's off the mark, and it's, what's that, 49 for 6. Scoreboard's a bit slow this morning. Somebody's had a late night working the board. 212 the lead.
They weren't with you, Kev, were they?
No, I was in bed by, gosh, I've got a bit of a cold, so doing a whole day and that, it sort of knocks
tires
me out
you
a little bit. Yeah, so yeah. Well, you were still on the motorway driving back. I was probably in bed. Here's Higgins. 3 slips weight, bowls to Brown, length ball, Brown's forward, plays that out towards short mid wicket. Talking about yesterday, good couple of wins, warm-up games.
Yeah, really,
Vipers.
really good. Vipers played Western Storm over at Newport in some warm-up games, and Yeah, just the Vipers have a really impressive squad this year. The competition for places and players stepping up, it's going to be a really exciting summer and a really tough call on selection for Charlotte Edwards and Georgia Adams. But yeah, some good games of cricket.
Here's Higgins. Forward is Brown. That's gone up towards mid-off. So 2 T20 games. So just go through it a little bit, because we saw some of the scores. We did read a little bit of them out.
You're going to ask me the first game, and I cannot remember the scores at all in the first game. But we bowled Western Storm out. We batted first, got 180 odd, and bowled them out. And then in the second game, we chased down 184. So high runs, but.
Yeah. Gosh, both teams in good form then. Oh, Brown, lovely shot off the front foot. That's more like it if you're a Hampshire fan. You like to see strong drives like that. Haven't seen too many of those in this second innings. And Hampshire, well, they finally got to 50. That looked a long way off last night. That's come off in the 20th over, and Ben Brown has struck 2 good boundaries in that over. So, yeah, so lots of runs. So go on then. You got how many? How many did you get in the first game first?
I didn't bat. Was not required. In the second game, I got 49 and bottled a 50, but I think the standout performer for us, well, there was 2. Maya Boucher was just steady, her normal self, batted beautifully in both games, but Ella McCacken, she was outstanding with the bat. She got 80 odd in the first game, and then came in and got 25 off 10 balls and saw us home at the end. She was hitting all around the ground, reverse sweeps, and I had to drive her home in the evening, and yeah, that was an interesting journey. We got 2 minutes down the road and she was like, my favourite shot was. I was like, this could be a long 2.5 hours. But no, really pleased for her. She's worked really hard over this winter, and she certainly would be one to watch this summer for the Southern Vipers.
Okay.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Ajit Dale coming into the attack.
Who stood out for you for Western Storm in either game?
Fee Morris with the bat in the second game. She opened the batting and really took to the bowlers, and Fee played here for Hampshire and in the Southern Brave as Ajit Dale in and bowls. That's turned nicely into the leg side by Dawson, who moved to 8. The lead 217 for Hampshire. Yeah, she played really nicely. I think with Western Storm with the bowling, they've obviously lost Anya Shrubsole. She's come to us, but a bit of experience in their bowling lineup was probably missed yesterday, I'd say. But they have a lot of good cricketers: Georgia Hennessy, Sophie Luff, and Fran Wilson, who didn't score any runs yesterday, but will be an excellent signing for Western Storm. Really bolsters their batting lineup. Ajit into Brown, forward in defence, will be no run.
Signed from Sunrisers.
Yep, she came across. Obviously made the decision to retire from international cricket, and Western Storm, Gloucestershire's her route, so she's obviously gone back home and with some familiar faces down there. So yeah. But I think this year, this competition, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint and the Charlotte Edwards Cup, is going to be really competitive. Teams, I think, as the game becomes more professionalised, are really pushing on. And the standard of cricket, like last year, chasing 184, we would have been really under the pump, but actually we did it quite comfortably, not even in our best lineup. So I'm expecting some exciting matches as Ajit Dale in, and that's pushed through the offside, fielded nicely at backward point. Will be no run.
Interesting, yeah. So good stuff, 2 good wins, that's important.
And it all kicks off next week.
Yes.
Saturday.
Yes.
So it's come around very quickly, but yeah, it's exciting, and I know the players, the groups are really looking forward to getting started.
Yep. Full live commentary via the BBC website on the Vipers matches. I think some of the Western Storm games, certainly at home, will be covered as well.
Ajit Dale, right arm over into the wickets, turn nicely into the onside. They're going to think about 2 here. They settle just for the single. Brown moves to 9. The score moves to 55 for 6 in this second innings, a lead of 218. Kev,
yes,
I have to ask you, because I haven't been here.
Do you?
What lead are Hampshire going to be looking for here? What are you going to feel comfortable with? What's going to keep them in the game, and what the Gloucestershire would see as a chaseable target?
Well, Mo Abbas last night told me 350, and I was thinking, gosh, 350 in Hampshire overnight with 28 for 4, struggling. I know they were 2 night watchmen, but even so, just the whole feel of the innings last night was horrible. 350 would be massive.
Ajit Dale in again, and that's forward in defence. Push to backward point will be no run.
I do think, though, and we have sort of touched on it, that this is an interesting period now, because there is no doubt that Amir and Higgins are hard work, especially with a new or newish ball in their hands. It's now, for me, what Ajit Dale does, what Warner does, what Goodman does to back that up. And of course they're going to be bowling with slightly older balls, so I think that they are really key here, just as much as the Hampshire batters are key, as to where this game goes now for the next few hours.
Ajit Dale from that pavilion end in again, and that's pushed into the offside, fielded at cover, again no run.
Do you think?
And that's the end of the over. 218 lead. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's going to be one of those that if Hampshire can ride out this morning session, we always know the morning session as well is tougher. The ball now 21 overs old, and what we've got to remember is we've still got a Nyrin Donald who's had a fantastic second 11 start to the season, first game into the side. Yes, he didn't get any runs in the first game, just got the one, but he'll be looking to impress. And then you've got Barker and Fuller, who are both very capable batsmen and have done a lot for Hampshire, so they've still got a lot to come. But you didn't answer, Kev. You copped out on what you think would be
yeah, I'm quite good
landmark.
Quite good at sitting on the fence.
You just went with what Abbas said.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I just used somebody else. Oh, listen, was it 218 now? I think once you start getting towards the late 200s, so even 250. I mean, 250 is a good game. Here's Goodman. It's full and it's driven by Brown out towards extra cover, and there's no run. 250 is a good game because I think there will be periods where Hampshire will be on top when they come to bowl second, and there will be periods when a couple of Gloucestershire batters will get in. I've no doubt about that. At least two batters will get in. So I think there'll be times during that chase where you'll think, oh, Gloucestershire have got this in the bag, and there'll be other times when you think Gloucestershire aren't going to get anywhere near it. 250, I think 260 is around that point for me. Here's Goodman, full again, Brown drives, again he finds the field at extra cover. I think once you start getting to late 200s, your 290s, 280s maybe, certainly 290s and then to 300, I think then Gloucestershire would have a problem. Because I think then you're talking of two new balls, at least. Well, certainly a good, what I mean is two good new balls in their innings, if they last that long. And I think that's a problem. Is that a good answer?
I think you've nailed it.
That's very kind. Well, whether that plays out like that will be a totally different matter. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Ben Brown.
And dare I throw a draw in here? Obviously, last year, Gloucestershire managed to somehow withstand Hampshire from getting that victory. And we know the pitch is used to slow up and it's harder to get the wickets. Yeah. Could that be an option, Kev?
Well, were you here for that game at all?
Yeah.
You were, weren't you? Oh, I can't remember which days you were here. I know you were here for some of it. That's a length ball which Brown plays forward to at the offside. Which days were you here?
I think I was here day 3 again.
Day 3, yeah. I mean, for me, this is not the same pitch. I know it's not the same pitch, if you know what I mean. I think Simon, well, you know Simon the groundsman here, I'm sure it was it him or somebody told me that this is the same pitch that years ago John Crawley got a 100 here or something. Now, I know, depending on how you cut it and how you prepare it, it's differently, but it's basically the same surface, or that particular pitch. I think that's what he said to me. Brown again is forward, plays it back to Goodman. But anyway, that aside, this is not the same pitch as was played between these two sides here last year, is it? When that was slow, it was low, and very dull, really, wasn't it, as a pitch?
So you're thinking a result either way is possible?
Yeah, I can't believe we won't. Again, you know, as this ball gets softer, we might see a period where you think batting is really easy. We might have that for quite a while. Lovely shot through mid-wicket. Ben Brown slightly over pitch there from Goodman. It won't go all the way. Higgins is after it very, very enthusiastically. And throws the ball to the far end. Brown even pricks up per 2. And he moves on to 11. Then it's 57 for 6. And the lead now for Hampshire is 220. It's nothing like that pitch, is it?
No, absolutely not. I was just throwing a result in the cards. We know Gloucestershire have some skilled batters, but at this stage we're looking at a result. But if there's a partnership build here, Dawson, Brown can really build something. It's, again, could Hampshire get to a point where they might need to declare? Yes, they're 6 down at the moment, but they're going to need time left in the game to bowl Gloucestershire out. Obviously, we're day 3 here at the Ageas Bowl. Slightly overcast, a little bit of blue sky we can see as Ajit Dale runs in from the pavilion end to Dawson, forward in defence, no run.
Those 2 bowling spells this morning, I'll give those figures actually. Amir, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5, his spell from the pavilion end. And Higgins' spell this morning, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20, took both wickets, and of course was hit for what, I think 8 off his last over, which has spoilt his spell a little bit.
Higgins is a really, really impressive cricketer. I really, really enjoy watching him. I think he's, with both the bat and ball, he's a match winner, I feel. He's like a really gritty cricketer is how I describe him. And one that Hampshire will want his wicket and won't want him bowling too many overs at them. As Ajit Dale past the umpire in, that's down the leg side. And that comes out to the fine leg boundary. Dawson moves as leg byes will be signalled.
How would you describe your batting? Because I think sometimes you're quite a gritty player, aren't you? I mean, you get stuck in. He gets stuck in, doesn't he? He loves a sort of a battle and a duel. I mean, you're in similar mould, I think, with the bat.
Yeah, I think, I don't know what it is or why, but I tend to do better when the team's in a bit of a tough situation. I just like to thrive in that battle. I like it when people are coming at me, and I think, I want to win for the team. I want to play for the team, and that's, I guess, the type of cricketer I am. But yeah, I couldn't tell you why. It's a cheat out into Brown. That's thick outside edge, beats Gully, gets a good hand to it, so it'll be a couple. Good running by Hampshire. Brown moves to 13, 60 for 6.
Good running, unlike that throw. It wasn't the best from Miles Hammond. Not easy for Bracey to take. Yeah, it's good though. You know, you need players, different characters for different situations.
Yeah, and just Higgins is a good all-rounder, isn't he? He's probably a bit like you back in the day, Kevin. Can do a job with the bat, with the ball.
That's very kind of you to say.
Not that I've ever seen it, and I keep asking.
You don't. Well, you won't, will you? I'm not sure whether there is any.
Ajit Dale, right arm seamer in, bowls forward in defence, fielded at backward point, lots of energy, and there, no run.
It's not worth scrolling through the archives, that's for sure.
You say this, but everyone that I say that talks about you as a cricketer bigs you up, and you just put yourself down, Kev.
Well, I don't. I think a lot of players would say that when you're playing, everybody says, oh God, it's him or whatever, or yeah, he's all right, but he can't do this, can't do that. And then when you finish playing a few years ago, well, he was great at doing this and great at doing that. He was really good. It's kind of weird.
That sounds like the media summed up, doesn't it? Does, that is us. There's Ajit Dale in again from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's turned nicely down the leg side. That will race away for 4. Ben Brown will move to 17. The lead now 236. Sports Extra has joined us at the Ageas Bowl, and it's certainly setting up to be a thriller. Hampshire lead by 237, 64 for 6 in this second innings, and it's not been easy this morning for Hampshire, has it, Kev?
No, it's been a whole lot easier than it was last night. Kevin James and Emily Windsor with you here. Yes, it's already been a couple of wickets this morning, and really a game that you feel that Hampshire should have been out of sight in by now. Gloucestershire have always just come back at moments which have kept them in the game. Absolutely no doubt about that. I'll go through that in a moment.
2 slips and a gully as Ajit Dale in, and that's hit him on the pad. They're going to come through for a quick single. He tried to pull that away, Ben Brown, but doesn't get hold of it.
There was a moment sort of late in the afternoon on day 1 where Hampshire were 225 for 2 and looking set for a big total, and then Vince and Felix Organ fell in quick succession for 78 and 107 respectively, and that was before the second new ball was taken, which brought further wickets in the evening for Gloucestershire, and they won that evening session and kept themselves in the game. And Hampshire bowled out for 342 yesterday, and Gloucestershire didn't start particularly well, went into lunch at 31 for 4, and they were struggling. And then some really good batting at the end of the Gloucestershire first innings brought some momentum back to the Gloucestershire game. as Goodman bowls, and that's a length ball to Brown, who plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run. And a particular feature was late on yesterday, where Jared Warner and Ajit Dale, who put on 55 for the last wicket, at that stage, had they gone early, and James Vince did drop a catch early in that partnership at slip, and it wasn't difficult, Gloucestershire were facing a deficit of over 200, and that would have been quite deflating in itself. But that partnership, as Goodman comes in and bowls, he's edged through to the keeper. There's the third wicket of the morning. It was wide outside the off stump. It invited the drive, and Ben Brown went for it and has edged through to Bracey, who's taken his third catch of the morning. And Brown has gone for 18. Hampshire now 65 for 7 in their second innings. And Brown, as I say, gone for 18. That's off 22 deliveries. And there is a spot for the seamers, just bowling from this hotel end, bowling towards the pavilion, where just short of a length, and Mo Abbas found this yesterday with his 6 wickets, where there's a bit of extra bounce from time to time, and the batters, they can't resist going for the drive. And if they don't get their foot to the pitch of the ball and they play the ball exactly right, they find that the ball is edged and it's a fairly easy catch going behind the stumps. So I mentioned that last wicket last night, and Gloucestershire bowled out for 179. And with 11 overs left in the day, there was are Hampshire going to enforce the follow-on? Because there was a deficit of 163 in the end. And were they going to bat again? And I think that last wicket, the momentum kind of shifted away from Hampshire being totally dominant to, oh, actually, Gloucestershire are sort of back in this. And James Vince chose not to enforce the follow-on, even though with 11 overs to go, there would have been a couple of chances for their new ball bowlers last night and this morning. And Gloucestershire, of course, have found themselves in that situation and took full advantage. Organ and Holland out last night early. Hampshire were 0 for 2. They sent in night watchman Kyle Abbott with 9 overs to go last night, which drew a few sort of sharp intakes of breath from many people watching. Well, Kyle Abbott in the end went for 10. And then Mo Abbas came out as a second night watchman, and he was LBW. Both LBW to Amir. There was a wicked Mohammed Abbas dismissal that just speared into his toe, and he limped off, and that was a bit of a worry, but he seems all right this morning. And Hampshire found themselves 15 for 4, and they were clinging on. A side that were well ahead were clinging on and hoping for the end of play. And this morning they resumed on 28 for 4, a lead of 191, and they've lost 3 wickets now already. Vince, Gubbins, and now Ben Brown. And whilst it's well, it's a long batting order now, isn't it? With Fuller at 11 and Barker at 10 and Donald at 9.
There's only 3 wickets left, Kev.
That's the problem. That is the problem. 65 for 7, and you're still in the batters, but yeah, there's not many wickets in hand. This is an incredible game. It really is. Here's a Goodman then. So hopefully I've explained all that okay, and Donald just plays that out square on the offside. And Norrie Donald back in the team for the first time since September 2019. He's in there because of an injury to Joe Weatherly, who's missing this game because of an injured hand, which he sustained in the last game here against Lancashire. And whilst he's been scoring runs in the second team, Norrie Donald, in fact, a couple of hundreds, I think, Emily, isn't it, off the top of my head. He only made 1 in the first innings. But here he is, he's got a second chance. Goodman bowls, length ball. Donald works that to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Donald here, and it's a really big opportunity. He's had a really tough ride. As you said, he hasn't been in the side since 2019, but that's because he had 2 really serious knee injuries. And he's had a really, really tough ride, and he's been really resilient to be back out here. And from a Hampshire point of view, it is, but it's also a really good opportunity. If he gets some scores while Joe Weatherly is out injured, he then puts pressure on the coach for selection.
Full, and Donald drives to extra cover, and this could be 4 more. And there's been a handful of boundaries this morning in the first 55 minutes of play, and as I said earlier, I just think this is welcome relief, because even with a lead, Hampshire have just struggled so much this second innings. 232 the lead now. Yeah,
and I think Donald is a really great player to watch. I can remember here in that 2019 season, he played a really fantastic innings. He's an aggressive batsman. He's a game changer, is how I describe an Iron Donald.
Yeah, Hampshire would love him to do that now. Has he edged that through to the keeper? There's a deviation, or did he hit the pad? Well, that's again, that ball is just short of a length there, and Donald actually played that one from the crease. Got himself in a little bit of a tangle, and Bracey seemed to take the ball on the full, but I don't know. obviously in the end it wasn't anything, because much to everybody's relief, including mine, it's a dot ball to end that over.
And mine, I thought I gave him the kiss of death, saying what a wonderful player he is. But yeah, in all seriousness, this is a great opportunity for him, isn't it? Coming into the side, a successful Hampshire side, a successful batting lineup. If he can pile on some runs when Joe Weatherly does become fit to play, that's not to say Weatherly doesn't get back in the side, but it gives the selectors, the coaches, a real problem of what they want the balance of the side to look like. So it'd be Ageas Bowl to continue from the pavilion end. He'll be into Dawson. That's played nicely through mid-wicket. That will be a couple of runs. The fielders are coming round. Dawson picks up a couple. He will move to 10. The lead 234 now for Hampshire, and we were discussing before 5 Live came what Kev thought would be a total that Hampshire would be happy with. They said 350. Abbas said 350 yesterday in an interview, but that looks a long way off now. And you sort of said the late 200s looking towards 300 would be a tough chase for Gloucestershire, but there's still a lot of time left in this game. We're at day 3 in the first session, so plenty of time left for both teams to force this result. But Gloucestershire right back in this game now as Ageas Bowl in, and that's played onto his pad by Dawson. Will be no run.
Yeah, I mean, when Mo Abbas came out with that comment last night, I thought, my God, you won't get there in 3 innings the way things were going last night, and now, of course, this morning with the 3 wickets already. But yeah, it's, I don't know. You've seen, last night was a very bizarre session, but I mean, you've had a chance to watch nearly an hour's play now this morning, Emily. I mean, you're probably in a, to take all that other stuff out of our heads, and you haven't seen yesterday, from what you've seen this morning, what would you think is a decent lead where Gloucestershire would worry?
I'm going to think on it after this ball, Kev. You put me under the spot as Dale comes in, and that's driven nicely by Dawson, but fielded at extra cover. Will be no run. I think I'm going to be saying exactly what you said, and I think if they could get over 300, that's like a landmark, isn't it? It's just, when it's amazing, isn't it? A lead of 299 or a lead of 300, it just sounds different, and it is different for you as a player. That sounds really stupid, but it's just how you interpret it, how you see it. But I do think on this pitch, from what I've seen, if they can build a partnership, and partnerships are going to be key here for Hampshire in these last 3 wickets, it will get easier to bat as the day goes on, and we've seen that. The ball gets older. It's 24.3 overs old now. It will then be a challenge for Gloucestershire to get these wickets, as in comes Dale, driven nicely by Dawson. That's beat the field. There's a fielder after. It's a long boundary out to our right to only be a couple. Great bit of work out there from Gloucestershire, but Dawson moves to 12.
250 is the first point for me. 250 and we've got a cracking game on our hands. And then anything over that, it starts tilting more and more percentage-wise, and whatever percentage-wise you want to put on that into Hampshire's favour. I'd
be worried if Hampshire didn't get to 250 when just 14 runs shy at the moment. But what we've seen, obviously you saw last night, anything can happen. But this pitch has no demons in. I think it's a good cricket pitch. If bowlers bowl in the right areas, they will get their rewards. But also if they miss their length, there are runs out there. There's Ageas Bowl in again, and that's a thick outside edge. Finds backward point. Will be no run. But also for momentum, isn't it? You know, from being a cricketer out there, every wicket you get, the energy, the buzz gets back up in that field. And at the moment, Hampshire have lost wickets regularly. So keeping Gloucestershire on their toes, keeping them in the game, and they believe. But as soon as a partnership builds, you could see that momentum changing.
Definitely. I mean, they were chirpy last night, Gloucestershire, and I don't blame them. You know, I think they're cock-a-hoop in the fact that, as I said earlier, you know, they should have been out of sight in this game, and Hampshire knew on day one they missed a trick. Should have been 400 first innings minimum.
Ageas Bowl again from the pavilion end into Dawson. That's in defence. Will be no run. The 7 batters out for Hampshire. Felix Organ and Ian Holland, the 2 Hampshire openers, both did not trouble the scorers. Nick Gubbins, 13. Kyle Abbott, who came in as a night watchman, as Kev said earlier, with 9 overs to go, he got 10. Abbas, 0. James Vince this morning went for 15. Ben Brown for 18. All through to the keeper, the last 2. Vince and Bracey this morning, and Gubbins.
Yeah, 3 this morning, yeah, all 3. 2 to Higgins and 1 to Dominic Goodman. We were talking earlier because you were saying, is there any footage of me anywhere playing? You don't want to watch it, but Pete Brown, I think he's tweeted you, so I'll leave you with that. But apparently there was something of a final back in 1992. So I'll leave you to worry about that when you're off commentary, and you can have a look at that on your Twitter feed. Martin in Holland, at Solent Sports, says, good morning, everyone. I'm hoping our bowlers are licking their lips in anticipation here. This is the Hampshire bowlers, of course. Bray, oh, hang on, I'll come back to that. As a nice drive from Donald starts this new over from Dominic Goodman, who is into his third. He has 1 for 6. Martin says, yeah, hoping our bowlers are licking their lips in anticipation here. It's going to be a nail biter. This is a Norrin Donald out there. It's going to be a nail biter. Thank you, I've got that one. And Joe at Solent Sports says, Surrey bucking the trend and enforcing the follow-on. Might just show Hampshire what they should have been brave enough to have done last night. Yes. There's been lots of talk about that as Donald pushes forward. Just gets a little early on that one, and that was that's what happened to him in the first innings. That's gone out towards mid-on. He was playing that more towards mid-off. He was out, caught in the covers off a mere in the first innings for 1. And he was pushing out at that one, just playing a little too far away from his body. And I think he does that sometimes. He's so anxious to get to the ball, isn't he? He's
a busy cricketer, isn't he? He wants bat on ball.
Sometimes just needs to play that ball a little later. As Goodman comes in, and it's on the leg side. It's turned to square leg. And there is no run there. I'll be off at the end of this over, and Ed Seaborn, BBC Gloucester and BBC Bristol, will come in alongside Emily. In fact, what I'll do is, Emily, I'll get you to come alongside on here, and then Ed will go on your side.
You always do this, Kevin. I really want to know the rationale behind being... Is that because that's your home side? You feel like the left side's the home dressing room?
I feel more comfortable on the left-hand side here. Donald plays that quietly out square on the left, on the offside. Are you all right with that, or is that too much effort?
Well, it seems a lot of effort to move sides, but if you want me on the home side of the dressing room, then that's fine. Currently...
Well, you know as a player that it's important to be in the right dressing rooms. It's the same with commentary positions. Be in the one you feel comfortable with.
What if I said this is my most comfortable? Then we're in with a problem.
You've got no say in it.
Luckily, you're the boss.
No, I'm not. Of course I'm not. Goodman bowls, and it's fullish on middle and leg, and Donald just works that and eases that towards mid-wicket. Amir comes round from mid-on. The Gloucestershire fielding is very... Even with Amir as well, including that, is very sort of positive, isn't it? It's like they believe that if they can keep this lead down to as minimum as they can, and as I say, they are certainly, I think, surprised that they're even in this position in this game, then they believe they have a chance. And why not? 73 for 7, the lead is 236.
Yeah, and I think Gloucestershire have found a way, haven't they, to keep themselves in the game, and I think actually that's a lot to have on your side. Hampshire could have taken the game away from them, but they've delivered.
Outside the off stump, and that's a good leave there from Liam Dawson. End of the over, Dawson has 12, Donald has 4, 73 for 7, the lead is 236. Couple of wickets this morning for Ryan Higgins, Vincent Gubbins, both caught behind, and Ben Brown also caught behind off Dominic Goodman. Those are the 3 wickets we've had in the first hour and 5 minutes of play. Hampshire extending their lead from 191 to 236. Thank goodness they had that first innings lead of 163, otherwise they would be in deep trouble. So it looks like Ajit Dale, who got a career best with a bat in the Gloucestershire first innings by quite a considerable margin, is going to try and match that with a good bowling performance. Ed.
Thank you. Yes, so Dale to continue. Hasn't yet picked up a wicket in this innings, but he did pick one up in the first innings, that of Organ, and the first delivery of the over is pushed away out into the covers, and there is no run. Things a lot better over on that side, Emily Windsor. Yeah,
I mean, it seems a bit brighter. You know, the home dressing room tends to have a little bit more space, you know, it's a lot more comfortable. But for those that know the camera gantry or that we are in at the Ageas Bowl, there is definitely not much difference between left and right.
No, well, I'm always tempted to call it the commentary box just because it's usually a box everywhere else. But of course, we are on that this lovely gantry, and I say lovely because it's been lovely watching conditions up here all 2 and a bit days so far. Dale in and bowls. Oh, back of a length and beats Donald, who he got a nasty delivery there, and he tried to withdraw the bat away from it, but Dale, he's got enough pace to trouble batters from that length.
Yeah, that was a good ball, and that's what this pitch has had, hasn't it? It's had that odd delivery that will skip on, skip through, and trouble the batters, and when they find that area, it is tough to score runs. Hampshire 237 ahead. Ed, where are you sitting with a lead? What do you feel?
I think because Gloucestershire have been so far behind in this game, I think they're almost just, I would imagine they'd almost be looking at it as, just give us anything. Dale in and bowls, and pushed back to the bowler this time by Donald off the back foot. So I think even you might look at, even look at 320 and say, right, obviously not ideal, but just give us 320. They chased 348 against Leicestershire last season, and I know that is so different from what they'll be up against here. Leicestershire were even a bowler down, so he had a Leicestershire attack anyway, and a Leicestershire attack which was a bowler down. But they know that they can chase big totals because they've done it several times last season. Dale bowls, and that's driven delightfully down the ground, and a terrific hand from Ajit Dale in his follow-through. He sprawled right down onto the pitch, actually right in the danger area as well, which is more to Hampshire's benefit than Gloucestershire's, but at the same time, more important that he stopped the ball, or half stopped the ball. They got 2 for it, but that would have been 4, no question, if he hadn't got a hand on that.
Shot of the day, that for me. Straight down the ground. Lovely on drive by an Iron Donald.
They did get 2 for that, didn't they? Or did they not?
Yeah,
I did get 2. Actually, sorry, it's just gone up as 1 on the board. I'm getting thrown. I thought for 1 second I've been seeing things. Like earlier on when Dawson clipped a 2 for a dot ball. But anyway, I'm sure that will rectify itself quickly again. So the score is 76 for 7 as Dale's inside edge onto the pad, and then they set off for a quick single, which is well called by Liam Dawson. Saw the opportunity to come through for the one there. Dale seems to have found his length this over on this pitch, and it's a little bit further back than, well, I mean, it's understandable that he'd be bowling a bit further back than the likes of Abbas and Higgins, because he's got a touch more pace than them, but he just seems this over, kiss of death, because he'll probably get whacked for 4 off this last ball now that I've said that. But
Hampshire fans won't mind that, so
no,
keep going.
I'm sure they won't. but this over, he just seems to have settled into that length a bit. Lead sits at 240, I believe, as Dale is in bowl short, pulled away in the air out towards deep mid wicket, could be caught and is taken by Goodman. He stumbles down to the ground. I thought he dropped that for a second, the way that he fell over, but that is a huge blow for Hampshire, with Dawson pulling the ball in the air and is holed out to Goodman out at deep mid wicket. It's the second catch Goodman's taken on the boundary in this match, and it wasn't actually even that short. It wasn't as if it got big on him. I think he just got a bit greedy and tried to whack it for 6.
Yeah, and you sort of think in this situation, did he need to play that? They've now, again, just as a little partnership was building between Donald and Dawson, they were rotating the strike, they were building a partnership. Hampshire have given something back to Gloucestershire, and in that case, you'd probably agree that he did not need to play that shot at this stage of the game. And Gloucestershire again are back in it. Lead 239, 76 for 8 in Hampshire's second innings.
Yeah, and all along I've been saying about the fact that 2 of the wickets so far to fall are Kyle Abbott and Mohammad Abbas, but you're still 8 down now, and it starts to make a bit less difference, because at the same time as Fuller at 11, I guess it will be Barker coming out now, at the same time as it is Fuller at 11, it's still the case if you lose a wicket there, that's the end of the innings, even if he is a better batter than you'd think would be coming out at number 11. And I actually just sent in a little text update for the live text service on the BBC Sport website, and I said that I felt that this potential kind of hour or so, maybe a bit less than an hour, might be the make or break for Gloucestershire as far as giving themselves a chance, not saying winning, but giving themselves a chance in terms of setting a total that they might feel they've got a decent chance of chasing. Because of, and, you know, again, it's not exactly, you know, I'm not pretending I'm, you know, sort of spouting rocket science or, you know, saying anything that anybody else couldn't work out, but the fact that Goodman and Dale have now taken a wicket each, the fact that the Bulls getting a bit older, the first hour's now gone, Amir and Higgins probably not going to come back until maybe right towards the end of this session, if that, and it may only be one of them that comes back. It kind of felt as though this was, you know, this was really the time that Gloucestershire, if they had any chance in this match, they had to keep taking wickets, and they have done that. And now Miles Hammond is coming into the attack. He took his first wicket in the first inning, his first wicket of the season, that of Keith Barker, and so he's been brought back into the attack, I'm sure expressly for Keith Barker, even though he's not on strike.
Or for the over rate. We have to mention the over rate.
Oh, yes.
They're 2 behind, so they're going to need to pick up some overs here, as they will be joining Hampshire otherwise with the deduction of points. But we will be seeing a little bit of spin, and I'm sure Felix Organ, Liam Dawson will be watching on avidly to see if anything happens here, as Hammond with 88 on his back in, and that's in defence from an Iron Donald. Will be no run. Donald on 7 off the 15 deliveries. More than capable batsman. He is a fantastic batsman and has scored runs for the second 11 for Hampshire after his comeback from 2 very serious knee injuries. There's Hammond in, the off spinner into the pitch, and that's turned nicely out to the cover sweeper. Will be a single. Donald moves to 8.
Be happy with that, though, I think. Just, you know, otherwise you'd have just brought Van Buren on to face Donald, even though I think you're absolutely right. Overrate is the key reason to bring the spinner on, but I think they'd be more than happy just to give Donald the single and bowl at Barker with Hammond off spin from around the wicket.
Slip in place, and a leg slip as well. The man under the lid, but the ball turning away from the left-hander Keith Barker, who has played many gutsy innings for Hampshire, and he certainly needs one in this second innings today. As Hammond in, forward in defence by Barker. Nice big stride down the pitch. Will be no run. Gloucestershire really hunting in a pack here. Some close fielders, extra cover mid-wicket. Nice and tight. They're not going to let Hampshire get away, as Hammond in again from the hotel end. That's forward in defence again by Barker. Will be no run.
He's going to toss it up, Hammond. You know that with him. And Barker, is he in a situation where he can afford to play shots against him? Don't know. I suspect, being positive cricketer, he probably will play a few shots, but he's got to be careful which ones he selects.
Hammond in again. He's tried to sweep that down the leg side. Taken nicely by James Bracey behind the stumps. Will be no run. Gone for the sweep shot there. We got fielder out on the boundary, just on the leg side, on that square leg boundary. Everyone else in the ring hunting in a pack. Gloucestershire thinking they can get this 9th wicket, as Hammond in defence again by Barker. No run. Good over, just 1 run from it. 240 the lead Hampshire. And every wicket that's taken as well, it just slows that accumulation of runs. I feel like it feels like ages ago I was saying to Kev, surely they're going to get 14 more runs to get to that 250, but they've only got 4 runs since, and it's been a while.
Yeah, and the other thing is that if these two were batting in their normal positions, they'd probably feel they had a bit more security to play their shots. And now Donald and Barker have kind of been inhibited by the fact that they know there's only Fuller to come. Whereas even if, yes, Abbott and Abbas, they'd be considered more tail-enders than, you know, than bowling all-rounders / useful with the bat, maybe. I mean, Kyle Abbott is useful with the bat, I know that, but even so, just the presence of those two below them would give them a bit more freedom. Now they maybe don't have quite that freedom. Dale in bowls, Donald edges, and it's well knocked down at second slip by Hammond. Wasn't a catch, fell well short of him, but another good bit of work in the slips. There's been a couple of times, I think it's been Hammond both times, who's laid out to his right and got a hand on it and saved runs. They got a single for that, and Donald moves to 9.
Yeah, and you feel like Ageas Dale's got his tail up a bit here as well, don't you? You said in that last over he's really getting into his rhythm. He found that area, he's found that length, and when you pick up that wicket as a bowler, it just gives you that extra bit of confidence, doesn't it? And you can really see he's running in here, he's bowling with a bit of pace. He's not making it easy for the Hampshire batters.
No, well, he's actually got both his wickets this match with short deliveries caught on the boundary. They've actually both been caught Goodman bowled Dale. He's in now over the wicket to the left-handed Barker. That's a very short delivery, which Barker has nothing to do with, and it's called as the first one for the over. And I think it's probably a good job that Keith Barker's as tall as he is. Otherwise, I think to just about anybody else, that would have been a no ball for height, and 2 critical runs would have gone on the board.
Yeah, it's certainly a game we have here at the Ageas Bowl, and you're always just sitting here thinking it could go either way, and it's a fantastic spectacle. There's a lot of people sat in the crowd, sort of spread throughout this big Ageas Bowl ground, mainly clustered over in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand.
Dale in, past the umpire, bowls, another short delivery, which Barker this time just about needs to duck underneath, and nope, it's not called second one for the over, so Dale's still got another short ball up his sleeve if he so chooses. I was just going to say, read the crowd. It's lovely just looking around and seeing so many people kind of leaning forwards in their seats. And I mean, not necessarily saying the cliched sitting on the edge of them, but it's great to see the kind of rapt attention and the fact that they know that every single run here might prove critical. And what an extraordinary thing to be saying after Gloucestershire 124 for 9, as that short wide Barker cuts and misses. And it does feel, and I know because I've been there in the reverse situation, where it feels as if any shot that Hampshire attempt at the moment is somehow going to end up in a wicket, and that was not great delivery from Dale. It was short and wide, and it was there for the cut shot, but Barker missed it.
And you can also see, can't you, from your point of view, me and Kev just have that look at each other when those player misses come from a Hampshire point of view. But it's really, really exciting cricket. And as you said, this crowd they can't take their eyes off this game at the moment. Anything can happen every ball. And credit to Gloucestershire, some good bowling, some attacking fields.
Dale to Barker, full this time, defended. Dale plucks the ball out the air off the bump with his right hand on his follow-through. He's fired up, isn't he? He's almost followed through, back down the pitch. He's letting Barker know he's there, and this is really, really exciting stuff. The young fast bowler who was at Hampshire probably means that extra little bit coming here. He wants to prove his worth from the point of view of for him personally, but yes, it's an exciting passage of play. Gloucestershire have certainly dominated the morning so far and have really brought themselves back into this game. Yeah, I don't think Dale would have thought that one of his key contributions would be with the bat, but it was. 36 not out from number 11. He's in now, bowling to Barker, who drives. It's the inner half of the bat on it, though, and it's once again fielded by Dale off his own bowling. Another good over there, just 1 run from it. Dale's bowled 5 overs now, so might be due for a change, or he might go 1 more. I mean, I think the way that he's bowled the last couple of overs, you probably want to give him 1 more if he can do so. 78 for 8 at the end of the over. Hampshire lead by 241. There's a bit of rain around elsewhere, which I think is one of the reasons why we're welcoming listeners on 5 Sports Extra at the moment, because Essex and Yorkshire are currently off for rain. They were off, I think, for rain at the Oval as well. Northamptonshire bowled out for 194 in reply to Surrey's 401, so no batting points for Northamptonshire. There's Hammond in, forward in defence from Donald, will be no run. Lancashire have finally lost a wicket at Old Trafford. Luke Wells out for 80, but Keaton Jennings is 66 not out. Hammond, the off spinner, at the top of his mark. Short leg in place, a slip in place. 2 fielders out on the rope, that's down the leg side, and has he got a tickle on that? That's going to race away. There's no point chasing that from a fielder, and we'll see whether that's 4 runs off the bat. Yes, it is, to an iron. Donald here, moved to 13. The lead, 245 now. I've just had a text message from Kevin Howells, who is suggesting that it's not just because not just because of the fact that there's a rain delay at Chelmsford.
Kevin Howard probably just wanted to tune in. He was here last week and watched it rain all day, and obviously I hadn't had the opportunity to get on commentary yet, and he was giving me some stick, so he's probably just wanting to have an ear in to give me some stick. But it is also because it's a fantastic game of cricket here, as Hammond in the off spinner to Donald. That's hit him on the pad, they're appealing, but that's not out. Yeah, it's 245 the lead Hampshire, 82 for 8 in their second innings, and they have every right, 5 Live Sports Extra, to be here, that's for sure.
Just turning too much, that LBW, just looking on the replay, but there is turn out there.
Hammond in, that's outside the off stump, driven hard, good hand from extra cover, so they just pick up a single. And Aaron Donald happy for that score. He moves to 14, 246 the lead, just 4 away from that magic 250 mark.
So another, yeah, like you say, another good hand. There've been plenty this morning, just those half-stop saving runs. That was Jared Warner this time. Fast bowlers throwing themselves about for Gloucestershire.
Been really impressive, the Gloucestershire fielding. There's Hammond in round the wicket to Barker. That's driven, and that's beaten extra cover, so they'll come through for a single. Again, a diving stop in the field to parry it back by Ajit Dale. Barker off the mark.
I think at the moment they're striking a decent balance, these two. I know Barker slashed and missed at a ball last over, but I think he could go after that. They're striking a decent balance between just ticking things over, keeping the board moving. That's what they've got to do, and I don't think it's the time for big shots at this point.
Hammond in the off spinner bowls, and that's played out nicely on the offside. They'll just pick up a single again from Donald. 247 the lead at the Ageas Bowl. That's the end of the over. 30 overs gone now of this Hampshire second innings. Got some cloud cover overhead, some blue skies, and to our left on the nursery ground, the Hampshire Academy are playing Havant Cricket Club in a league game, so we can just almost behind the scorecard see a bit of that. The teams look like they're getting ready to go out. It's a lovely view from up here.
Oh yeah, and as I say, we just had such nice temperatures for viewing cricket, and it seems as if, I mean, at the end of the day, the sun will come into our gantry here, but actually both days it was just kind of hazy sunshine, or it just went behind the cloud, but the air temperature was quite warm still. So it's just been a lovely 2 and a bit days just to well, stand here and watch cricket. I was about to say sit here, but of course we're energized and standing up in the camera gantry, peering over to the middle, watching Ajit Singh Dale start his 6th over, and he starts it off with a back of a length delivery, which is blasted off the back foot for 4 by Aaron Donald through the covers. That was a really good bit of batting there. I know it was short and wide, but he put that one away in some style and moves to 19. Hampshire 89 now for 8, and the lead goes past 250.
There's the nod of approval from Kev, but we certainly know Aaron Donald is going to play his shots. He's a top quality batsman, and he's really exciting. And if these two can build a partnership, it's going to be tough work for Gloucestershire, especially if they bowl short and wide.
Dale is in. Donald pushing firmly down the ground, and it's fielded at mid-off, and there is no run.
And I guess that's a difference between your frontline seamers, so you've got Amir and Higgins, who are just so consistent as well. They're relentless for the batters. They don't let them get away. But when you've got your change bowlers, yes, they're bowling some good balls in there, but they've also given Hampshire something, that short wide delivery that gets them those runs. Donald now 19 off 24 deliveries, and I guess that's the difference, isn't it, between your opening bowlers and then your first change bowlers.
Yep, definitely. And I suppose, you know, sometimes I suppose you can just go that one extra over too long, and I know, I'm not saying that's what's happened, because Dale may well come back and take a wicket in this over, but I can see exactly why he's been given the 6th over, but maybe just if he did bowl another loose delivery in the over, you might say, well, was it you just tempted to bowl them in over a bit too long? I don't know. There were brief discussion, the umpires, about the ball, but we're continuing with the same one as a leading edge is found of Donald's bat. It spoons in the air, doesn't stay in the air for that long, and this is why, in a way, you have the field the way it is. And I know it's there because Dale can bowl the short ball, and you can have a repeat of the dismissal that we saw of Dawson pulling the ball out to deep mid-wicket, but it also just, for somebody like Donald, who's looking to score off almost every ball, looking to turn a straight ball into the leg side when there's nobody saving the single on the leg side other than a fairly wideish mid-on, can just get a little bit turned around there, and you can find the leading edge like that. As Dale's in, that's played uppishly, but there's nobody anywhere near it, and it's gone out to deep mid-wicket. And Donald is through for a single, so he moves on to 20 from 25 deliveries. Hampshire 90 for 8, the lead up to 253. And Donald, he is a positive player, so like you were saying, if Gloucestershire's change bowlers can't get it right, then Hampshire can actually start to build this lead quite quickly. And if it gets up towards 300 in a hurry, then I think they'll start to feel as if they are actually the ones in control in this game, which, you know, they should still be, as Dale bowls very full and Barker looking to drive, but once again the bat face this time just kind of shutting on him, and it's gone straight to Higgins at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, and I think Barker's a really cool, calm head, isn't he? It looks like he's the type of cricketer or type of person that you just see and looks like nothing phases him. And actually in this situation, batting alongside an Iron Donald, he's the type of cricketer you'd want out there when Hampshire had lost wickets in a cluster this morning. And as you said, that they were looking at the ball with the umpires, and that probably suggests it's starting to not do as much. So Gloucestershire are wanting to find something to get this breakthrough.
Dale to Barker, inner half of the bat found, and it goes down towards long leg. It's a no ball anyway, though, so 2 more runs for the no ball and 1 for the single for Barker. So he moves on to 2. Hampshire are 93 for 8. Dale will have to re-bowl probably what will be the last ball of his spell, and then it will be intriguing to see where Gloucestershire go. Goodman only bowled 3 overs, so he could come back on from the pavilion end. Potentially they could go back to Higgins or Amir for a spell before lunch, as Dale is in, clipped away in the air. Would have been potentially a catch from mid-wicket, but as mentioned, there's that field where mid-on's the only one saving the single. So it's a single to Donald to end the over. 21 to him. Hampshire 94 for 8. Lead sits at 257.
Yeah, it's really interesting where this game goes here. Obviously, going to be a change of bowling, it looks like. Is that Amir coming back into the attack from this end?
Yes, it looks like it, and he hasn't bowled much from the hotel end, actually. In fact, I'm trying to think whether he's bowled at all from this end. I think he may have had 1 spell, but I'm not sure. Maybe not even that.
And I think this is a good move from Gloucestershire, because he is obviously a frontline bowler. He's going to bring that consistency. And this is the end that it's just done a little bit much. If you I heard earlier Abbas got his wickets from this end, didn't he? This morning, Goodman got a caught behind, and just need to find that area, that length, the left arm up. Mohammed Amir from the hotel end. 2 slips, a gully in place. There's Amir in bowls. Short delivery, that's a quick delivery straight up, left alone. Donald happy to duck under that. Good bit of aggression straight up from Amir.
I had a few messages on Twitter which I haven't picked up because it came right as I went off air, so some of them unfortunately have lost the relevancy a little bit. But we were talking earlier about the potential for, say, Amir and Naseem Shah even to play in the same game, but James Marshall has pointed out another alternative which has certainly been thought about as far as Gloucestershire's overseas go for the time they're losing Marcus Harris.
In comes Amir, in defence Donald. Covers his stumps there and pushes it back down the pitch. No run.
Marcus Harris missing a couple of championship matches because he's off with Australia A, and potentially yes, Glenn Phillips could play in the county championship again, as he did last year, ended up playing 3 matches, including both matches at the Cheltenham Festival, including the fixture against Hampshire, where he made a 47 in the first innings. And it's easy to lose sight of the fact with Glenn Phillips, 6-hitter extraordinaire, he does actually average 39 in first-class cricket, so would be a handy addition potentially.
A mere 55 on his back, played back down the pitch to him, length ball, and he's given it a little throat to Barker at the non-striker's end.
But nothing so far about this Gloucestershire season has been predictable, so I can't imagine the solution to that potential problem would be potentially predictable either. Who knows what the Gloucestershire batting lineup would look like even next week for the Somerset game, let alone a few weeks further ahead.
They're doing it, Ed, to keep you on your toes, keep the Gloucestershire fans on their toes, as Amir hides behind the umpire here, is coming round the wicket as he runs in past the umpire, angling it into Donald. That's pushed nicely out to the backward point. Will just be a single for Donald. He moves to 22 off 31 deliveries. Hampshire lead now 258 runs.
Kevin Hand, our colleague from BBC Radio London, also sent in a rather amusing tweet about Higgins picking up Gubbins. Of course, he'd be interested in that anyway, being 2 former Middlesex players, and I think they were actually off briefly for bad light at Hove, which is why he was able to send that message in. I saw that bad light stop play at Hove, but yes,
down the on the sunny south coast by the sea. Bad light.
Relief as far as tongue twisters goes. Huggins and Gibbons.
Left armour to left armour, pushed up to mid-wicket by Keith Barker. Will be no run.
I think there was a cricketer called, is it Tom Huggins? I just thought of that actually. I think he used to play for Northamptonshire. I don't remember him playing a massive amount, but Northamptonshire sort of early 2000s. I'm sure there'll be plenty called Gibbons, which people can, not Giddins, but Gibbons. I'm sure somebody will be able to come up with one.
So we're looking for cricketers with ins in the name as tongue twisters for us commentators, as Amir in to Barker. That's outside the off stump, hit that down to point, and they've thrown it back at the stumps. Great bit of fielding there at Gully. That's the end of the over, 95 for 8. And I'll leave you with Ed Seaborn, and you'll shortly be joined by Kevin James in the home commentary dressing room.
I hope to goodness Kevin doesn't do any dressing. At least let's hope it's dressing up, not the other way around. Anyway, who's going to bowl from the pavilion end? It looks as if it might be Ryan Higgins. Higgins has got his cap off, and so both opening bowlers will return to the attack, but it will be Higgins from the pavilion end. Just a tweet from Martin in Holland. Are you seriously both standing up? I imagined you were in comfy chairs. No, we're standing up, and we can perch on our kind of bar stool style seats almost, but no, standing up.
Here's Ryan Higgins then, switching ends from the pavilion end. It's a length ball, and Donald pushes that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Higgins this morning, his spell, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20 from this hotel end. Got rid of Vince after a couple of minutes, caught behind for 15, and Nick Gubbins also caught behind for 13, 20 minutes later. Just while I was off commentary, Emily is in earshot, so she can hear this. That's pushed out just in front of square on the next side, and there's no run. I was watching as family walking around the Bowen, so this is that sort of was it patio area, isn't it, behind the seats on the ground here. So they were walking from our right, below us on the hotel. We're quite high up, so I was looking over, and then round to the left, and there was a guy and his wife and this little girl, and she was so sweet. As that's pushed up towards mid-off, she was 6 or 7 years of age or something like that, I don't know, and she had a little Hampshire cricket top on. And she had this sort of, I don't know if they're still there. They may have gone all the way around under the stands now, and she had this sort of bright, dark pink cap on, and this, she had these long blonde flowing hair and this ponytail sticking out the back of her cap as Donald pushes out to mid-off. She was like a mini Emily. You know what I mean? I can imagine Emily of about 6 or 7 years old with that sort of ponytail at the back of her cap. And she was skipping around, and she was so happy, just sort of looking around. She wasn't watching the cricket, but she was looking at absolutely everything else. She was about 50 yards in front of her parents. That youthful sort of, love of life they have at that age. And she was looking up at the board and she was taking it in. It was lovely. That's pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. It's just nice. You know, that when you look at people at cricket grounds and that sort of thing, you think that's just so nice. You know, young girl, they're just enjoying being here.
I was sure Emily was doing plenty of skipping around in her innings yesterday.
I'm sure for 49, yeah. Avoided the 50 again. Here comes Higgins and bowls, and Donald drives pleasantly up to mid-off. They're going to take a quick single. Throw comes in from Amir. It went to his right-hand side, so good running there from Donald. And he's just picked up the pace here a little bit. It's been another tough morning for Hampshire. They've lost 4 wickets this morning, having resumed on 28 for 4. Yes, a lead of 191, and now the lead's 259. We're getting into the territory now where I think Gloucestershire will feel this will be hard work, but it's gettable. But even so, this has not been easy for Hampshire to get into this position.
Peter Miller has sent a tweet in at the Cricket Geek, right about Tom Huggins. Also, apparently there's a cricketer called Henry Huggins, not Henry Higgins. Henry Huggins. In fact, a Gloucestershire cricketer, 1901 to 1921. I can't say I've ever come across him before, actually. And yes, Harold Gibbons. Gibbons. Yeah, I think it needs to be. I think it needs to be Gibbons. Unless that's a typo. No, it's not a typo because we've got the Wikipedia article there. Other encyclopedias online, I think, are available. Right, we've got a lot of hanging around now because I think the umpires, at the second time of asking, may have decided that they are going to change this ball. So, what are we, 33 overs bowled with it? That seems to be around about the average time, I'm afraid to say, for the length of life of the balls. Certainly at this ground, but I think more generally, 33 overs and they're already gone. And it's not as if the ball's been whacked about all over the place. In Hampshire at 96 for 8 in 33 overs. Not had that many boundaries relatively either, so here we go again.
It's getting a bit annoying, actually, isn't it? If I'm honest, and also there is a sort of a familiar theme where, and I say this on behalf of both sides in a way, that if you don't feel you're picking up a wicket in a time frame that you think you should be picking it up, then you automatically look at the ball and say, well, it must need changing. And we'll certainly change it because we want one that's doing a little bit more. And I think, I mean, this partnership, whilst it's not very big, is only worth 20. You do feel that Donald and Barker, certainly Donald, is starting to change the momentum around again. And I think that's been very much a theme in this game, and maybe not just this game, that sides then think, oh, should we change the ball then?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the umpires have got to be the ultimate judges, though, haven't they? And whether it's a case that umpires in general need to be a little less sort of, well, they allow it to be out of shape just a little bit. But you know what I would say though is that pretty much every time they do it, they don't even need to bring the ball gauge out. So it's obviously, you know, you'd think from that it's therefore out of shape enough they don't even, or something else has happened to it. Maybe it's not to do with the shape of it, maybe it's something to do with the seam. But there's got to be something that doesn't even require them to bring the ball gauge out. So I don't know. I think you'd only know by talking even more to to the umpires about exactly what's going on.
I don't blame them for trying.
Amir left arm round the wicket. Bowls now to Donald, who clips aerially wide of mid-wicket. Just got it in the gap to the left of Goodman. He'll pick up 2 runs for this. But I don't know if he knew exactly where that one was going. Certainly, he may have. I mean, what you might say is he knew the gap that he was hitting it into. He just maybe didn't keep it down. But 2 more runs to the total, and it's 98 for 7. Lead to 261, and it sort of feels, you know, every 10 at the moment, every 10 that Hampshire get, we're in that sort of territory, makes a huge difference. Oh, sounds like somebody's taken a wicket over on the nursery ground.
Yeah, local club league game, Southern Premier League. I think Emily said it was the Hampshire Academy against Havant. Yeah.
Amir with a slip and a gully as that's dabbed away down towards
2.
Backward point. They should come back for 2. We should get it quite easily. Fielder out at deep point. Tom Lace is quick across the turf. There was nothing he could do about that. Applause for the 100 runs for the innings for Hampshire. Who on earth would have thought that? What a mad game this has been. 263 is the lead. And a nice bit of batting from Donald, but I would say a piece of batting that there's no way you'd have been able to do that this morning against Amir. And I think it does show you that the pace, even in the 34th over, has just kind of gone out of things a bit. And he's got a lot of time to move across his stumps, work the ball away. And I think, you know, doing it this morning, you'd have probably outside edged that. Amir in bowl, short ball, not a particularly venomous one, it has to be said. And Donald just sways out the way of it.
No, I think you're right. And I think maybe because of Amir's extra pace. I mean, Higgins found the spot, so did Abbas. They both found a spot bowling from this end, didn't they, where there's that little bit of extra bounce with the harder ball, and the batters had to be careful, and in most cases they weren't when they were driving. I think with Amir, who's banging the ball in a little bit more, that length is about 6 inches shorter, and whether he finds that same length, I'm not sure.
In comes Amir and bowls. So he's tried the Yorker. It's well, I'm going to say a low full toss, but it's actually a relatively high full toss, around about knee high. And Donald drove it and will be furious with the fact that he's not got runs for it. Warner, I think Warner might have stopped that with his wrist. It just had a look down at it, or maybe even higher up than that. Yeah, he's examining his forearm, but he managed to knock it down somehow. And he's very much saved Mohamed Amir 4 runs. It's one of the rare times in the match that Amir has gone for the Yorker and not executed it. Next delivery is in from Amir, and it's a full-length delivery this time. Donald on the front foot, defending away out into the cover region. Peter Miller's got back as far as Gibbons is concerned. The best he can find is somebody called S.N. Gibbons from Warwickshire's second 11 in 1975. So if you're called Gibbons out there, there's a gap in the market for you. And as far as ins in general, yes, that Egg Bassett one has tweeted me, reminded me about Harry and George Hankins. And it certainly got me a few times with Hankins and Higgins out there. And tongue-tied. Amir over the wicket now, and Donald is forward, defending firmly. Oh, it's been fumbled by Jared Warner, but they're not going to get a single for it. I think maybe, just speculating, that could be the effects of knocking that ball down with the forearm. We're just a little bit tentative about that one, but not a costly misfield. And 100 for 8 Hampshire at the end of that over. So well, we've got 17 minutes to go until lunch. The lead sits at 263. Northamptonshire following on at the Oval. They've already lost Vasconcelos in their second go around, caught by folks off Jordan Clark for 2. So Northamptonshire trail Surrey by 199 runs, and following on, that is, and they've lost a wicket early. Still off for rain at Chelmsford. Lancashire still storming along against Warwickshire, 195 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 315. In Division 2, Glamorgan 372 for 6 in reply to Leicestershire's 320. Runs for Carlson, North East, Chris Cook. Middlesex 319 for 7 in reply to Sussex's 392.
Higgins round the wicket from the pavilion end, bowls the left-handed Barker. Barker gets a length ball, which he pushes up towards mid-on.
So who's getting the runs there? Well, Simpson got runs yesterday, 50 for Max Holden as well, but runs really all the way through that middle to lower order. Luke Holman's 66 not out. Martin Anderson made 55. He's recently become Ollie Robinson's 4th victim. 4 for 49 from 20 overs for Ollie Robinson.
Higgins again. Barker leaves alone outside the off stump.
And Durham 580 for 6 declared. I don't think we need to talk too much about that. I think everyone's already heard exactly what's gone on there. Worcestershire, they fought well against Nottinghamshire actually last week, and they're doing the same thing here. From 41 for 4, they're now 267 for 8. 50s for Joe Leach, and more runs for Ed Barnard. He made 55.
Higgins again to Barker, gets one that's straighter this time and whips that away down towards fine leg. He'll pick up a single. He moves on to 3. It's 101 for 8. The lead is 264.
So I mean, well, it's hard to to draw too many conclusions from that, but you'd have to. I mean, the last year the pitches at Worcestershire were probably amongst the best to bat on in the country, so possibly similar there. Although Matty Potts is having a terrific time of it. He's bowled 18 overs, 7 maidens, 6 for 51, and still a couple of wickets potentially out there for him. Ben Stokes so far wicketless, 0 for 35 from 14 overs.
Higgins over the wicket this time, and Donald is forward with the keeper Bracey standing up, and that's gone up towards mid-on via a deflection from Higgins.
I'll be on Joss Butler watch later. I'm not going to talk too much about the IPL because I know some people aren't interested, but I must admit I am particularly interested to see whether Joss Butler can break this record for the number of runs. And yeah, he's trying to break Virat Kohli's record for most IPL runs in a season.
Higgins bowls, that's a length ball. Donald pushes that out square on the offside, and Dominic Goodman's there. All those matches, those county matches that Ed's just mentioned, of course, are all available to listen to via the BBC Sport website. So commentaries up and down the country, and of course the live stream as well, most of which accompany the BBC commentaries. All those games streamed via the respective county websites. Here's Higgins bowls. There's a drive by Donald. That's a good stop. Was that Van Buren out there in the covers? Good dive to his left. End of the over, 101 for 8, 264 the lead, and we have just around 13 minutes to go until the lunch break. And I might just at this point just mention, Hampshire have asked me just to mention that of course the Vitality Blast competition is coming around soon for all of the counties. Less than 3 weeks to go until the start of the T20 competition, and Hampshire say that they are still offering discounted tickets and coming. So if you're listening or watching and you're a Hampshire fan and thinking about it, then there's a little gentle reminder.
Yeah, well, it's a fantastic venue for T20 cricket. This, I think most venues in England are, as Barker facing Amir and defending with a positive forward stride up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Gloucestershire begin their T20 campaign at Radlett on May the 26th.
Oh, you lucky people.
Of course, the scene of well, let's say maybe a controversial match between Middlesex and Gloucestershire last year with bad light coming into play, but I'm sure not quite all concerned, because I'm sure there are some that rather enjoyed the drama of that. As Amir is in and bowls full, Barker looking to drive, but only gets it as far as Van Buren at mid-on. No run. I'm sure most concerned will be pleased to know that it's a 2:30 start. So
nice.
Not the 5:30 start of last year. And then very next day, it's the first home match in the Blast for Gloucestershire as they take on Sussex. So back to back to kick off Gloucestershire's Vitality Blast season, but just the small matter of a match against Somerset at Bristol next week before that, as Barker drives and was trying to drive that through the covers, and he's ended up sending it back to the bowler. It made a pretty nasty tinny sound off Keith Barker's bat, and Amir was able to field off his own bowling. Quite odd to see Barker 3 off 20 deliveries. Not an easy man to tie down when he's out there at the crease, but he's batting responsibly and at the moment pretty much letting Donald just make the running. 2 slips and a gully as Amir bowls to Barker, full and clipped away by Barker, wide of mid-on. Van Buren will go into the slide though and make sure that it's just the single. Barker moves on to 4. The lead hits 265.
You can just feel every run important here. The Gloucestershire fielding, I think, has been superb throughout, but you just watch the fielders. They're very quickly after the ball. They slide into the ball. They get the ball back to the keeper or the bowler as quickly as they can. And it's good to see. They know every run is vital, and Hampshire equally here in the same boat. So we are at a really important stage here, aren't we, for both sides?
Yep, it's absolutely fascinating cricket. As Amir bowls round the wicket to Donald, who tries to turn the ball into the leg side, just kind of checks the shot really and sends it out towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Gloucestershire have fielded superbly this morning, I have to say. I mean, it's, you know, it's normally the one thing that is very bottom of the list of things that you can fault the Gloucestershire side on, but this morning they've just been fantastic. And sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I think it's just coincidence that the ball just happens to be played near enough for diving stops and that sort of thing. But it's been to a man, Gloucestershire have committed themselves in the field, as looking to drive Donald. This time finds backward point though, and there's no run. It was a nice looking shot, just controlled shot, rising up to almost full height to drive it, but couldn't find the gap, and that ends the over. So we've got less than 10 minutes to go until lunch now. Looks like it'll be Higgins and Amir to bowl all the way through, but it is noticeable, even though Hampshire aren't exactly getting away from Gloucestershire at the moment. It's just noticeable the difference between this spell of Higgins and Amir and the first spell, and it's, you know, it's obvious why, but still
harder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Higgins from the pavilion end, and he's round the wicket to Barker. Barker drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. Now, on the subject of over rates, because I think at the moment for Gloucestershire it's a concern, because it started the day at -2, it has now slipped to -3. I mention it because Hampshire have already come a cropper twice this season. Last week against Lancashire, when they couldn't get on the fourth day to improve it, and in their second game up at the Oval as Higgins bowls, and Barker just directs that one backward of point. And they've got a balance here, Gloucestershire, because of course we're in a tight situation. Higgins is running back to his mark. That will give you an idea of just how aware they are, because if they take 2 quick wickets now, for me they'll be deducted at least a point. Hampshire, as I say, it's happened to them twice. They were, up until now, and still are, the only side that's had points deducted because of over rate. But that just shows you how serious these situations are this season for a side that slips behind. And Gloucestershire are, and as I say, Higgins there, just jogging back to his mark, will give you an idea that he's aware, and so are the team. Barker works that away square on the leg side. So, as I say, if Hampshire, for me, were going to be bowled out quite quickly here, and I hope they're not, of course, but Gloucestershire, I think, almost certainly will be deducted.
Yeah, and they've been behind basically for the entire match. Well, I say basically, I think they have been behind the entire match, and I think that also potentially gets factored in a little bit rather than necessarily just the pure number.
Yeah. Oh, that's outside the off stump, but quite close to it as Barker leaves that one alone. In fact, Jo on the ground at Solent Sport has just tweeted that. She said, "Oh, I just tweeted about that, just as you mentioned it." So there you go. And she's noticed that Gloucestershire are trying to move quickly to... But, I mean, 3's a lot behind at this stage.
Got falling like 9 pins on the nursery ground. It's another one.
The old Southern Premier League, which started this week. I think all local leagues have started this week outside of the off stump, and that's a little bit wider, so quite an easy leave there for Keith Barker. Yeah, always an important time of the calendar. Early May signals the start of the competitive club season around the country.
Yep, competitive from first 11s through to fifth 11s and lower at some clubs, I'm sure.
Higgins again. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump, and Higgins falls over as he bowled that one, which was a bit ungamely. But Barker had a little nibble at that one, trying to just guide that with a horizontal bat down towards the third man area, and lucky that that didn't catch a little bit of wood. A maiden over for Higgins. And no, he's not dusting himself down. He's all right, but the umpire's having a look at Higgins. He must have done some damage up at that end. 102 for 8.
He's having a bit of a grin around to everyone and just explaining to Martin Saggers exactly why he lost his footing. Right, change of bowling. Mohammed Amir is off, and Graham Van Buren, who took 3 in the first innings, got the wickets of Dawson, Fuller and Abbott. 3 for 53 is going to come on and bowl, but he's only going to get maximum 2 overs, so this is not really going to change that over rate of -3 very much at all, if at all. But Van Buren is in and bowls. On the back foot goes Donald, and pushing firmly to mid-on, but won't get a run. George Scott, the fielder at mid-on. Van Buren already has the ball back in his hands and moves in slow left arm from around the wicket, is looking to paddle sweep. This one is Donald. Not sure what that's come off. Pad by the looks of things. Oh, he's just told me down the river there, because that time I thought that Ben Debenham was holding out his hand to pre-signal the leg by, but he wasn't, and it's a run just looped away fine on the leg side. Kind of got, maybe it was glove rather than bat, but a single taken, 103 for 8. Donald on to 28. Van Buren's in, reverse sweep attempted by Barker, and Bracey goes tumbling away to his left-hand side, but it's come off Barker's pad and gone out into the offside, in fact. Van Buren over the wicket to the left-handed Barker, who flicks round the corner, but it'll be fielded by Tom Lace on the 45, and there's no run there. Ball right back to Van Buren. They're going to make doubly sure that at least this over and potentially the next one from this end then get through quickly, as Barker clips in the air and is caught at mid-wicket. And there's the 9th wicket down for Hampshire. A loose shot from Keith Barker, quite a soft dismissal, and Van Buren strikes again. His 4th wicket of the match. Stepped across his stumps, did Barker, looking to work with the turn into the leg side. Didn't keep it down though, and it was a simple catch. I think it was Hammond at short mid-wicket who took it. Just wait for confirmation on that one. But Van Buren has struck with his 5th ball, and Hampshire are 103 for 9 now. Indeed, it was Hammond who took the catch. And Van Buren, just 5 balls into his spell, has taken the wicket of Barker for 4, and it's just James Fuller left for Hampshire.
Yeah, that's a shame really, because Hampshire were just starting to calm things down there a little bit and just chipping away at what is, I think, is giving Hampshire the advantage here at 266, but that's a bit of a blow. It's only a 27-run partnership for the 9th wicket there, but I think that's quite valuable. But you've got to be a little bit careful now, because there is a bit of rough, certainly outside the off stump for the left-handers. And if you're not close to the pitch of the ball, as Barker wasn't there, then if you're pushing at it and trying to work it into gaps, closing the face and whatever, then you are running a bit of a risk. And he's just pushed at that a little too hard and has paid the price. But as I say, 266 for me now. I mean, I've got Hampshire sort of 65-35 here,
yeah,
and maybe a bit more.
Fair.
And it's all down to the new ball. Really, I mean, you know, that percentage would go higher in Hampshire's favour if Gloucestershire lost wickets with the new ball. That percentage for me rapidly goes down if Gloucestershire can survive the new ball in some shape or form.
Yeah, I agree completely, and it's partly the fact. And it is mostly the fact that the ball does get softer and it does get easier to bat, it seems, with the older ball. But it's also the fact that you look at Gloucestershire's lineup and you know the innings in particular that Harris and Bracey can play. And that's your opener and your number 3. If Hampshire can get rid of those 2 early, I'm sure they'll feel heavy favourites. Right, here's Van Buren bowling to Fuller, who's forward and defending very correctly. Nothing wrong with that at all. Out towards short extra cover, and there is no run. So Van Buren threw 1 over, 1 for 1. He picked up the wicket of James Fuller in the first innings to what turned out to be the last ball of the day. He got one to maybe just straighten a little bit and bowled Fuller off stump. But he might not get, well, in fact, he's not going to now with that wicket. It means Van Buren's not going to get a second over before lunch, because it's ticked over to 12:59 already. So this will be the last over before the lunch break.
Wow, what drama this morning. We've had 4 wickets in the first 70 minutes of play, and then a relatively calm period. And, well, Gloucestershire, if they can get this last wicket before lunch, wow, this game could be over today.
It certainly could.
I know. We were talking earlier, weren't we? We were saying, well, probably going to tomorrow. Here's Higgins. Forward is Donald, and that's gone out into the covers. And there is no run. But I think we both said, didn't we? Yeah, we're probably looking at some point tomorrow. It won't be all day tomorrow, but it'd be very unlikely it finishes today. Well, the morning session has brought that option very much into the list. As Donald works that away, that's only 1 bounce to short mid-wicket. To be a little bit careful. You know, at times we've said this pitch is a little bit too paced. I think certainly when the ball gets a bit softer as it is at the moment, it just sort of holds in the turf sometimes. And the players that do play at it a little bit, and Donald is certainly one of those, and as we found in the first innings when he was caught in the covers. And you really do have to be a bit careful. Here's Higgins again then. Bowls, and Donald's on the back foot, steers that into the gap, or just to Van Buren's left-hand side. Bracey takes the middle stump out of the ground with Fuller well in, completing that single.
That's not going to help the over rate.
No, it's not. No, that's. I think he's done well there, actually, when he's sort of had a slash at the stumps, that only the middle stump has come out of the ground, because the other two stumps didn't seem to move much at all.
It was as neat a way as you could ever wish to uproot a stump.
I agree. Must have very narrow hands to get the hands through the middle stump and leave the other two either side standing as if they'd not been touched. 104 for 9. The lead is 267. We're in the last over before lunch here. Higgins looking for his 4th wicket of the innings. Comes in and bowls to James Fuller. Fuller gets wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. And I say he survives that one, but it's like when 1 wicket falls, that's what it suddenly feels like again. So 104 for 9. And so Hampshire have added 28. I should have thought about that before I mentioned that.
74.
74.
No, 76, sorry.
76. 76 for 5 as Fuller drives out to extra cover. And there is no run. Not quite as bad as last night, but it's not much of an improvement. They were, 28 for 4 overnight, although they were 2 night watchmen, of course. That's why Fuller's coming in at 11. Not sure how many times he's batted at 11 in his first-class career. Here comes Higgins, got 2 slips, runs towards us and bowls, and Fuller drives off a bottom inside edge. It goes up to mid-on. That will be a lunch.
Hey, we might play on, though, mightn't we?
Of course,
we're 9 down.
Of course. Yes. Damn.
You know, I promise you again, I would have saved you on that sooner, but it was only just as that last ball was being bowled, I suddenly twigged.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
So we'll play for 15.
Is that right?
I think that's right. They set out to confuse us with these things. It was a little bit like the timed out discussion that we had yesterday, where it's 2.5 minutes in the championship, but I think it might be 3 overall.
Yeah.
But I think it's 15 that they can play on for. And obviously I would have mentioned that sooner if I'd thought of it, because I said I thought that would be Van Buren's last over of the morning, but of course it won't be. We'll continue as Van Buren is in, and that's clipped away towards the man on the 45, who's a little bit deep there. It's Mohammed Amir, and they can come through for a single. It was sort of floating in no man's land there, was Amir.
Joe's
does have the advantage, sorry, Kevin, I was going to say the advantage of bringing Fuller on strike.
Apologies.
As Van Buren is in, flighted, full delivery, driven back to the bowler.
Joe's telling me up to half an hour.
It is half an hour.
Okay. Yeah. As I say, I never know the rules.
There is one time when it's 15 minutes rather than half an hour, as Van Buren is in, and that's driven to mid-on, and there's no run. I know I should know these things, and I promise you, I did even look up all this stuff before the start of the season.
Did you really?
Yes, I did.
Well, you went through all the rules?
I did, and then the season starts and you just forget it all again. Van Buren bowls, always tossed that one right up and almost tried to York Fuller, who just jams the bat down on it and forces it back to Van Buren once again, who's marching with intent back to his mark. Moving in once more, bowls, Fuller turns the ball leg side. Some strange noises out there in the middle. I'm not exactly sure who was making them, but it was nowhere near being a chip towards mid-wicket, but that's what they were hoping for, I think. Van Buren moves in, bowls, leading edge this time, but it doesn't go in the air for any length of time, and it dribbles out towards the fielder at short extra cover. Another good over from Van Buren. Not a great deal of turn in that over, but you know, as I said before, he's not a great turner of the ball, but he's just flighting it really nicely, Van Buren. I think he's bowling slower through the air this match than he has so far this season, and he's found some reward for doing so. 105 for 9 at the end of the over, and the lead is 268.
And that over 8 is still -3, so a bit of a worry for Gloucestershire as Higgins comes in the sunshine as Donald plays that good length ball back to Higgins, who jogs back, or part way back to his mark. It's been a bit of a mixture this morning of overhead cloud and then the odd bit of blue sky, and now we've got some welcome sunshine. I'll tell you what, there's a few people that can appeal over on the nursery ground, that's for sure. That's about the third one I think we've heard in the last 20 minutes or so. As that's driven. Oh, he's dropped. Caught and bowled. Higgins has put it down. Donald just pushing at that one. Higgins couldn't quite hold on to that one with 2 hands. just slightly to his right, to ball cannons into the stumps. It certainly wasn't hit with a lot of venom. Didn't come out the middle of the bat. It was catchable, but Higgins maybe just not, his body weight just not quite going into the ball. It was, when you normally sort of, you know, bowl and you go off the pitch, your body weight's going slightly the other way, but he got a good 2 hands on it.
Yeah, it was catchable, that's for sure. Yeah. He was certainly back in his crease than on striker's end, Fuller.
He'll have taken harder ones off his own bowling, that's for sure. He feels that one with his left hand this time on his follow-through, but that's along the ground.
He'll be furious about that, though, Will Higgins, and I dare go back to it, but in the first match of the season against Northamptonshire, in the, I think it turned out to be the 3rd to last over of the match, there was a catch spooned back to Ryan Higgins, which would have been the 9th Northamptonshire wicket. That would have got Ben Sanderson out to the middle with a couple of overs to face.
Higgins, Donald's on the back foot, and he's found the gap through the covers. Now the race is on here. Is Van Buren going to get there before the ball goes over the rope? No, he's not. That's another welcome boundary, and an Irwin Donald. I think he'll trust James Fuller at the far end. James Fuller can play, there's no doubt about that. So I don't think, it's a bit different if Mo Abbas was at the far end. So I don't think Donald will change his game too much. I think he'll be mindful, of course, that they've got to keep the scoreboard ticking along and keep pushing that lead up. It's now 272, and it is in an area now where you would favour Hampshire. But as I said earlier, it all depends on how Gloucestershire get through the new ball. Here's Higgins again. Donald's flailing away in the leg side, and that's going down to fine leg. It's going very quickly, and it's 4 runs. Slightly too straight there from Higgins, and Donald just flicked that away hard, and it raced away to our left. And that's actually taken off about middle and leg. Length ball there. Donald, maybe that's a sign that he might just up the ante a little bit. He's on to 38 now, and it's 113 for 9, the lead 276.
Well, Higgins certainly can't afford to stray here. Might try a few slower balls even.
Donald drives. He's found the gap there again. That's going to be 4 more. Through point on the offside. 3 boundaries of 3 consecutive deliveries. And Donald now quickly moves into the 40s. He's on 42, and the lead now is 280. And that will start to be a bit of a concern now for the opposition.
they'll be wishing they'd have gone off for lunch. Of course, yeah. And I've worked out, just before going back to those 3 boundaries, I worked out the source of my confusion. If the umpires think that a result can be achieved, then it's 15 minutes. But the 9 wickets down law is 30 minutes, so it will be 30 or 8 overs.
Great stuff from you.
Well, I've just had a look back through the regulations again and worked out the source of my confusion. Van Buren is in and bowls, and Fuller looking to drive, flays it into the ground, and it's fielded by Hammond at short extra cover. But yeah, we are at the stage where a flurry of boundaries like that changes the dynamic rather massively. As Fuller drives straight to mid-off, doesn't pick up a run, and you know, to give Donald a lot of credit, he didn't go for anything there that wasn't there to be gone after. Van Buren to Fuller. Van Buren again looking for that Yorker. Fuller once again able to dig it out, and it goes to Goodman at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Does like to get that Yorker in, of course, in one-day cricket, Van Buren, but he's doing it here in the Championship. Flighted delivery, full, and Fuller drives firmly enough, but once again won't pick up a run as it's fielded at mid-off by Marcus Harris. And Van Buren is going to try to rattle through. Might get more than 8 overs in this half hour as it's driven, this latest offering from Van Buren to Hammond at short extra. Fuller looking to bring out the drive, and there is a gap between that short extra fielder and backward point, but he's not been able to find it yet. As Van Buren's in on the pads, clipped away. Goodman into the slide at short mid-wicket, does well. He's been sharp in the field as Dom Goodman, and he prevents runs. So that's a maiden over, 117 for 9, and the lead is at 280. What I should have done, I suppose, was note down the exact time that the extra half hour started, so we could see whether they'd be able to get an extra over in. But
Barker was out at 12:56.
Yes, but when was the last? It would have been when the last over of Higgins was bowled. That started at 12:59. So my guess is it was around about 3 minutes past 1. So the extra half hour will go to something like 1:33.
Okay, got you. I can feel my my lunch of sausage and mash is cooling down with every extra over that we're playing here.
Yes, I'm not sure that those hot plates are quite going to be able to keep it warm.
I agree. It might not even be worth rushing over for, but we'll see. We've got a change of bowling. This is Dominic Goodman then, tall right arm medium pacer, or medium quick, and that's driven by Donald. He'll get one out towards extra cover. It was on the up. It wasn't completely timed, but it's a run nevertheless. Donald moves on to 43. That's come off 61 deliveries. I think actually having a player as positive as Donald in this situation, coming in as low down as he did, and in a difficult second innings for Hampshire, it has to be said, it's probably not a bad thing. And if he gets out like he did in the first innings, where it feels a bit of a soft dismissal, well, okay, but in these situations you need somebody that's being positive, because of course if he's out there for any length of time, and of course he has been now, then it does make a big difference. 281 the lead. Here's Goodman to Fuller. Fuller's driving on the up, and that's gone out towards extra cover. That over rate has suddenly jumped down. Jumped down, is that a phrase? From -3 to -1. Yeah,
I think you can.
So
you can jump. You can jump up and you can jump down.
It's gone down very quickly.
Yes, it has. And it's but the thing with that though is they don't adjust it in real time, as it were. The only thing I would say.
Fuller works that towards mid-wicket. Oh, they're thinking about a single. They're going to get run out the bowler's end. Oh my word! They were both going, and then they stopped, and then Donald had to very quickly get back at the bowler's end before the throw came in.
I think that's Higgins again, isn't it? In the action, he said it always seems to be Ryan Higgins when it's Gloucestershire pushing for something. And I think that was him there. I do think actually though that Donald would have been back.
Yeah, I think you're right. And he only had about one stump to aim at as well, so it would have been a heck of a throw. But even so, Goodman bowls, and it comes back to him from the bat of James Fuller. But just a worrying moment there, because having worked so hard at the back end of this second innings, and a soft dismissal like that, which may not prove crucial, I don't know, but it may do. And if you look back and you get a run out in this situation, it's criminal, as that's pushed up to mid-on, length ball. Fuller yet to get off the mark. It's unusual for him as well, because he's a positive player.
Yeah, I mean, also it shows you with a lot of overs now, for 15 overs or so, the only wicket to fall was just a soft little chip to short mid-wicket. And I think, again, that shows you that's the only real danger out there for Hampshire at the moment.
Agreed. Goodman bowls, Fuller drives, but only as far as mid-off. That'll be the end of the over. The sunshine comes out a little brighter here. 118 for 9. Donald has 43. Fuller yet to get off the mark. The lead is 281, and we're in extra time here in the morning session with Hampshire 9 down.
I'm just thinking of our listeners on 5 Sports Extra, who I think is still with us. They're going to have almost non-stop cricket today, with us potentially taking you through all the way beyond 1:30. Then there's only a few minutes until it'll resume somewhere else. What a day of cricket you'll be having. Graham Van Buren then to continue. The field goes out a fair bit. Deep mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on have been pushed back, as has deep cover, and Donald drives the ball out to that fielder on the cover boundary for a single.
It's quite interesting actually as well, isn't it? I know Fuller hasn't got off the mark yet, but they know he can bat. So it's not like you've got a Donald Abbas combination where you give Donald a single and put the pressure on Abbas. It's not quite the same here.
Fuller so far though seems very much to be playing for Donald at this point now. Yes, I wondered whether deep cover was going to be left out there. It would have seemed a slightly odd thing to do, and everybody's now come up, including that deep cover, has been sent into a backward point position. Van Buren in bowls, driven firmly. This will beat mid-on. That's a good shot from Fuller to get off the mark with, and he'll get a boundary down to long on. 4 more critical runs for Hampshire, brings their score to 123 for 9 for the innings, and the lead is 286.
Yeah, that's critical runs is amazing actually, because I just had a tweet here from Jason Cole that said these runs are very critical, as it brings the second new ball for Hampshire into play. And well, if they bowl accurately, which you know they should, then there is 2 new balls for Gloucestershire to face, you would think.
Van Buren bowls, and forward goes Fuller, this time reverting back to safety first, and it goes straight back to Van Buren, and well, the over rate's probably quite low down on Gloucestershire's list of priorities at the moment, as Van Buren fires that one down the leg side. Bracey can't take it, and that might be 4. It's rolling out towards the boundary. No, Amir might get there. No, he won't. It's gone for 4, and in fact it was off the bat. It was just a little tickle down the leg side from Fuller. Van Buren bent over forwards in frustration, and you can... obviously he's just frustrated about the fact that he's bowled that ball, but this is what can happen. Just a little 20-minute, half-hour add-on of a good few runs. Lead hits 285. It's creeping up towards 300.
Yeah, and of course it's a long time in the field, isn't it?
In fact, pardon me, it's 289. Of course, I'm looking at the wrong.
No, it's 290.
The wrong thing. It's 290. Fuller drives only as far as short extra cover, and there's no run. Thank you. Somebody's still switched on.
I'm still thinking about that sausage and mash and how cold it is now.
9 runs off the over so far, as Van Buren is in. Bat and pad quite close together. The ball squirts away to, well, where a city mid-wicket would be, but wouldn't have carried anyway. So the end of a more expensive over that time from Van Buren. I don't think he'll have minded the on drive too much. That was just a good shot, but the firing down the leg side, that was not something that he could be excused for. 127 for 9, and as I say, the lead hits 290.
Yeah.
Or as Kevin said, I should say.
Well, because I'm looking at the board. If that's wrong, then it's done me totally. So Gloucestershire desperate to get this final wicket. They'll be aware that probably now that even if they get through one new ball in their second innings, that there's going to be a second new ball somewhere along the line, unless somebody or people play positively, or Hampshire don't bowl particularly well, but you would think that is going to be the case. Here's Dominic Goodman then, and Donald hits that away on the leg side. That could be 6, and I'm looking away to the leg side, and it is. Wow, and there's a 50 for Anarind Donald, and believe me, that will be a very, very popular half-century around these parts. He's had a most horrible 2 years. A couple of ACL major operations and another minor one on top of that to clean things out, because it wasn't really recovering the first time around. And here he is back in a Hampshire sweater and 50. And he whips that away as well, and how we've missed this, because that's 6 more. 2 6s off consecutive deliveries here at Anarind Donald. He's trying to do a Stokes. He's only part way there. 139 for 9, and now all of a sudden, where Hampshire looked a long way off a lead of 300, now it rapidly moves up, and we are now into post 300 territory, 302.
That's an extraordinary shot, just a little pick up, and it almost cleared the seats completely onto the concourse.
Here's Goodman again then, and Donald's whipped it away. There's a third 6. That's 3 from 3. He's just picked a good length delivery up there, and then just deposited it into the seats in front of one of the 2 main scoreboards. A couple of the crowd are just going to find it under the seat there, and this is 18 off 3 balls. And with Gloucestershire having kept it really tight this morning and thinking, well, maybe it might be 250 at most, maybe 260, they are now suddenly 308 behind.
And this is the problem with, I'm not saying it's the problem with bowling Goodman, but Goodman at the moment hasn't played any one-day cricket. He probably doesn't at the moment have the kind of honed skills as far as the slower balls, wide Yorkers or whatever are concerned. He's got to go into one-day mode here, and he's got to kind of learn quite quickly on the job.
Scatters. Right, 6 6s are on. I just hope Donald doesn't go too silly here, and he hasn't. That's a good delivery, actually. Bounces, and he guides that down to third man. I think there was 2 slips there, actually, before that spell of 3 6s. But it was good to see that Donald didn't try and go too silly there, realises it's still an important situation, and picks up a single, and it's 146 for 9, and I'm sure the field will come back close in again, which it does for James Fuller.
Yeah, that was a really mature bit of batting from Donald, for certain, playing for the team, not himself.
Goodman again from the pavilion end, leaves alone outside the off stump there. James Fuller pulls the bat right out of the way to make sure. I missed the number of balls actually that Donald got his 50 off it. I think it's about 64.
63.
Was it 63? Thank you very much. So Wow, what a start to the over. And I'm sure now Gloucestershire, this is where we saw the momentum change last night with that last wicket pair of Gloucestershire.
The parallels are there, aren't they?
And you can almost now see that maybe going slightly the other way now, as Goodman comes in again and Fuller just jags down on that one and pushes it up to mid-on, and the Hampshire second innings continues. It's been, I don't know how they've got to 146 for 9. It's been one of the more bizarre second innings, perhaps even one of the more bizarre innings in a championship game, certainly this season, but they're there, and now with a 309-run lead, I think they're beginning to feel that this now, they have a very real possibility of winning this game.
Yep, and this was always going to be the thing, wasn't it? There were always going to be players for Hampshire down the order who, you know, even though it looks as if Hampshire are in trouble, and they were in serious trouble, they were always going to have the players down the order left to add on some runs. And looking at the names there, it was going to happen. It was going to happen quickly as well. Donald on strike then to Van Buren, starting the next over from the hotel end, and going on the paddle sweep is Donald. Sends it round the corner. It'll only be a single though, out towards deep backward square leg. Dale gets the throw in, and Hampshire's leader is 310. I was having a chat last night with Ian Randall, of long-time Gloucestershire cricket commentator, as Van Buren is in, looking to drive extravagantly through the covers is Fuller, but it's squirted out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. And I think I mentioned 320 towards the end of last night as a kind of, you know, well, if you just give Gloucestershire 320, there's certainly Hampshire are massive favourites in that instance. But from where they were, as forward goes Fuller, defends, Van Buren scuttles across to his left to field off his own bowling. You know, it felt as if that might have been the best case scenario for Gloucestershire at that stage. Then all of a sudden, they had a situation where they're looking at well under 300. As once again, Fuller is defending out towards the covers, and there's no run. But at 320, I mean, what did we say? About 260, it felt about 65-35 Hampshire. At 320, it feels like sort of 90-10 kind of territory. As left alone this time, is this delivery from Van Buren, and Bracey almost overshoots Van Buren with his throw back to him, but Van Buren goes up to fetch it. Would have been a dead ball anyway, though, as it rested in the gloves of James Bracey. And Van Buren is in once more to bowl. Full wide, driven through extra cover. This might be 4. Goodman's going to have to bring out the dive. He can't bring it in. Now, pardon me, it's Jared Warner out there, not Goodman. He went into the slide quite early there and just seemed to slide past it a little bit. He made good ground, but the slide just wasn't quite well timed enough, I don't think, and that's about the first blip in the field for Gloucestershire. It wasn't an easy bit of fielding, don't get me wrong, but at this stage it's just going to continue the feeling that things are just getting away from Gloucestershire now, with 150 up for Hampshire for the innings, but the lead being the only really important number, which sits at 314 at the end of that over. Yeah,
momentum changing here. Gloucestershire feeling last night with a lot of justification, and this morning with some justification that they were well in this game, but Hampshire taking it away from them to some extent. Now, Ajit Dale is back into the attack, and I have to say, I've been very impressed with his bowling in this game. He had a couple of seasons here, played some first-class matches in COVID year, first time I'd seen him bowl, and he's come back here as a Gloucestershire player, and he looks a much better bowler, that's for sure. And that's swatted away by Donald on the leg side, almost disdainfully, because that wasn't a bad first delivery there from a Dale, and it was a length ball, just swatted away, wide of mid-on, and that's the 50 partnership for these last pair, and 50 partnerships at the end has been a feature of this game.
I'm going to say there'll be people scrambling for the record books, I'm sure, as far as that's concerned.
52 runs off just 50 deliveries, and Donald is moving up the gears here. He's on 68 and the field is scattered as Dale comes in and bowls. Donald goes for a big one, he's gone high. I think this could be caught. The fielder comes in, is he going to get there? And that's a great catch. Really, really good catch, or has he put it down? Nobody's moving. I think it's gone. It's gone down. I don't think some of the Gloucestershire players are sure, but that's Don Goodman Dominic Goodman, well done to him, because I have to say my initial thought was he got there.
Yeah, I didn't think he was causing the shot to go straight up. Well, I say straight up in the air. It wasn't obviously straight up in the air, but Goodman had to run all the way from the deep square leg boundary into around about where square leg would be, and he just got there. It looked like we couldn't really see exactly where it went down because it was his body was obscuring the ball from us.
Yeah, it was a tough one to take. Dale bowls and Fuller drives off a thick outside edge, goes out to point and fielded by Tom Lace. He just worries me sometimes, Norrin Donald, that he does get into this mode where he feels like he can hit a 6 or a boundary every ball, and it's great when it's going well. And I have to say, 69, you know, we would have taken that any day of the week, the way the second innings was going. But, you know, you still feel now there's more runs here. And there's a long time left in this game. You know, don't keep slogging across the line, but I know that's his game. Here's a Dale, and he's bowling to Fuller. It's full, and he's wrapped on the pads. May just have come off the bottom of the bat on its way through.
And the other thing is Fuller's going nowhere as well. Fuller has looked solid as a rock since coming out pretty much. And I think, you know, Donald can trust him. He doesn't have to, you know, this is not lunch on day 4. This is lunch approaching on day 3. He's got plenty of time here, and Fuller is playing for Donald as well. I mean, Fuller, I'm sure, would like to get involved in some 6 hitting as well.
Here's Dale again, length ball, driven. Good stop there from Dale on his follow-through. And he's still being aggressive there, threatening to throw the stumps at Fuller's end as he picked the ball up cleanly. I think he was surprised, actually, that stuck in his hand.
I think the other thing, actually, that's encouraging to see here, because it's the same thing with Dale as with Goodman. Dale's not played a one-day game yet in his career, and I think it's when I looked at Dale bowling at the end of that Northamptonshire match at the start of the season, I thought, okay, could be a one-day bowler here as well. And at the moment, well, he got the false shot, just didn't get the wicket.
Dale bowls, Fuller drives uppishly, but he's found the gap, and it's powerful enough to go all the way to the wide mid-off boundary. And just as we saw with the Gloucestershire late innings, that I know these are not tail enders. There's probably a slight difference between the 2 that were batting yesterday and the 2 that we're seeing here now. And I don't think I'm being unkind. I think everybody knows that there's a difference in quality. But I think what we're also seeing is that with the ball older now, we're into the 47th, 48th over, and we're seeing a situation where batting does look very easy. And of course, this was Hampshire's worry last night, where I think if they would have got through the new ball, Gloucestershire still had top order players in there, then it is easy.
Yeah, and I've already illustrated this point in this way once, but I'll go a little bit further in a moment, because just waiting for Van Buren to start his next over, and it's Donald facing as Van Buren bowls, flighted, full, wide driven, past short extra cover out to Marcus Harris at long off for a single, and Donald moves on to 70. But you look back at the wickets that have fallen. So Barker was out, what, 37th over, that's around about 10 overs, chipped to mid-wicket. Even the wicket of Dawson, let's call it give or take 11 overs before that was a short ball pulled out to the boundary.
Not a good shot.
Van Buren bowls, forward defence from Fuller to short extra. And then, even a few overs before that, Brown was out to a short wide delivery cutting. It was actually a bottom edge through to James Brace. Well, under edge, I suppose you'd say, rather than bottom edge. And you have to go back to the dismissal of Gubbins in the 18th over for the last kind of genuine, terrific bit of bowling, bit of movement, bowler very much getting batter out. It's a long time ago, and it illustrates, I think, again, what we've been saying a lot throughout the last particularly day or so. See off that new ball and things get easier as Fuller back to a delivery that he might have been forward to maybe there, and was looking just to punch the ball away out into the offside, and the ball just dribbles leg side.
Phil says Hampshire's last wicket partnership is now more than Gloucestershire's, so should we declare? No, there's no need to declare. There's loads of time left. Just keep going. Let's enjoy that we're actually back in a situation where we should have been middle of day 1.
Was he saying that to annoy you?
Yeah, probably.
In comes Van Buren, bowls, Fuller drives straight back to Graham Van Buren. Well, I'm afraid the only good thing that's happened in this extra half hour for Gloucestershire is the fact that the over rate's improved. I'm afraid that's been about the only thing, and they'll probably get a few extra bonuses for fishing the ball out of the stands, etc., because that tends to be what happens. It's been all Hampshire in the extra half hour. There'll probably be one more over left after this. I'm only estimating that, I'm afraid, because I didn't note down the exact time, but I suspect it'll be one more over left after this, because I think the extra half hour would have started around about 3 minutes past 1. Looks actually what's going on here. I think Fuller might have had something in his eye or something like that. Anyway, ready to continue. Van Buren bowls. Fuller forward defending once again, and when he has looked to defend, he's rarely looked in any trouble at all. James Fuller trying to defy his old county and keep building up this lead for Hampshire. Brief, well, I say brief, where that word came from. There's a minor field change. Yeah, who knows how minor? They've got the short, the leg slip in, pardon me now, taking a fielder out of the offside. So leg slip and slip. Van Buren is now bringing up deep mid-wicket inside the circle as well. So everybody's inside the virtual circle. I think that's Jack Taylor out there again, actually. He's obviously on as a sub, just coming up to short mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket really now, as Van Buren is in and bowls, and it's turned away straight to Jack Taylor at mid-wicket, and the end of the over. There's a lot of applause, but I think now, no, they must go half hour from, they must either go half hour from bang on 1 o'clock, or it was 2 minutes past when that over of Higgins ended, because that is now lunch at 1:32, with Hampshire on 161 for 9, lead of 324, and this last wicket partnership between Anarin Donald and James Fuller has wrestled the advantage, if it needed to be wrestled, back towards Hampshire, and Gloucestershire will need to take this final wicket very quickly, and it feels a stiff task, even if it is seemingly a new ball pitch. Yeah,
that's for sure. Thanks, Ed. And we did a bit longer there than we thought. We were, to be honest, the most important thing for us now is whether our lunches are still hot. 761 for 9. The lead is 324. Join us again in just under 40 minutes' time. Bowl, where it is a late start to the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. The reason there's a late start is because Hampshire were 9 down at the normal lunch date of 1 o'clock. And they managed to actually bat through the extra half hour, and they will resume their second innings, and they will resume on 161 for 9. They lead now by 324, and it's a welcome return for Anirin Donald's been out for a couple of seasons with problems with his ACL, 2 major operations and 1 clean-up operation. But having not played in the first team since September 2019, he's back. He's 70 not out. James Fuller is 16 not out, and these two have put on 58 for the last wicket. And it's been a contrasting morning for Hampshire and for Gloucestershire, because Hampshire resumed at 28 for 4 in their second innings and lost wickets early. Vince, after a couple of minutes, driving at Higgins, caught behind for 15. Gubbins going 25 minutes later, caught behind off Higgins for 13. And then Ben Brown, just inside the first hour, caught behind off Dominic Goodman for 18. Liam Dawson went hooking at Jeet Dale, caught at deepish square leg for 12. They were 76 for 8 at that stage, Hampshire. But then Barker and Donald put on a recovery, put on 27th for the 9th wicket. But Donald has kept things going and extended the lead. It's overcast here as Jeet Dale comes in and bowls to Donald. Donald works that on the onside. I must say his innings included 3 straight sixes off Dominic Goodman, which got him past the 50 as well. There's a bit of feedback here at the moment. Emily, I'm just going to get you to pull out those other headphones on the other thing, and then we'll introduce you properly. Your commentary team this afternoon. A little later you'll hear from BBC Radio Gloucester's and Bristol's Ed Seaborn, but myself, Kevin James, and Emily Windsor of the Southern Vipers, and this year the Oval Invincibles, and also TMS will take you through this next period of play. We're just changing the headphones over there because there was definitely some feedback on that, which I don't quite know why. But while she plugs in, here's Jeet Dale again, bowling to James Fuller. The reason that the Hampshire batting order has a very lopsided feel to it, as Fuller pushes that into the gap, these have been very valuable runs, and this has knocked the stuffing out of Gloucestershire a little bit, like the last wicket partnership last night of Gloucestershire's as well, did the same to Hampshire. The reason they're batting so low, of course, because Hampshire employed 2 night watchmen last night. Finally, welcome back, Emily.
Yeah, no, it's been really great to see Anirin Donald play as he has 71 off 71 balls, and that's a destructive type of player that we've had, and he's had such a hard time, and to see him back in the side and scoring runs, it really is a pleasure, and he's really put Hampshire back in the commanding position when they were in a bit of trouble.
My time over, Jeet Dale, and Donald's on the back foot, steers that into the gap. There is a deep point. And Donald, very, very positive, as we know, or as we remember back in the day. Seems so long since he's been in a Hampshire jersey, although he's not actually wearing a jersey out there. It's quite nice, really. But a couple of hundreds in the second team earlier on this year means that he's back with a bang, and he's already making his mark.
Yeah, and the hundreds that he got as well were off sort of equivalent of 100 balls or just less. So that's the style of player he is, and yeah, credit to see him come out here and do it for the first team as well.
That's right, and the Jeet Dale falls over, and they're going to say quick single. Fuller off to hurry here as the throw goes in at the bowler's end. There was a moment just before lunch when the two of them got a bit of a mix-up, and
I have to say,
get back. That was another mix-up. That
was so funny. The fielder didn't in the end throw that delivery because there was a second mid-wicket that was directly in the line of the stump, so had he have thrown it, he would have wiped out his teammate, so it ended up remaining in his hands, so they got through reasonably safely in the end.
Yeah, so that probably did him a favour, Fuller getting back there as Dale comes in. He's quite dull out there at the moment as Donald works that to the fielder's right hand this time, but this time it's Fuller at the near end who's having to ground his back quickly. The Gloucestershire fielding has been, I think, quite electric at times. They've got the ball into their hand ready to throw very quickly. That's been a feature of their fielding certainly today. I've noticed it more today than perhaps earlier on in this game, and that's good. They've come out with a bit of a renewed vigour, one of which they had at 11 o'clock this morning when they sensed that they weren't too far behind in the game, 191 behind, but it's a different story now. They're 329 behind. as Fuller on 18 faces Dale, short, and Fuller ducks underneath.
It's not often as well, is it, from a Hampshire point of view, and for all those Hampshire listeners out there, that you see James Fuller playing sort of the supporting role in a partnership, is it? He's the type of player that will take to a bowling attack. He wants to go hard at the ball, but actually in this case he's played a really mature innings, hasn't he? He's 18 off 44, working alongside Donald, and yes, this is the 10th wicket, but as we said, because we had the night watchman, they aren't true. You haven't got a true number 11 out there, and these two could really do some damage together. What I hope from a Hampshire point of view is to see them sort of rebuild, get back into the swing of things after lunch, let their food go down, of course, that's really important, and then really take to the bowling attack so that Hampshire then have a substantial lead, but also got enough time to bowl Gloucestershire out. But yeah, these two have batted Hampshire into a really nice position when it was a tricky position earlier.
Oh, wasn't it just? Several times, yeah.
As Warner in bowls, that's turned into the leg side. It'll be a single. Field obviously spread for an Iron Donald at this stage. Lead 330.
It's amazing how quickly things change, because last night a single was at an absolute premium. It really was, and you couldn't even see Hampshire getting a single. And yeah, you're right, early this morning. And yet now, with the field scattered and the ball a bit older, we're into the 50th over now. A single seems the least that you'd expect of most deliveries you face. It's amazing how things change.
It's the first time we've seen Warner in this innings, as he comes in with number 4 on his back bowls, and Fuller just pushes that back down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, this is where the support bowlers again. I mean, it's almost not too late, because of course it's a 330 run lead and it is gettable, but it won't be easy, that's for sure. But you know, I think the support bowlers for Higgins and for Amir had an important job this morning, and it hasn't quite worked. You know, Higgins was brilliant this morning, 2 early wickets, but Goodman and Ajit Dale, they've been okay, but they haven't really quite backed them up in the way that Gloucestershire would have wanted.
Warner past the umpire in, that's on the front foot from Fuller, no run. Yeah, and I think me and Ed Seaborn, who we're here from a bit later, were talking about that when we were on air, about how Higgins and Amir have the consistency, so they don't let the batter get away, they don't let them rotate the strike, whereas both Ajit Dale and Goodman have given the loose delivery that Hampshire have punished. So, and that's the difference, isn't it, from those frontline opening bowlers, and actually Hampshire then accumulating runs with the next change.
Yep.
Nice long run up from Warner as he scurries in to Fuller. Short delivery, he's pulled lovely through mid-wicket. The fielder doesn't bother chasing that, but that is the loose delivery that we talked about, and Fuller capitalises. 4 more to him, here moved to 22, and the lead 334 for Hampshire.
I mean, if you look at the Gloucestershire bowling figures in this second innings, 3 for 33 off 13 overs, Mohammed Amir. He's going for just on 2.5 an over. Higgins 3 for 41 from 15. He's going at nearly 5s. Goodman going for 5.5, 1 for 27. Hammond, well, he's only bowled 2 overs. He's going for 4 and over. And now we've already Warner's started reasonably expensive, and there's your difference.
And then again, Warner in, field spread here, no slips in play. Into Fuller, that's pushed to mid-wicket, will be no run. And I think also, I guess the difference between the two's attacks, Hampshire have Barker, Abbas and Abbott, 3 real experienced frontline bowlers that complement each other really nicely. And then obviously they've got Dawson and Organ, a left arm spinner and off spinner, so they got the variety of that, and Organ bowling into Barker's footholes. And then I guess Fuller's the one that is a bit inconsistent, but he bowls those magical spells that we've seen so far this year as sort of that 6th bowler. So the experience in this bowling attack is a difference, as Warner into Fuller, left that one alone outside the off stump. James Bracey takes that cleanly, 171 for 9. And actually Bracey for me has been really impressive with the gloves today. He's been nice and tidy.
Yeah.
I think Gloucestershire in the field all round have been very tidy and have hunted in the pack, but I'd say this is the first time that I've seen them. They don't look flat, but that energy, that buzz is not there anymore, and perhaps psychologically for them, they think this is too much to chase.
It should be, shouldn't it?
They're way over your late 200s that you predicted, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bonus, isn't it? This is a massive bonus. And again, it's showing when the ball gets older, it gets a lot easier. And of course, Hampshire have decent players coming down the order as Donald drives Ageas Bowl, but doesn't time it. It goes to extra cover. But you know, I mean, if you just take the Gloucestershire first innings, when you look at those economy rates, Barker in his 10 overs, a fraction over 1 and over. Abbas just over 2.5 and over. In fact, Abbott was a surprise, just over 3 and over. Now that's a surprise. But you've got 3 bowlers there that can all keep it tight.
It's relentless, isn't it, that Hampshire bowling attack?
Just another bowler for Gloucestershire that would have kept it as tight as Higgins and Amir. Would have made it even more difficult for Hampshire, I think. So scattered field for Donald. There is a extra cover mid-wicket, but that's about all saving one, and Donald just stabs down on that one as he keeps it a little bit low.
I don't know if you've noticed as well, and I don't know if those that are watching on the live pictures on the Hampshire stream can see and how far Donald actually gets down the pitch to seamers. He's almost batting out his crease and he's still coming at them. That's the type of player he is. He wants to feel bat on ball. He wants the ball to come at him quickly. And yeah, he's, as I said, he's been impressive so far. But if you see on the picture field, he's definitely coming at the bowlers.
Yeah, have a look at that. So we wait for Ageas Bowl to bowl his next delivery. There are 3 men on the boundary on the leg side as he comes in and bowls, and Donald, he's played a missing outside the off stump. That was dangerously close to ending his and Hampshire's second innings. Just have a look at that on the, if you're watching on the live feed, which is going through the Hampshire Cricket website, of course, and the app. Ball might just have straightened a fraction there. It was quite wide. Donald was looking for the angle behind square on the offside. There was 2 men deep as well for him. Deep square leg, sorry, deep cover point and a 3rd man as well. It's got a bit darker here. Don't think we've had the lights on at any stage. Got a little dark yesterday and we didn't have them on. Here comes Adele again. So it's pushed towards extra cover by Donald. But you're right, and Donald in this situation is exactly what any team would need, not just Hampshire. And it makes you realise just how much he's been missed, really, in a way. But the Donald of the first innings is also a side of him where he gets out with soft dismissals at times, doesn't he? I mean, I know you wouldn't have seen it, but he pushed out at one and was caught out in the covers. Or in fact, just as I talk, the lights are coming on. But I suppose you have to put up with that side of an aggressive player's game, because you then get this, and he's turned things around here, definitely. Length ball, which Donald punches up towards mid-off.
I've got a question for you on that then, Kev. And actually, let's get the listeners involved.
Go on.
Joe Weatherly's back fit. I'm not saying he's back fit now, but when he is back fit, which is going to happen.
Yeah.
Donald continues to impress like this. He's scored runs here. What's your Hampshire starting 11? How do you get Donald in the side? How do you get Weatherly back in the side? Do you get Weatherly back in the side, or who are you taking out? Let's see what our listeners are thinking. What's their best starting 11 if an Iron Donald is playing the way he is?
At Solent Sports, solentcricket@gmail.com. For me, here's Ageas Bowl. Comes in and bowls. Donald on the back foot, steers that, so not quite into the gap. It'll only be a single, but he'll keep the strike. So just the 1 run off the over. Hampshire won't mind that, even though it's only a single. They won't mind doing that for a while, because there's a lot of time left in the game, and they'll just keep building up the lead. 3:35 it is. For me, it reverts back to the way it was, because Joe Weatherly doesn't deserve to not play. And if your starting 11, your best starting 11 was whatever it was before the start of this game, then it reverts back. I mean, listen, you know, Anarin wasn't in the starting 11 initially, but I think what it's shown here is that he's back. And at the minute there is another problem, he's around and can come straight in the side. But I don't know about you. You can give me your thought as well. Here's so it's Warner issue.
Warner in, driven by Donald. We know run, fielded well. I mean, looking at the Hampshire batters that have so far this year, everyone in that top order has performed. People have put in performances. I think Holland has done. He started really well. He's sort of plateaued a little bit, hasn't he? So he's probably due a performance. And I guess what you could do, but taking out Holland obviously takes out a bowling option because he is an all-rounder. I guess you could leave Organ in that opening spot and take Holland out as Warner in, and that's pushed into the covers, so it'll be a single from an Iron Donald. He'll move to 76. So that's what a potential option. I'm not sure I'd necessarily do that, but that would let Donald slip in deeper in the order, almost that role that Organ played. Donald then takes that place in the batting order, but I think like Weatherly for me should not be out of this side. He's been fantastic and cemented that opening spot really this summer for me. So and the danger is you don't want to be chopping and changing your side too much. I think if teams are performing, if you keep chopping and changing, that's also can be challenging for players. There's Warner in to Donald. That's a miss outside the off stump. There's that nip back a little bit. Great take that by Bracey to his left. Be no run.
I'd like to see that again on the live feed. Not sure we're going to get
there.
a replay, but that just shows that every now and then there is still a little bit there. We see more of it, of course, with the new ball, but just there from this hotel end, even in the 52nd over, there is the odd bit there, just short of a length. No, we're not going to get a replay.
So yeah, for me, I think the team stays the same, and unfortunately Donald will miss out, but Warner in bowls, and that's pushed back down the pitch. Will be no run. I guess another option could be taking Fuller out and being content with your other bowlers and actually play Donald as an extra batsman. There is options, but I think you're right, Kev. Weatherly is not an option for me to be out the side. When he's fit, he should be back on the pitch, and fingers crossed for the Hampshire fans and for him that's soon.
Alex Wavel has given us his opinion at Solent Sport. Straight swap, says Alex, between Weatherly and Holland, question mark. Keep Organ as opener, Donald at 7, with Fuller playing as the 4th seamer. Do we need Holland as the 5th?
Warner in bowls, and that's outside the off stump, finds the cover fielder, no run.
One option. I think what it does prove is there are options, and you need that, no matter how good a side you are.
And I think as well, like, you've got to look, obviously Crane's out on loan at Sussex at the moment, but he has potential to come back in the side when pitches get to take to more spin. Like, Hampshire's squad and the depth Hampshire have is brilliant, and I think, as you said, it can be adaptable, the side, conditions, opposition, and you could think about the balance of the team as Warner into Fuller. That's played up to mid-on. They come through for a quick single. Fuller moves to 23. Lead 337. That's the end of the over. And I think, from my perspective, obviously a lot of stats and analysis and stuff is involved now, and that's where that really can come into play. When you've got such a strong squad, you can think, okay, do I need an extra batter, or okay, do I need to play an extra seamer or spinner? So I think Joe Maiden, Hampshire's analyst, will probably come into play, but it's an exciting dilemma for Hampshire to have.
Certainly is. Nicholas Rogers, who's emailed solentcricket@gmail.com, says he would drop Ian Holland and have openers Weatherly and Organ with Donald in the middle order. So, well, two of you having an opinion there. As Ajit Dale comes in from that pavilion end, right arm over, bowls to Fuller, who drives on the up to mid-off, and there is no run. Definitely we're seeing this situation now where the older ball, players in, looks easy. And we will have this, I'm sure, during the Gloucestershire innings. And I think that's what Hampshire were frightened about a little bit last night. But the other side was, of course, it was only 11 overs last night, and they could have had another new ball this morning, well, the equivalent of, which Gloucestershire enjoyed, and had Hampshire reeling, has to be said, 76 for 8. But Hampshire have pulled themselves out of the mire. They're 174 for 9, which isn't great, but the lead is good, 337. Here's Dale, short, and it's pulled away but missed. I think that's hit him on the shoulder, is it? Or no, it's hit him on the helmet. Yeah, we're going to get the
physio's big day out. They get to come on and ask the questions.
Yeah, it's come off his arm, I think, and just ricocheted into his helmet. So anything that hits the helmet will have the concussion protocol, which I don't think will take too long. Who is the new Hampshire physio, by the way? Because I don't know.
There's one called Pete.
Right.
And there's one called...
Physio Pete.
This isn't Pete. This is the other guy.
Oh, he's a South African guy, isn't he? Does he come from Durham or something? Is it Durham?
I don't know where he's come from, but I will remember his name at some point. Trust me.
I've said hello to him. But
he's a nice guy.
Yeah, of course, Cleggy, James Clegg. I didn't realise his last game was at the Oval, and I never realised that, which was quite a shame.
Yeah, he was a really well-liked character around that group, so you're definitely sad to see him go.
Yeah.
That was a very quick concussion test there. He must have just said, "Where are you? What's the score?"
Yeah.
keep batting, off you go. Back to my lunch.
Message from the skipper, keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, right, that's it, you're fine. 174 for 9. He's racing off the old physio. It's not physio Pete, but it's... Isn't there a lady physio there now as part of the group?
Deborah is our physio, and then there's
fine.
another physio called Michelle, who's actually this physio's other half,
Oh, okay.
I think, but I can't remember this physio's name, and it's really bothering me.
Okay. Deepdale bowls for the Yorker and dug out by Fuller as it goes towards mid-wicket. So there's more physios than you can shake a stick at.
We're all injured, Kev.
Well, you've had some treatment over lunch. We wondered where you'd gone over lunch, didn't we, Ed?
I wasn't eating. I bet you were saying I was eating all your lunches, and then...
I texted you, didn't you say? I said, you enjoying your lunch? Well, we did an extra half hour of comms. There's another shout from the Southern Premier League game going on next door between the Hampshire Academy and the...
Haven't.
Yeah, that's your old team, isn't it?
It sure is.
Yeah. Here's Dale, that's short, and Fuller ducks underneath that one, and ball just about carries through to Bracey. There's been a few shouts there. There's a few with some good lungs on them out there. Another one, there's another one. The old umpires have been put under a bit of pressure out there, haven't they?
They are. I got a question, Kev. I have
Yes.
never played, obviously, red ball cricket like this.
No.
Obviously, Donald was going really hard before lunch, wasn't he?
Yeah.
How much does that stop, that break in play, so you're going off the field for lunch as a batter? Does that actually really affect you?
He got into a rhythm, didn't he? You could see, and he was growing in stature, wasn't he? Because I think he plays some shots, and I think if he knows he's playing them well, then it gives him the confidence to keep going. That's another good Yorker, and Fuller does well to dig that one out, and it goes out on the offside. I think with I mean, I'd never played like Donald. I'd love to have the confidence, but to me, he's another player that once he feels that he's seeing the ball well and he's got the measure of it, then he'll just bring out one or two more shots and that sort of thing. I mean, the 3 sixes in a row, which he whooped Goodman over the way on the leg side. First 3 balls of the over, you think, yeah, I know. I hope he doesn't get too carried away with that. And to be fair to him, he didn't. But yeah, maybe over lunchtime, maybe he doesn't, because you do sometimes when you play long innings, and I only know this about once or twice, maybe at most, as that's pushed away on the onside. You can sometimes play yourself out of nick during your innings. I know that sounds absolutely stupid, and honestly,
I never bat long enough to have that problem.
You've got some good scores, of course you have. But what I'm saying, I mean, I didn't score that many hundreds, but I've scored some hundreds where I'm not joking. As my knock went on, I actually felt more out of nick than I did at the start of it, and you just have to sort of work out. Obviously, the game situation dictates whether you've got time to get yourself back into nick or whatever. But I have actually batted where actually in the middle of my knock, I thought, gosh, I feel terrible at it, and then you just have to sort of just rein yourself in and then get back. And I'm sure that if you speak to a Nine Dollar, he'll say the same. Even though, of course, he's a very, very positive player.
Warner into Fuller. That's left alone outside the off stump. Floodlights are on here at the Ageas Bowl. Cloud cover overhead.
But you can bat yourself out of nick. I'm actually a big believer in that, because, and there's, the reason I say it is because when you're playing really well and your feet are moving well, don't you? You do feel like you can just walk to the crease and you can bang it around. Doesn't matter who's bowling. But sometimes that's a false positive, isn't it? Because you'll actually go out and play some shots that you shouldn't play on that particular wicket, and you'll get out. And then what you'll do is, for the next 3 or 4 innings, you'll actually won't score any runs because you're playing shots you shouldn't really do early on because you feel good. So then all of a sudden you've got 4 next to nothing scores behind you, and all of a sudden everybody's saying, well, hang on a minute, he's out of nick. And you think, oh, actually, oh yeah, I'm out of nick. So it kind of have an old, different effect.
Interesting move here. A slip's come in to Fuller, forward in defence, he pushes. So change of field from Gloucestershire, taking a more attacking option, and I totally agree with that. And I think this is where cricket is such a wonderful sport, but actually an awful sport, especially from like a batter's point of view. You can go from literally being on top of the world, scoring loads of runs, then all of a sudden you have a couple of rubbish innings or don't get many, and your confidence quite quickly drops as well, doesn't it? And especially in teams where there's depth in squad, that kind of thing, and your place is, you've got pressure for your place, that can really it can be really changing, can't it? And also from a fan's point of view, as Warner into Fuller, left alone outside the off stump. Quite often, like, someone will score runs and they'll be like, yeah, he needs to play, he's definitely, but that fans' opinions on players can change quite quickly, can't it? That's just the nature of cricket, and I think that's what makes it exciting, I guess, and why it's a challenging sport, and actually a really, really mental game of sport.
Yeah, it's hugely mental. Of course it is. Gosh.
And why
people don't quite understand just how mental it really is.
And why I guess in cricket people tend to be slightly older, because they've got that extra game time maturity as Warner in, driven nicely by Fuller, but only to the cover fielder, no run.
See, I think the next thing for players as yourself like that is to play some multi-format games, because listen, you've scored runs in some high pressure situations, 2 finals for the Vipers, and you've scored runs in both, so there's no you're not going to experience more, especially that last final against the Diamonds when you guys were really struggling and you and Tara put on the winning partnership. You won't experience much more pressure situations than you have done on big occasions, but I think the next thing you need to experience, and people like yourself, is the different experiences in multi-format, multi-day format cricket.
Warner in again, balls pushed out to the cover. They come through for a quick single again. Throws hit the stumps. But the batter and Iron Donald weigh in. So 176 for 9 Hampshire in their second innings. A lead of 339.
You have your ear to the ground. So is there a plan in place, however long in the future, that there might be some regional cricket over several days?
I think there will be in time. I don't think there is anything sort of immediate, and I think there's 2 reasons behind that. One is because there's got to be a demand for the England level test cricket, as Warner in again from the hotel end, thick inside edge from Donald, but it runs down to fine leg for a single. He moves to 77. The lead 340 now. Yeah, so there's got to be that demand at the top, which there is now. A lot of series. So South Africa, there's a test match here, England versus South Africa down at Taunton in the West Country this summer. So there's got to be a demand up there. And the other problem is not the whole regional setup. Not everyone's a full-time professional. So actually, there's 6 per region at the moment. Players like myself, for instance, I've got another job. I work full-time elsewhere because cricket is not my full-time job. Having the players available and having, like, if you ask me, we've got X amount of 4-day games, or that's a lot of annual leave people would have to take. So but I think we will get there. But I think right now there's not the structure as Warner in. That's pushed to cover. Will be no run by Fuller. 179 for 9. And I think they're the issues. And I think I'd quite like to see at the moment they're playing like a North v South series where, so not England players, players that are just on the fringe. So for the Vipers, you've got like Georgia Adams playing in it, for Western Storm, Sophie Luff. Those players that are contracted are playing in a North v South tournament where they've played some T20 games. It was actually at Wormsley, which is a lovely cricket ground. But that type of player, those North v South, could play some multi-format cricket and get the ball rolling.
Hampshire's second innings keeps going as Ajit Dale comes in and bowls, and Donald just pushes that, and there is a big gap on the offside with a couple of fielders out on the boundary, and Donald moves on a bit serenely actually since lunch, isn't it? It's a different Irwin Donald we're seeing here. It's almost a Donald who's determined to get 3 figures here. He's on 78. He's 180 for 9, 343 the lead.
I think if an Iron did get there, I think that dressing room will be absolutely ecstatic, and I know the sports science and medical staff have worked really, really hard with him to get him back on the park, and I can only imagine from his perspective those 2 knee injuries, 2 seasons out as a player, that is really, really tough, and obviously they've worked tirelessly to get him back there, so there will be a lot of proud people in that dressing room. Well, they're already proud, I imagine. Slower
ball from Adale, but Fuller's equal to it as he just pushes it up off the front foot up to mid-on. John Berridge has given us his idea of the Hampshire makeup of the Hampshire side moving forward now. sonatcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved. His team now is Weatherly when he's fit, Organ, Gubbins, Vince, Donald, Brown, Dawson, Barker, Fuller, Abbott and Abbas. Donald is a different class, says John. He must play instead of Holland. We don't need 7 bowlers, especially with our 3 top seamers, and our batting is our weakness. Is Dale, and Fuller drives wide of mid-on. They'll take a quick single, and Fuller moves on to 26, 181 for 9 now, and these two have put on 78 so far for the last wicket.
And I guess that's the passage of plays you talked about prior to me. Obviously, this is the first day of cricket I've seen. It more tends to happen with the new ball in the morning session, and we've just got to that point now where the game's not at a lull, but it's not moving as quickly as it was, and the ball's not doing as much. The Gloucestershire aren't as animated, as excited.
No, that's for sure. It's pulled away by Donald. It's in the air, but it bounces. In fact, I thought it was in the air, but it's rolled down towards Warner at fine leg. Lewis trying to flick that over the top there, Donald. Replaying the shot as if he was. 182 for 9. The lead is 345. I'll go through for until quarter 2, then we'll get Ed in. So we'll actually do the quarter past and quarter 2 bits. Then you can do a little bit with Ed if you'd like to, Emily.
Yeah, I'd really like to get back on the home dressing room and the commentary table as well.
I can tell you're inching closer and closer. Ready. Fuller, 26, facing Ajit Dale. Comes in again, it's pulled away, short delivery in front of square, that's going for 4 through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, James Fuller. Rolled the wrists over that, kept it down. And Dale trying to get that ball a little bit higher. It's a little bit too soft for that unless you really bang it in short. Nice shot off the bat of James Fuller, moves on to 30 as 186 for 9. 349 is the lead, and believe me, if you've only just joined us or you've only sort of been part of this game for a part of today, that lead looked an absolute million miles away last night, even though Hampshire did have a healthy lead then. That's short and Fuller ducks underneath that one, and that is a no ball. But when I spoke to Mo Abbas last night, when Hampshire had a lead of 191 and there were 28 for 4, he said 350 lead. He said, we'll get there, we'll be there. And I have to say, I did think, Mo, have you seen what's happened in the last hour or so? But he was right. He was right. The lead is 350 now, 351.
And that's why he's still out on the park, Kev.
That's why he's been an international player and I'm sort of scraping the barrel for a living.
But you do have the home seat.
I do have the home seat, which is quite comforting. But, sorry, full off the back foot. My word, he's hit that hard. One bounce up to mid-off. And that is the end of the over. I'll do one more over and then we'll get Ed in. I'm sure he's hoping that the Hampshire innings will finish before he has to come in. But even so, this is, for me now, this is all bonus. We've got 52 overs left in the day. We have plenty of time. There is no need for Hampshire to do anything other than what they're doing now. That's why they're playing the way they are, because they know that the more runs they pile on from here is just piling on the agony for Gloucestershire.
Certainly, and Gloucestershire just want to get off this field as quickly as possible at this stage. But also, would they want to get off the field as quickly as possible?
No, I don't think they would. No.
As Warner comes in. Short delivery, that's hit an iron Donald, but it'll be no run. Hit him in the chest.
It's about saving the game now, isn't it?
Exactly, and that's where this morning we were having this conversation. Could a draw be an option? And no, we don't think so. But actually, out of the results now, obviously Hampshire are favourites, and it's unlikely Gloucestershire's going to chase this down. And if anything, Gloucester can save the game with a draw, which they're familiar with doing here, Kev.
As they showed last year, 4 sessions they batted to save the game. But I have to say the pitch was unbelievably slow, flat, dull.
Almost a one-day field here as Warner in. That's full, thick outside edge down to third man. Donald will move to 80 now. Lead 352 Hampshire. And the game's just progressing along slowly here after lunch. James Fuller at the crease at the other end, 30 off 70 deliveries. Just happy knocking it about, these two.
Joe's come up with an interesting one at Solent Sports. She's on the ground. Any idea if tea is later after the extra half hour? Technically, some of the afternoon's overs were bowled before lunch, so does it remain at 3:40? If yes, then it's 20 overs to bowl in an hour.
So that's played back to Warner, no run.
I think that's one for Ed, don't you? I think that's one for Ed to work out, not for us.
I'm sure they know that, Gloucestershire.
Jason Cole says, I reckon Hampshire should be about 3-1 on for the win now. Having to score the highest total in the 4 things looks very unlikely. It looks unlikely.
It's a lovely day. Cricket going on both pitches as well. I don't know what game the groundsmen are going to be watching. The one-day game in the Southern Premier League, Havant versus Hampshire Academy, or this one as Warner comes in, and that's forward in defence by Fuller.
Well, when I walked just the other side of the tunnel area, which was by the game there, most of them were watching the club game. But of course that was
But it
lunch
was
here,
lunch.
so there was nothing to watch here. So
You can watch a few pigeons on the field.
yeah, always interesting.
This is actually a ground, isn't it, where there's actually not many birds.
It's pigeonless, isn't it?
I wonder why that is. If anyone knows out there why pigeons are not attracted to the Ageas Bowl, is it because it's not near the sea?
No, well, not necessarily, because at Canterbury the other week there was quite a few.
There's Warner in again, bowls left alone outside the off stump. James Bracey takes it cleanly.
That's a good question. I mean, the Oval was always annoying, isn't it?
There's
Always have
loads at the Oval.
Canterbury there was a few, and apparently they've only just sort of arrived, so apparently they've been around all season, and they were, I wouldn't say they were annoying, but you noticed them. I don't ever remember pigeons around here at all, so there must be a reason. You're right. At Solent Sports, solentcricket@gmail.com, if you have
Bird
an answer.
watchers out there must know
Oh, there must be a
where
few.
pigeons go.
There must be a few.
Maybe Ed will know.
Ed'll know.
Ed
He's
has
got
a
a theory.
theory.
Oh, yes.
That's what we like. 4 on the back then. Warner, his yellow-soled spikes in bowls, driven. That's through the covers. It will be fielded by mid-off as they come round. Fuller will move to 31. 190 for 9. Lead 353.
Ralph Brooker says that maybe Hampshire might declare, assuming they get into that situation, when an Irene Donald gets 100. Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? And that would be that would be an amazing situation compared to what we saw last night and early this morning. He's on 80, 31 to Fuller, 190 for 9 Hampshire. The lead is 353. Emily Windsor will continue, and she will be joined for BBC Radio Gloucester's and Bristol's Ed Seaborn, if he can untangle himself.
Yes, I do seem to have got a little bit caught up here, caught up in the moment, as it were. And it's going to be Dom Goodman to continue from the pavilion end. And he's in now, bowling to Fuller, short, pulled in the air, but one bounce out to deep forward square leg. So Fuller picks up a single, moves on to 32, 191 for 9. I'll start with the question about tee. I believe it'll just be the same as usual, 340 or 32 overs remaining. And I suspect, given the way things are going at the moment, it'll just be 32 overs remaining in the day. So I think that is the answer to that one. The tee interval doesn't move, and you just have a kind of a shorter session. As Goodman is in and bowls full, driven aerially. It'll be 2 bounces up to a fairly deep mid-off. Ryan Higgins rather comically motions as if he's going to throw at the stumps, which would have been an incredibly unwise decision because there'd have been nobody backing up other than fine leg. Anyway, no run. Pigeon-wise, we're probably not near enough a kind of a big settlement for the feral pigeons, are we? I bet they get loads of wood pigeons up in the wood up there. As looking to thrash this one away somewhere. I have no idea where, Donald. And he's barely got it a couple of pitches away. And it's fielded there for no run. Not sure where he's looking to hit that, but
Yeah, I just think
somewhere
since tee, Donald just hasn't got that rhythm, has he? He hasn't. He sort of lost the pace, the momentum that he had, but he's still there for 80. And as Kev said, he can sort of play himself in and out of form.
Goodman bowls. Donald driving off the back foot. Will get at least 1. Might get 2 here. Fielder in off the deep cover boundary does well. Goodman's now got to get back to the stumps and make sure there's no overthrows. So just the single then. Good work from Lace out on the deep cover boundary. 192 for 9. Leaders 355, and it felt really significant when we got to that 350 mark. Just, yeah, it feels like an awful lot. Goodman bowling short, pulled, not timed by Fuller. He's clothed it really out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. But yeah, and I think that is a good point though, because I didn't think about the bird life here until you said so. I've barely seen a bird at all throughout the few days.
You can tell the game's coming to a bit of a lull, can't you, for our listeners, if we're talking about the bird life. And what we see here is the ball being given to the umpires. You can tell not much is happening. So they collate and they try and put it through the old, what was it, like a
ball gauge thing? Yes, I think I would call it a ball gauge. They look like a pair of handcuffs, don't they, almost?
And a changeable, it looks like.
And
here.
again, so this is the third ball change now of this innings, and we haven't even finished the 57th over. Well, if you, and of course, Hampshire have got a T20 match at Bristol this year, haven't they? I think that's one of the ones that, yes, June the 24th will be at Bristol, so you'll probably have the company of our resident pairs of pigeons at Bristol who are nesting. One is nesting in the wall space to the left of the commentary box, and another pair is nesting in the wall space to the right of the commentary box. So
and do you hear pecking?
You don't hear pecking, you hear a lot of scrabbling about, some cheeping of chicks demanding food, and an awful lot of descriptions of pigeons waddling along the gantry in between the two nests, and they can get up to some frankly unspeakable things whilst they're on that gantry, and then they can stare in at you like something from a famous Hitchcock film, as if they're wanting to peck your eyes out. I think what they're trying to do is they've got obviously the wall space on either side of our commentary box. My theory is that they're trying to annex the commentary box itself. I mean, just think of the amount of room they'd have. Think of the number of chicks they could produce in that wall space. Anyway, that passed the time.
So we changed the ball.
We've got a third ball, and Gloucestershire have decided, well, I guess they're hoping that this ball is a little bit harder, so they've brought Hammond back into slip as Goodman bowls, and, well, played that one rather easily back to Dom Goodman. Just 2 runs off the over, 192 for 9. Lead sits at 355 for Hampshire, and it's almost as if over lunch they've just kind of discussed, well, hang on, you can actually take this a long way, you two, Donald and Fuller. Don't go out there and start blasting the ball all over the place as if, you know, as if we're the ones under any kind of time pressure, or, you know, there's plenty of time left.
Can I throw that back at you from a Gloucestershire point of view? I think since lunch, the bowling's actually been reasonably tight. They've not, I think Gloucester have not given Hampshire anything away. There's not been those short, wide deliveries that they could really capitalise on. And I guess this is a really important phase, isn't it, of red ball cricket. We talk often about lots of slips, gullies and field positions, but actually you can see here the captain's really, he's actually stood on the pitch, stood where Anira Donald is, trying to line up his mid-wicket fielders, and it's where teams have to be creative, and this is what makes it exciting, isn't it? The waves that we go through. That
was actually, by the way, just to say, it was 21 Burton 12. It was Marcus Harris who was doing that.
In comes Warner, short ball, and that's pulled out onto the leg side. One bounce down to fine leg, a cry of catch it as James Bracey takes the ball back.
Those Aussies, I knew Kevin James would would enjoy that. Typical Aussies. He is the nicest chap you could wish to meet, Marcus Harris.
He'll come and score runs now. He'll probably do the Hashim Amla role that was played at Surrey, where he just patted it out for a draw. Very skillful, obviously, cricketer Hashim Amla. But now Kev's gone after Harris. He could make him pay. There's Warner into Fuller, just happily ducks under that short delivery. And this obviously looks a tactic. They're going to try something different to these two, try and get them to take on that shorter delivery. There's a mid-wicket in place, but very square. And sort of a mid-wicket, the traditional angle of a mid-wicket, but hovering 3/4 of the way out to our right, as we're looking at the pavilion end, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. There's all the bowlers and the captain, Ajit Dale, and the captain chatting to Warner about what he wants him to bowl as Fuller in, floodlights still on, bowls to Warner, down the leg side. Has that tickled the pad or the bat, but fine leg comes round, does really well to stop there, great diving stop and a tumble. And it looks like it's going to be leg buys, as we wait for the umpire to signal buys, so that's come off nothing.
Yeah, well, Bracey extended about as far as he could get, and George Scott, actually, the fielder, way in the distance down at fine leg. Is probably one of Gloucestershire's best fielders, and I was quite surprised to see that it was him down there. And I think had it been one of the fast bowling core, I think that would have gone all the way for 4.
In comes Warner again to Fuller. That's hit him on the pad. Will be no run. That mid-wicket quick in, throws at the bowler's end. Luckily the captain backing up Van Buren for Gloucestershire. Good bit of energy there though from mid-wicket.
Who else but Higgins? Mid-wicket having the shy at the stumps. He does like to keep himself entertained out there. Oh gosh, that's we had a barking cough from Kevin James yesterday. We've got some more barking going on.
That's a ferocious dog, and I'm guessing they're on the balcony of the hotel that is under us, but I can't say I've heard a dog here before. As in, short delivery ducked under happily by Fuller.
Perhaps it was that golden retriever puppy that we saw, or golden Labrador, something like that. Anyway, it was a golden retriever. Yeah.
There was two, and I said to Kev I might not be able to come on after lunch because I needed to spend time with the puppies. But a bit of a conversation here between umpire and captain. I wonder what that was about.
Not sure. Well, they've just changed the ball, so it can't be that.
It was almost as if the umpire was telling him to calm down or something as Warner in, and that's played into the leg side. Will be no run forward from Fuller again.
The last ball was actually a no ball, so I'm wondering if... No, not sure. I mean, whether it was something to do with that, I must say I've not got a clue.
Could have just been a friendly chat, I suppose.
It could have been. I must admit, I was actually looking down at the old Twitter feed, so I'm not exactly sure what it was about.
Could have been bumpers, whether how high it was, whether that counted as one for the over. There's the dogs doing our commentary work for us below. I will shut up and let him carry on as Warner in, and that's played back to him, no run.
Yes, I'm sure it's more pleasant than what usually comes out of my mouth, that's for sure.
Could be a her. Kev's just said it could be a her, but whoever it is certainly delivering in our effects mic as on demand. But that is the end of the over. 197 for 9, lead of 360 for Hampshire. The two batters at the crease, and Aaron Donald on 82, James Fuller 32. The next top scorer was Ben Brown for 18. But no big scores in this second Hampshire innings other than that.
I must say I've been a bit surprised Gloucestershire haven't gone to spin since lunch. The over rate is still -1. Goodman bowls. Donald looks to force it away through the offside off the back foot, but he's picked out cover and there is no run. But yeah, no Van Buren, who I thought bowled quite nicely actually before the lunch break. In amongst all that carnage from the other end, it was mostly from Donald in particular. They were content to milk Van Buren mostly, and Barker actually was out trying to do that, just chipping the ball to Hammond at short mid-wicket. Goodman in, bowls, driven away by Donald pleasantly, but only as far as Van Buren at extra cover. You wonder whether it's just the old bit about the captain not quite wanting to bowl himself too much, seeing that Warner hadn't bowled at all. I'm not saying that Van Buren should have bowled himself instead of Warner expressly, but I've been a bit surprised that this has kind of drifted on for a little while now and they haven't gone back to the spinners. In comes Goodman and bowls, and that's slapped down the ground, and a good sliding effort by Dale at mid-on, and in fact he's even prevented the single. He went into a big slide out there. It was almost if there was still a bit of moisture on the surface there. And
Donald as well pretty much got halfway, if not 3/4 of the way down the pitch. Fuller was sort of there with them, then they just turned back. They could have crossed if they wanted.
Yeah, it sort of ricocheted off him a bit, didn't it? Certainly could have got one there. Goodman, bowl, short, wide, cut aerially over extra cover. And it's running out towards the deep extra cover boundary. Good diving effort. Might have just palmed onto the rope. No, he's going to get it at the second attempt as well. He's running circles around the ball. Is Miles Hammond out at deep extra cover. And in amongst all that, he's saved 1 run. And it brings up the 200 for the innings for Hampshire, which is what the applause is for. And it certainly did not look as if they were going to get to 200 at 76 for 8, or indeed 103 for 9.
Are you sure that applause wasn't for that magnificent bit of fielding? Because for me, that was exceptional out there from Hammond.
Perhaps yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe I've
maybe both.
Underestimated
maybe both.
or overestimated the Hampshire crowd, whichever way round it is. In comes Goodman and bowls. Fuller defends into the leg side. Roll out towards short mid-wicket, picked up by Harris.
And speaking of crowd, we were saying, weren't we, off air at lunchtime actually, how nice it is to see a real range of people in the crowd today. There's some younger people. Kev was talking earlier about this mini me, apparently, that he's found in the crowd, who I'm still yet to see. And there's some, obviously, females, males, older people, younger people. It's a real range here today.
Goodman in, forcing shot, attempted off the back foot, just kind of checked the shot in the end a little bit there, Fuller, and it goes straight to short extra cover. And it's the end of the over, 200 for 9. Had 59 overs in this innings. This pair have been together for 21 overs, and they've added almost 100. It's currently 97 runs that they've added, so the 100 partnership will be up very soon. And actually, I was thinking a little while ago that they were a little way off the record for Hampshire versus Gloucestershire, but I think now that it's got into 3 figures, I might just remind myself of what that number was, because it's getting close. Anyway, nobody's asked you for your autograph yet today.
No, not quite, not quite. Melissa Story has got in touch with us, or me on Twitter, as Warner comes in. Short delivery, that's pulled into the leg side. That's a fantastic shot. 1 bounce, 4 runs from an Iron Donald. Here he comes, here comes the charge. He moves to 89, 367 for 367 ahead. Melissa said her puppy has now woken up, and that's a 100 partnership, 101 runs, 131 balls. These two have really been impressive for Hampshire. So Melissa's puppy has woken up in response to the barking on the live stream and is now looking very confused, and it's a really cute picture of her puppy. I'll definitely give it a retweet so everyone can take a look. Looks like Mal's somewhere sunny by the looks of it. As Warner into Donald short again, that's gone up in the air. James Bracey's under it, he's chasing. Actually, third man's taken it, and he's taken the catch. And Iron Donald is looking up at the umpire to ask why it's not a no ball. And he still stood there challenging that, but he's gone. And Iron Donald is dismissed for 89. Hampshire 204 all out. But just as the 100 partnership is brought up, the lead is 367, so Gloucestershire 368 to win.
There's a decent catch from Goodman, who seems to have been involved an awful lot out there. He had a really difficult chance earlier on, took 2 catches in the match as well, dismissed Dawson in the second innings and Organ in the first innings with catches in the deep, and Bracey was running out there an awfully long way, and like you, I sort of thought it's getting away from Bracey. Oh, hang on, there's Goodman coming in from third man, and it I thought for a moment it was going to fall in between the two of them, and like you, that no ball, he seemed to be playing that, to me, he did seem to be playing that over his head.
Yeah.
But there we go. Obviously it was deemed to be fair, and Jared Warner will be very pleased to have got that wicket. It's his first wicket of the match, 0 for 53 in the first innings, but that just rounds out those figures a little better now for him, with 1 for 20 from this innings. But yeah, this has been a terrific last wicket partnership between Donald and Fuller, and it's a partnership which may prove to be vital in the game, even if we don't look back necessarily and say, you know, well, the number of runs that they've scored is the actual difference in the game. I think you can't necessarily just look at it like that, because the psychological effect of adding on those extra, what was it in the end, 101 runs, enormous. I mean, you can't overstate 100 runs. I mean, you know, chasing late 260s. I think Kevin was right to put, I think it was 65-35 we said at the time in Hampshire's favour for 260, which I was totally with. Now at 368 to win, it feels sort of, I don't know, what would you put on it if you're going to put a number?
I think I'd probably go 90-10, 90% 10% if we're looking at results, but I think also that partnership just changed the momentum of the game. Gloucestershire were really had the momentum in that swing, those quick wickets obviously last night and then this morning, and then this 100 partnership has slowed the game down for them. It's taken a bit of time out of the game for Hampshire as well, because the longer you leave it, the longer Gloucestershire has to force a result, but also they've piled on the runs, and that's what those two batters were going to do, Donald and Fuller. They are going to take the game on, but Fuller's played a fantastic knock there. Let's not underestimate that. He got 32 off 85 balls, and really they built a partnership and put Hampshire certainly in the commanding position. And I guess a draw, that's another result, but on this pitch, it's not the same pitch that we had that draw here previously. So Hampshire are definitely in the commanding position.
Yeah, I think the draw, I just, in my own head, not in my own head, I can't pretend I did the maths in my head, no. I'd just done the calculation for the run rate that would be required, assuming that the overs have ticked round, which I'm not certain if they've taken off the 2 for the change of innings yet, but assuming they have, then and it's not going to make too much difference, actually, 2 overs anyway. Roughly the required run rate. So it's kind of hard to see Gloucestershire batting so slowly, where if they didn't have wickets in hand, that they would almost be looking at the win as much as the draw. I think I think at the moment, unless they bat very slowly, it seems quite hard to see how the draw comes into play, unless they find themselves in a situation where they are, you know, 8 down or something with a session to go, and they just think, you know, the only way of us surviving here is blocking. I think that's kind of the only way at the moment. I don't know. It's not cut and dried for sure. The draw, there needs to be, you know, that kind of three-pronged bar, or whatever you call it, three-way percentage as far as win, lose and draw. Shall I run through some scores of the other matches around the country whilst we've got this change of innings? I think now seems a decent time to do that. Essex 403 all out, Yorkshire 206 for 4 in reply. So Yorkshire and Essex back out there after what was quite a long rain delay, and Joe Root is 72 not out there for Yorkshire. And at Old Trafford, Lancashire 266 for 4 now in reply to Warwickshire's 315. Keaton Jennings made 110, so good to see him back in some runs. Couple of wickets for Hannon Dolby, and I say that because I've just noticed his figures overall. 24 overs, 14 maidens, 2 for 32. And that's some going, considering Lancashire are, 266 for 4 in the 95th over. Northamptonshire are 95 for 4 following on against Surrey. So Emilio Gay scored a 51 and nobody else has scored double figures. Northamptonshire trail by 112. In Div 2, it's raining at Hove again, with Sussex 15 for 2 in their second innings, leading Middlesex by 49 runs. So Middlesex were bowled out for 358, with 5 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 5 for 66. You can see a couple of catches for Tom Alsop. Mason Crane, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 75 were his figures. At Worcester, Durham have elected to bat again. That's interesting. 580 for 6, Durham. Worcestershire 309 all out. So that was a lead of 271. And Durham have elected to bat for a second time on the 3rd afternoon. They obviously must think this pitch is incredibly flat.
Ben Stokes is going to open up the batting, is he, after his performance yesterday?
I wondered about that. I wondered about this. He's out to break his own sixes record for a first-class match in England. I don't know. He's not opened up, but perhaps Alex Lees said, "Look, I made 27 in the first innings. I need to make a case here. You've got to give me a second go." I'm not sure. Cardiff. That was at Cardiff, yep. Eventually got there. That's where Glamorgan play. Leicestershire 320 all out. Glamorgan then 437 all out in reply. 91 for Kieran Carlson. 84 for Sam Northeast. Half century for Chris Cook. And Leicestershire 15 for 2, having lost Sam Evans and Rishi Patel already. So Glamorgan looking on top in that one. Meanwhile, in the Indian Premier League, I'm mostly just interested to see how many runs Jos Buttler has scored. He got 30 off 16 deliveries. And Rajasthan Royals beats the Punjab Kings by 6 wickets. I'm just looking also to see whether Benny Howell played for Punjab Kings. No, he didn't. So, oh well, Benny Howell's not got his first IPL game, and second IPL match happening now between Lucknow Super Giants and Kolkata Knight Riders. The only other match that's happening is Kent versus the Sri Lanka Cricket Development 11. I don't know why it's not called Sri Lanka A. Why is it called the Sri Lanka Cricket Development 11? Interesting one. Here next week. Okay. Well, I'm sure that'll be a good match to watch. It's Darren Stevens, of course, scored that century, which was kind of drowned out by what Ben Stokes did yesterday. But Darren Stevens made 168 off 142 balls with 24 fours and 5 sixes of his own. George Linder, the South African overseas, made 107. And a name I'm not particularly familiar with, a wicketkeeper for Kent, Billy Mead, 106 not out, as Kent racked up 595 for 8 declared. And Sri Lanka Cricket Development 11, 2 without loss. In reply, players just milling about in front of the pavilion.
We got some emails as well about pigeons and all sorts that we can bring to you. Let's start with Nicholas Rogers. No pigeons. Simple answer is because Harry the Hawk. So obviously Hampshire mascot. I guess that is the answer. Someone else, John Mayer. As something of a regular at the Ageas, I can confirm there are very few pigeons around. However, they are pretty much always pied wagtails on the outfield at the pavilion end, providing joy and entertainment on even the slowest of days. Loving the commentary, many thanks, John.
Oh, I do love a pied wagtail. Or not, I mean, I think there are, was it 3 or 4 different types of wagtail as far as I can remember, but the pied wagtail I think is the most common of them. And they wag their tails, you see, that's why they're called wagtails.
And just as the umpires are coming out, one final one, and I think we'll be doing a switch soon, but from Jonathan McElroy, Hampshire selection woes are nothing compared to Charlotte Edwards' headaches to come. Hashtag beware the Vipers.
Don't need to tell Emily about that.
On that note, I'll leave you to it.
Anyway, really looking forward to the start of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is just next week. Soon comes round, and of course starting with this block of Charlotte Edwards Cup fixtures and then the block of Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy fixtures. Has Kevin decided you're going to stay on for a few moments now? He needs to finish his biscuit, so I think. Okay. I mean, he needs the energy to get him going, getting him through. So I'll let him off. I'll take the first over and then can have a rest. But do you like, by the way, just ask you as somebody playing in the structure, do you like it better the way that they've got it this year with the block of one and then the block of the other? Yeah, I think it will work better in terms of just the momentum you can get in a competition. I think breaking it up was hard, and actually transitioning from formats
yes, it's not red ball to white ball, but transitioning from like 50 over to T20 cricket, it was actually T20 to 50 over cricket, was challenging, time on your feet and time out in the middle. So actually finishing a competition's is kind of nice.
I mean, even just from somebody watching its point of view, you don't quite want to be, you know, starting one competition, then another one starts, and then you finish the other one. All the kind of momentum from the first half of the competition's kind of been killed just a little bit. George Scott is out in the middle to take the first ball.
There's the left arm. Seema Barker in, left alone outside the off stump. Ben Brown takes the catch. 4 slips for Hampshire. James Vince at first slip, Liam Dawson at second slip, Ian Holland, and an Irene Donald at fourth slip. Very close, very tight in those slip fielders, as they hope to pick up some wickets here early. The new ball has been key in this match, so Hampshire are going to want to capitalise. As Keith Barker, left arm around the wicket into Scott Bowles. Forward in defence, will be no run.
Just having a look to see, yeah, Scott took the first ball in the first innings as well. I didn't know whether, I actually don't know what Marcus Harris's preference is. I think from memory, Chris Dent and Marcus Harris kind of switched about a bit when they opened.
He seems pretty happy at the non-strikers end, sat
he
on
looks pretty installed there, doesn't he?
Pretty chilled up there, I'd say, at the moment. As Keith Barker, left arm around the wicket into the right-handed Scott Bowles. So that's a thick inside edge. They come through for a quick single. Fielded by Felix Organ at mid-wicket, will be no run. And then the umpire has to do that dreaded walk across the field because of the left-hand, right-hand combination. And the fielders all move, and Mohammed Abbas certain getting his legs warmed up as he goes from fine leg to a right-hander to a deep fine leg to a left-hander. And I'm guessing we're expecting him to open up from this end.
Yeah, I think it would be, well, the only reason he wouldn't would have been if that toe crusher from Ahmed Amir had done any damage. But I think, fortunately, from the fact that he's out there, I think we can surmise that it didn't. So that's obviously good news from a Hampshire point of view. But obviously, you know, yeah, you want to see good cricket, and you don't want to see a team short-handed. And Gloucestershire actually had the benefit of that last year against Leicestershire. But it's good to see him out there. Left
arm over, Keith Barker in, left alone outside the off stump. That's gone away from the left-handed Harris, will be no run. Mohammed Abbas just a 6 for 45 in the first innings. An impressive performance from him. Keith Barker, with the ball in the hand, didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings, which has been a rarity for him in this competition so far. Hampshire's leading wicket taker. So I'm sure he'll want to come out in this second innings and have some fun himself. As Barker in, Bowles left alone outside the off stump. Good low take there from Ben Brown. Yeah, it wasn't for the lack of trying, I guess. I mean, 10 overs for 11 runs. If you're not going to take a wicket, then that's all you can ask for, really, isn't it? I mean, 1 and over is still bowled with impeccable control. I think I can remember one rank bad ball that he bowled in those 10 overs, and the fact that I can remember it just shows you. Barker in again, left arm over, Bowles. That's left alone outside the off stump. Be no run. And I think what's been impressive, and what you just before Kev comes in, is when you listen to Barker, he's obviously done a lot of interviews because he has been that leading wicket taker. He says how the bowling unit, he says it's been my day today, so it'll be someone else's day, and that's the beauty of this attack. They complement each other so nicely. And yes, he didn't get any wickets in the first innings, but it was Mo Abbas's turn. He got 6 first. So yeah, Hampshire must be very confident with the bowling lineup they have. And I'll have a change in the commentary box. Kevin James will join you. Thanks very much. Emily Windsor there. You'll hear from her in the evening session, and I suspect it will be, well, in fact, maybe later on this afternoon, actually, because there's 12 overs left until the tea break, so you might even get another stint in from Emily Windsor before the session is over. But Kevin James and myself, Ed Seaborn, to take you through the next little period at least, and it'll be Mohammed Abbas to bowl from the hotel end, and George Scott on strike, having scored the only run of this Gloucestershire reply so far. They need 367 more runs to win. Abbas bowls short, wide. That's a bit of a loosener, and Scott has punished it to the extra cover boundary for 4.
Nice back foot drive there from George Scott, and Ageas, I suspect that's probably about the only bad ball that he's going to bowl this spell, but Scott will be glad to have put it away.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it just shows that even with the new ball, that it's still got to be in the right areas to cause a few problems. If indeed this new ball does too much. It looked like there was a bit of shape there for Barker, didn't it? Just enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, in the first innings it took, I'll say Gloucestershire's first innings, it seemed to take a couple of overs before it really started to do something. Ageas is in, bit of lift there. Brown taking that around about, not quite shoulder height, but close to. And it goes through to Brown on the lead from George Scott. I've just seen what I think might be Gloucestershire's team bus making its way back into the ground to park up over at the far end. I hope that's not any kind of omen. See the team bus pull up.
Start the engine up.
Yes. I'm sure whether Marcus Harris would have been the only one who'd have seen it, because George Scott would have had his back to it. But on the face of it, not a great sign. In comes Ageas and bowls. Forward goes Scott. Is looking for a quick single here. This is going to be pretty tight. Throw at the stumps, and that was needlessly tight at this stage, I think I've got to say. Harris didn't pull out the dive, but I've got to say, even though he didn't, I thought that was pretty tight. And Scott has got all 6 runs so far, but there was a bit of hesitation there, and they're going to need to have a chat about that one, I think.
Yeah, it's one thing to be positive, even though you're a long way behind, and still keep the scoreboard ticking along and just keeps yourself sort of alert and what have you. But yeah, you don't want to be too silly on those. I don't know if you've read this one out. Jeremy Anson on the subject of pigeons at Solent Sports says surely someone needs to point out that it's been a ground for ducks rather than pigeons. Boom, boom.
Oh dear. Yeah, so I had a few in the match. Had 3 in Hampshire's second innings, 3 in Gloucestershire's first innings, another 1 in Hampshire's first innings, as the next delivery from Mohamed Ageas is left by Marcus Harris, but there's some late movement there in towards Harris. I don't think it was that close to his off stump when he left it, but it just started hooping after it went past him, and Brown was moving a long way away to try to take it. There's a danger that one almost got away. I mean, the seam must have just got into that exact right position, and it just went on him. It's just a nightmare keeping wicket in England. It must be. I don't know if I've ever done it. In comes Ageas and bowls full, and straight forward goes Marcus Harris and defends very correctly back up the pitch, and it's picked up by Mohamed Ageas in his follow-through.
Well, it looks good news that Mo Ageas looks fine. Yesterday, of course, he got that wicked Yorker, in-swinging Yorker from Amir, and not only is it bad enough walking off after getting a first ball duck, it doesn't help when you're limping back. But he said last night he felt okay, and he looks all right here, which is good news.
Ageas running in, and now bowls. And once more, Harris drawn onto the front foot and defends, and it just about rolls. Oh, in fact, I don't think it even did roll off the cut strip, just picked up about level with the stumps. So 6 without loss, Gloucestershire after 2 overs. Scott with all 6, Marcus Harris yet to get off the mark, and 3-6-2 more required to win, 10 wickets required by Hampshire.
Yep, and a game which looked like might finish tonight. I think well, we've got 43 overs left in the day, so I think we're going to go well into tomorrow. I believe that. Whether that will actually happen, we'll have to wait and see. Here's Barker around the wicket then from the pavilion end, just about to bowl, and something wasn't right. I don't know what. I think the batter was ready, wasn't he, Scott? I think maybe just Barker just didn't feel right. Maybe the ball wasn't quite right in his fingers. Happens sometimes.
Yeah, he had a slightly accusing look back at the landing area when he was bowling over the wicket. So maybe he was just getting, I don't know, getting used to the field underfoot or something.
You're probably right. Here's Barker then. 4 slips wait as Scott works that away down towards fine leg. Jog through for a single. Scott moves on to 7. All 7 of Gloucestershire's second innings so far. It's a real cricket fest here on the Ageas Bowl site with the Southern Premier Cricket League game next door, Hampshire Academy and Havant. Actually, I said there was a lot of appealing going on. It was the Hampshire Academy lads, so we know what's going to come up in the next few years. We're going to have a Hampshire team full of appealers. It was all them, because Havant were batting, if I got things right. Looks like they're in a break there, actually. There's no Can't see any play over there at the moment. Here's Barker to Harris, way down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown.
Just turn the floodlights off, which is good, because I think in some places, once they've been turned on, they can't be turned off. But thankfully, that's not the case here. You can save a load of power, because we've had a bit of sunshine, not a huge amount, but it's certainly really quite bright out there, and there's some sort of watery sunshine at the moment.
Barker switching to over wicket this time to Harris, and Harris prods forward up towards mid-on. He looks like he's making use of both sides of the wicket here, Barker, I think, just to help Liam Dawson for the left-handers and to help Felix Organ for the right-handers, which of course is very much, it's within the rules, of course, as long as you're not running deliberately down the middle of the wicket, then there is, you're allowed rough on your follow-through.
I love how it just shows you for the former player and the non-former player that my mind was going to just changing the angle and yours went to create rough.
Outside your stump and it's left alone. Well, it's probably for both reasons, to be honest. I mean, Barker's probably just trying to find out where he's getting a little bit of extra swing or bit of shape, but gosh, that's also very, and it's part of the game, you know. It's not it's not something which is cheating or anything like that. It's what it's all about, and you have to deal with it as a batter accordingly. Sometimes you feel that as a left-hander you're the only one that's being penalised with all the right arm over bowlers, but when you get left arm over, of course, it's difficult for the right-handers then. That's pushed towards mid-wicket where Felix Organ is fielding. I'm sure he'll get a few overs in if this Gloucestershire second innings shows a bit of resistance, which I'm sure it will.
Yeah, it didn't take him too long in the first innings. He got the wicket of Ryan Higgins, and then also picked up Jared Warner eventually. That was the last wicket to fall. So ended up with 2 for 23 tidy figures from 11 overs.
Sunshine's back out as Barker comes in again, and Harris quietly pushes that up towards mid-on. Didn't seem to be too much shape there for Barker in that over. Just one conceded. 7 without loss, Gloucestershire. Need just another 361 to win.
Yep, that's all. I was talking about those chases, which sort of, I mean, you know, it was kind of Gloucestershire's trademark in the end last year. Those big chases in third innings and in fourth innings, and also just taking games deep, taking them all the way to the last hour on the last day. But this would be the biggest chase, even bigger than the 3-4-8 that they managed against Leicestershire, and against a really tough attack. Abbas in bowl, Scott's beaten. And that's the line and length that Abbas just settled right into in that first innings. Around about 4th stump, maybe 5th stump. Just be able to see on replay there. And Scott's just shown that he really wants to play at those deliveries rather than leave them. And it's exactly in that channel that he caused Bracey just fits for his 3 deliveries in the first innings. Bracey was dropped first ball, was beaten second ball, and then was out caught behind to the 3rd ball. Abbas bowls to Scott. Scott this time is able to get forward and plop that one out to mid-on, and there's no run, fielded by Kyle Abbott. But Scott seems to have this kind of quite pronounced shuffle across his stumps, and it does. I'm not going to say he doesn't know where his off stump is, but he seems to want to feel the bat on the ball to deliveries on that line, and he's just got to be a little bit careful with the operator that is Mohammad Abbas coming at him. Abbas in and bowls, and Scott turns this one away to the leg side this time, and it's fielded at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's I haven't really noticed that, but I'll certainly have a look a little bit more. I'm just looking more at his career figures, averaging just 17, which, wow. And wouldn't necessarily fill you with a lot of confidence in a situation like this, but of course, career averages are there to be bettered.
Well, yes, you've only got to look at the first innings of Gloucestershire's, as that's driven gloriously off the back foot by George Scott. I didn't think we'd see another one of those deliveries from Mohammad Abbas, but we got one there, short and wide, and Scott, instead of cutting it, has just kind of well, yeah, driven it on almost on the up, even though it was rib height away through backward point for 4. He's got talent. There is no question that George Scott has talent. It's just about getting himself established in the side and getting the runs, because that is the only currency that matters. He's got 11 now from 11 balls as Abbas is in, and Scott dabs this one away wide of backward point. They thought about the single, and it's not there as the throw comes in from backward point. Nick Gubbins is the backward point fielder. 3 slips in the gully. I think maybe almost were it not for that mix-up in the previous Abbas over, they might almost have been thinking about a quick single there. Well, I mean, they were thinking about it, but they might actually have gone for it. Last ball of this over, the 4th of the innings, as Abbas bowls to Scott, who's getting well forward. Might even have been a step down the pitch there as he defended that away out into the covers. And that is the end of the 4th over of Gloucestershire's innings. They're 11 for no wicket, and they need a further 357 runs.
Got an email here from Philip Wolf. He's on the ground. Maybe the family's here as well. Lucy. I'm not sure Ned is, because he was struggling a little bit. I remember getting an email a few days ago. Phil says, is the field 4 slips or 3 slips in the gully? I think that last delivery, I had a quick look, was 4 slips. Didn't notice a gully. The field here, I think, is 4 slips. Here's Barker, and that's shaped away, and that's a good leave from Australian Marcus Harris. 11 without loss, but we'll keep an eye on it for you, of course. Always happy to call out who's doing what. Sometimes they sneak across. Somebody at 4 slip will just create a little gap because they've been told to for the next delivery or 2, but actually now, as I say it, it looks like 3 slips in the gully, so there you go. Already it's changed. Donald's in the gully area as Barker runs towards us and bowls, and Harris in behind that one. Pushes that back to Barker, who doesn't have to move too far on his follow through to pick it up.
Got a lot of options though, haven't they? We were talking about Felix Organ, and I think we'll see whether it comes into play, but it's also that ability to turn the ball, you know, turn the ball away from both right and left-handers, with Organ the off-spinner and Dawson the slow left-armer.
Yeah, got options. Yes. Here's Barker. Sunshine's getting brighter, which is lovely. Lovely drive, but only as far as Fuller to wideish mid-off.
But yeah, I think it potentially could come into play, because, you know, when you're kind of crafting your perfect team for Test cricket or County Championship cricket, I think you always look to include those 2 different
definitely
2 different bowlers.
I think they're all going to bowl a few overs here, because, you know, I just see 2 or 3 of the Gloucestershire batters getting in. I really do. That's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I'm just wondering if I think I've found Emily's mini me over to our right with a little Hampshire cricket top on, just playing with it. I think it's her dad. About 2 o'clock as we look on the bow. Can you see Emily? Yeah, I think have you seen that, Ed? She's got a cricket bat in her hand and she's having a little play.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic. She hasn't got a pink cap on, but you can see the blonde ponytail flowing, just as if it was Emily walking around the ground or in the field. There's a lovely drive. It's slightly in the air, and that's a good diving stop at point. I think that might be Felix Organ. It was slightly uppish there from Marcus Harris. I think that's Gubbins, actually. It's Gubbins.
Yep. I mean, it did bounce short of him, but at the same time, it's the old thing. I mean, we said it in the first innings, actually, when Harris ended up flashing a delivery that was it was actually almost a good length delivery. Ended up flashing it and is caught in the slips. It's his strength, but equally he's just got to be so careful about which shot or which ball he plays it to.
Barker bowls. That's flicked away. That's a nice shot. That's wide of mid-on. Bit of a chase for Abbott. He won't win that one. Or will he? That's slowed up quite quickly, but it's just has enough on it to take it over the rope. That looked to be quite a firm shot initially. Anyway, it's 15 without loss at the end of that over. Harris is off the mark finally, and they are 353 runs behind. It is just like watching Emily of 15 years ago over on our right.
It's just how she would have started.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at that age, you're only really interested in playing rather than sitting there watching a day's worth of cricket. Well, having said that, I suspect I probably would have been one of those weird children that would have just been sitting there all day long.
Would you?
Watching that. Yeah, I think even at that age, I was probably doing that. One of those weird ones. Just, I mean, I was probably daydreaming a fair bit, but even so. Oh, we've got a seagull. It's just come over the pavilion, so there is some more bird life. Ooh. Anyway, Ageas to start the next over. Bowls to Scott, who's on the front foot, looking to work the ball into the leg side, but can't get it far enough away from mid-wicket. And prowling there is James Fuller, relatively close to the bat. There's the mid-on there on the leg side as well. So Scott trying to work the ball into that gap. He hit one boundary through that area in his 9 in the first innings. It's working the ball between mid-on and mid-wicket, looking for a single there this time, I think, only. As Ageas is in and bowls, that's very wide, and Scott is not tempted into a flashing shot away from his body that time, and it goes through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, there's still that little spot there, as that Ryan Higgins found this morning, when he dismissed Vince and Gubbins both driving. There's just that short of a length ball, especially when the ball's fairly new, and it just bounces a bit, so you have to be very careful. That's why there are 4 slips there,
yep,
all waiting in anticipation.
And it is very much 4 slips. Yes. Here comes Ageas and bowls. Scott gets forward once again, defends it away out towards point, no run. Yes, 4 slips, and I must say there's no gap at all between them, in particular second and third slip. Actually, we did have that one catch that went down almost because of it in the first innings. Ian Holland was diving in front of second slip from third slip, and then it was one of those ones where, yeah, I think it probably would have carried to second slip as well, but it would have been very low down. You can't blame him for going for it, but I suppose that's the occasional danger of having them incredibly close together. As Ageas is in, Scott. Oh, I thought he got a nick on that one. I thought I saw a little deviation there from this angle, but all it was the deviation off the pitch, with Mohammad Ageas getting the seam movement away from George Scott, and it goes through to Ben Brown. And that's the one where if you're George Scott, you can't do much about that. He didn't follow it. It just moved away from his outside edge.
Just that spot, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, that was pretty extravagant seam movement there as well. I mean, that's moved as much as we've seen anything move off the pitch. As Ageas is in, bowls very full this time, and Scott is comfortably defending towards mid-off, or at least relatively comfortably, as comfortable as anything is out there when you're facing Mohammad Ageas. And
yeah, I mean,
he's taken 6 wickets in the first innings.
That's right. I mean, you know, all you can do is, you know, just play the ball. You know, if it's slightly wide in this situation, I guess and it's not there to drive, then, you know, I would not drive at it. But I mean, you know, some guys like to be a little bit more forceful than others. But I think as long as you try and trust your technique and your concentration, you can't do any more than that.
Sun comes out as Ageas is in. Tightish leave there from Scott, but I would say that is exactly the type of delivery that he wants to be leaving. And the end of the over, and it's a maiden from Mohammad Ageas, the first maiden over of the innings. Gloucestershire are 15 for no wicket, needing a further 3-5-3 to win, and at the moment we're not even really going to talk about time because it's pretty irrelevant.
That's right. Yeah, it is. You're right, Eddie. It's all about leaving at the moment. You know, with the ball the way it is. And we are seeing that sort of that kiss from short of a length from, you know, pretty regular. It's, you know, if you leave well, then you're giving yourself a chance. You know, as the ball gets softer, it won't do quite the same as that, and you can trust yourself maybe to have a little drive on the up, but not too much, obviously. As that's wrapped on the pad there, Harris. Start of a new over there from Barker, and it goes out on the leg side, and there is no run. You know, if you get an unplayable ball, then you get an unplayable ball. There's not a lot you can do. But I think, you know, most batters, you know, would look back over a season, a month, career, whatever, and say, well, actually, how many times was I actually got out? And the percentage is very low. It's amazing, you know, when you actually look at the way you get out. And you can, by and large, say, well, actually, I didn't do that, or I should have done this instead of that. And there's a large part of your
You know, the way you get out. That's a length ball which is pushed out towards that extra cover. Now, of course, that's easier said than done because conditions and match situations dictate otherwise. But generally, you know, if you just trust your technique and everything like that, then give yourself a chance.
Yeah, and also, I think it was you and Emily earlier on were talking about the mental side of the game as well. And so often, you know, as a spectator, you point to poor shot. You know, you played a poor shot there, but actually what it was what was going on in your head that led to it.
There's Barker bowls, and Harris turns that away on the leg side. No run.
And you know, it's that actually sometimes I'm sure it's that needs fixing rather than anything kind of technical, or you know, or I thought I saw that ball was there to drive and it wasn't, and then I did drive and I got out. It was actually more a case of, well, either I wasn't quite concentrating as I could have been, or I was thinking about such and such when I should have been thinking about something else.
Yeah, you know, there are thousands of factors that come into play, and that's why it can make it too complicated. That's swung a bit, and that's a good leave. You know, there are so many I mean, I've heard so many theories it would drive you nuts, but you know, essentially it's quite a simple game, and you know, you can make it complicated. But and as I was saying earlier, sometimes, you know, you go out to bat and you think, gosh, my feet don't feel as though they're moving very well, or you can go out to bat and you think, I'm not seeing the ball so well today. You know, we all think that they all go out and bat like they're robots, you know, but that ain't true. You know, they all feel different things at different times as Harris works that away on the leg side. And then you just to try and adapt to that particular moment. And, you know, if your feet aren't moving very well, well, then obviously you're aware of it and you try and do something about it in whatever way you want to do something about it. And, you know, you're constantly adjusting the way you are. So, hey, believe me, these guys aren't mobots. You know, they don't just run up and bowl and and they feel the same every time they go out. They don't. It's totally different.
Yeah, and actually, I think it was on the TMS podcast last year when David Payne was on there, and he was talking about, you know, he'd obviously had that terrific match at Lord's where he'd taken. And you know, he's saying, look, it's not just as simple as the fact that I was feeling great on that particular day or whatever. It's something you don't know how you're going to feel any time you kind of take to the bowling crease.
That's right. I think we just forget that, you know, because, you know, professional people at whatever sport make the game look easier, you know, and there's a reason why they get paid for it, is because they do make it look easier, and you know, and we look at it and think, oh, we could do that, and actually when you go and try it, you can't, you know, and then that's why, you know, you watch professional golfers and that, and you think, oh, I can drill that straight, and you try and do it. It's the hardest thing in the world. So, you know, it's the same as this, you know. But they you know, they own this. You know, they've got a certain amount of talent anyway to get to this point. But they you know, they hone those skills, and they try and be as metronomic as they can. You know, batting wise, you know, it's a simple technique, and you try and do the same thing every day, but you just modify it for the conditions and the bowlers and the situations. And it's the same with the bowlers. You try and be consistent and methodic as you can, but you know, achieving that is not easy.
Mohamed Abbas will come round the wicket to the left-handed Harris, and they've just decided actually to take the fourth slip out at the last moment, and they will put fourth slip into a pretty short cover position. In fact, you know, he's going even closer. So actually now more of a short extra, but he's in really close there. Is that Donald in at short extra? I think it might have been. He was yes. So they've just got the 3 slips in, but he's almost close enough to need a helmet. Abbas in and bowls to Harris, who's angling the ball away out towards backward point, and there is no run. I suppose the reverse of that is that sometimes we kind of ascribe things to players in terms of how they're feeling and how they're looking and what they're doing, and actually the you know, sometimes a player will just turn around and say to you, well, I wasn't actually really thinking about anything, you know. I don't really think too much, I just go out and do it, because
that comes from the hours and the days and the months and the years of practice, because you're just trying to build it into yourself.
Abbas bowls, and Harris tucks this one away off his pads, but only as far as mid-wicket, no run. You
try to make it part of you, you know, so you do this. What you're trying to do is the same thing every day. That's what you're trying to do. So by doing that, that's why you have to practice and make your muscle, what they call it, muscle memory,
yeah.
And all that sort of stuff. So it just becomes
as natural as you can make it.
Ageas settling in. Older maiden last over, no runs yet this over. He's in for the third ball of it. 16 without loss. Gloucestershire. As forward goes Harris and defends away out towards point once again, and there is no run. I think, you know, the golfing analogy is kind of an interesting one, because I know people don't like talking too much about golf, but I'm going to draw the parallel in terms of hitting a lot of balls, and you just, you know, you see the pros after they've finished a round, they just go and hit another goodness knows how many hundreds of drives and iron shots straight after they finished, even just to, you know, even if it's working on something or if it's not working on something. Ageas bowls to Harris, clipped away through square leg. They might think about 2 here because, well, it was quite fine down there on the leg side boundary, but it's actually just going to be the single. Just trotted through for the 1. Harris moves to 6. Gloucestershire 17 for no wicket, needing a further 3-5-1. And it is, you know, it's not the same. It's not the same because, you know, there are a few more factors in play than.
Well, there is.
Well, there are some, but you know, just. It's similar in so much as, like you say, it's got to be muscle memory, hasn't it? Yeah. You are, after all, hitting a ball if you're batting.
Well, that's why you see, you know, a net put up on the outfield before a game. And
Ageas is in. Scott, well, he's Hampshire acting as if that's come off the inner half of the bat, but I think they were also interested because he does get across his stumps, and I think they're thinking if he's playing round that front pad, they can get him LBW as well as bringing the slips and caught behind into play. Played it out towards mid-wicket for no run. But yeah, I only just kind of draw the comparison. I know that there are some players who like to hit an incredible number of balls in the net, but there are actually others who, and I think I was talking with Mark Church about Mark Stoneman in this regard, as Ageas is in, left alone, quite tight to off stump, but a good lead from George Scott to end the over. 17 for no wicket at the end of it, Gloucestershire. And I think he was given quite a lot of stick when he played for England about the way that he practiced. And I don't know. It feels to me like something that should be very individual. And I'm sure there are golfers who don't hit that many balls either. And it kind of build up this idea that the ones who hit loads of balls and that, you know, they work so hard on their game, the idea that they're just suddenly, because of that, they're better than the ones that don't. I don't know. I just thought it was an intriguing discussion anyway.
Some people feel the need to do more than others. That's the other thing as well. Some people feel comfortable going into a game, I'm talking cricket now, having done much more than somebody else. You know, it's individual. You know, everybody wants to go into the game feeling as comfortable with their game as possible. Of course, as you get into a season, then all sorts of other factors come into that. But you know, some people feel that they might need to practice for 3 or 4 hours the day before. Others might feel they don't need to do anything. It's all individual. Here's Abbott. He's round the wicket to Harris. Now, Abbott got Harris out in the first innings, coming round the wicket. Harris looked intent on driving Abbott at every opportunity, and it was his downfall. Abbott's coming with the same line of attack around the wicket from that pavilion end. Joe's just tweeted at Solent Sport a picture of the scoreboard saying things you don't often see, and the Hampshire over rate is +4. I cannot remember the last time that Hampshire's over rate was in that territory.
Gloucestershire's was +7 last match, I think.
Right. Oh, it would be, wouldn't it? Would be better, wouldn't it? Here's Abbott bowls. That's taking the wind out of my sails, that one. I was just going to enjoy that.
You said for Hampshire, so...
Yeah, well, I was going to enjoy that for a minute or two, and you completely took that away.
Well, that's all right. Hampshire... I think Hampshire are doing quite well in some other respects on the scoreboard, so you go, come on, let us have something.
Just to repeat, Hampshire have already had, on 2 occasions, points deducted for a slow over rate. Here's Abbott. Round the wicket. Oh, there's another shout from the nursery ground. That's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I think it's Havant in the field now, so they've got just as big lungs on them as the academy, who were shouting loud and clear.
I still think they've got a bit of work to do, though. Just a little bit of work. I mean, they've got to get that volume right up to where where the academy were. They're obviously, you know, it's obviously something that as the academy side, they're working an awful lot more on their appealing.
So yeah, the local Southern Premier League starting today, as I'm sure that all the leagues around the country. I think I did see something that said that today was the day. everywhere. As Abbott bowls that straight, and Harris turns that away on the leg side, fielded by Felix Organ. The next thing I'm going to be interested in is whether when we get to 32 overs, that is tea. I think it will be,
I think
actually.
I'm pretty sure it is, because I think we had this once last season as well, and I think tea just goes with 32 overs. I don't think anything else changes. It's either 32 overs or 340, but obviously we're well past 340 now anyway.
Sure. Yeah, well, myself and Ed will carry on till tea, and then Emily's just said, "Nah, I'll come on after tea." Here comes Abbott. Bowls. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery. Comes in and then just straightens a bit off the seam. She didn't quite say it like that. She said, "Nah." That's how she said it.
Was that how it was?
No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that either.
No,
I can't imagine her ever saying something like that.
Nah,
even though
can't
she's
be
from
bothered.
Portsmouth. Even though she's from Portsmouth.
This is what I love about it. Always when you come down here, it's always Southampton, Portsmouth, Bournemouth. I mean, it's always
There isn't it? And I'm not even from any of these. I'm not even from this region. Here comes Abbott, bowls, and that's a length ball which Harris steers up towards mid-on. Londoner. I'm a Londoner. Proud. I was up there the other day. Well, I was up there twice actually the other week. Once with the game and then went straight back up there. I don't go up there very often now actually because I've got no real family there. So I don't go up so often. But it's always nice. It's always a treat when you get up there and just enjoy the central London or around and about by the Thames.
Yeah, and they've got a couple of nice cricket grounds there. I mean,
Couple?
they're all right, aren't they?
Oh, the big ones. Oh,
Just
quite.
about all right.
Thousands otherwise, yeah, for sure. 17 without loss. They're all right, aren't they?
They're
really?
all right. Just about okay. I mean, you know, it's nothing on your Cotswold setting, etc. But anyway, here comes Abbas and bowls forward. Goes George Scott and pushes this one out into the covers for no run.
I must share this message. I know you won't mind. We have a Bournemouth football commentator, Chris Temple, who done a bit of cricket commentary with me over the years with Hampshire. And for our local station, BBC Sun, it does the Bournemouth commentaries. He's been doing it for years, and he is a very, very good football commentator. As you may or may know, Bournemouth went back up to the Premier League on Tuesday night. They're playing at home today, and they did a crossbar challenge today ahead of their home game, their final home game of the season.
In comes Abbas to the right-handed Scott, who's cutting and almost chopping on. A ball rolls away towards where a man on the 45 would be. That could have gone just about anywhere, and obviously did go past the stumps. Actually went past the off stump, I think, in the end. Oh dear.
So Bournemouth invited regular members of the media, I guess written, radio, TV, whatever, to take part in this crossbar challenge, where you obviously have to hit the crossbar, and they were taking shots from about the edge of the area or something. And I saw it on the video, and Chris's shot just about hit the base of the post. Right. So.
Here comes Abbas, bowls. Scott looking to drive. Well, he's got it past cover, and it's away for 4. No stopping that once it gets past the infielder. But Scott, this time, well, I think it was still, yeah, he's not really gone too far forward at it. He's just kind of played it from the crease, but he was nicely balanced when he played the shot and got it away for a boundary. His third moves him on to 15, and Gloucestershire 21 for no wicket.
So I saw it on the video, and I just texted him to say, I saw your effort at the Vitality, and they're obviously at half time in that game. He's just texted me to say, yeah, it was horrendous.
Here comes Abbas and bowls, very full, angling in towards Scott. It's actually driven with a little bit of force by Scott towards cover, but the way that was coming spearing in at him, it looked a little bit alarming for a moment from Scott's point of view, I think. That would be me, though. I mean, if I did that, I think I'd be quite happy if it actually kind of made the goal. I think it would be bouncing at least once before it got to the goal. I think when I was playing football in my younger days, I think they couldn't really quite work out whether I was left-footed or right-footed. As Abbas is in and bowls down the leg side, flicked away by Scott. That'll be 4 somethings. I think it'll be runs. Yep, it will. Certainly looked from the speed it went off at, like Scott had managed to get the leg glance away, and just a little bit too straight from Abbas, and exactly where you want it to play that leg glance, right on that kind of line. So Scott moves on to 19, 25 without loss, 343 more runs needed by Gloucestershire. And I suppose I should point out that Scott's gone past his career first-class average just while we were talking about players doing that, with his first-class average sitting at 17. He's on 19 now, but again, I should point out he's a much better player than that. Abbas in to Scott, who's forcing away off the back foot. That is a lovely shot. That's probably the best shot Scott's played so far. And his 4th boundary was hit off the previous ball, and he's now hit his 5th one immediately. And that was just a lovely shot. He's a tallish man, is Scott, and he didn't need all his height for that one, but just drove it away really pleasantly to the boundary for 4. And so it's 29 without loss for Gloucestershire, and Scott on to 23.
Apparently we're not sure now whether tea's in 20 minutes time or 3 overs, but it might be 20 minutes. So do you want to have a little break? We'll assume it's 20 minutes. If not, it doesn't matter. And we'll work it out afterwards. Thanks, Ed. Another good contribution from you this afternoon. 339 runs behind here, Gloucestershire. Got a tweet here from Mike Martin, which I'll come to as Abbott's round the wicket, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Coming forward there, Marcus Harris. Welcome back, Emily Windsor.
That's done a bit, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Looking at the replay here, have it in and the nip away of the left-hander.
Needs to do a little bit, doesn't it, to keep the... Well, they need to. Well, they don't need to break this partnership, but it'd be nice, isn't it? It's always nice to get one early one. Mike Martin at Solent Sports says, watching the game in bed as I've COVID. He says, horrible. Oh dear. Donald's batting cheered me up though. Pitch still looks like hard work for the bowlers. Need this win badly, I feel. That's right, especially after the disappointment of last week. Now he's got the drive in there as he was looking to do to Abbott, and that's gone straight to the cover. This is how he was out in the first innings. Got some nice drives in, found the fielders on the offside, and then they changed the ball. And then the very next ball, Abbott bowled one which just bounced on him a little bit, just nipped away a bit, and he was well caught by Holland in the slips above his head. So, but Harris was playing Abbott just like he did there, so you'll have to be mindful.
Harris is out to get you, remember, Kev?
Is he going to get me? Oh, because he stood there. I mean, I mean, what did you think when you saw that as Harris pushes out to watch extra cover? So Donald's batting, no, it was Fuller batting, wasn't it?
I'm not going to lie, Kev, that would be something that I would do just to annoy the batter. Like, if it's getting to that point as a batter, you'd be thinking, well, they're getting desperate now if they really need to do that. But that is probably the kind of annoying thing that I would do to try and wind them up. Like, I'm not going to lie here, but yeah, it's not something you see on a regular occurrence, but...
Yeah. He was doing it, wasn't it, to wind... Yeah, he was doing it to wind the batters up, exactly right. Standing right where Fuller would have been receiving next ball as Marcus Harris works that up to mid-on. They'll pick up a single as Barker sort of falls over the ball there, really. 30 without loss. And then stands there, directing the deep square leg, making it obvious that he's standing there, using that space... Nobody else allowed in it where the batter should be standing. We're all waiting for the next ball.
Do you know why
he's trying to line up the deep square leg.
Do you know why I think he did it? Right now, he stood down there with a fishing rope and he's just reeling you in with that massive nibble.
That would have wound me up. See, if I was batting...
That's probably though why he did it. He thought Kevin James is up there and that's going to really annoy him.
No, but that really wound me up. If I was the batter, that really would have wound me up as Barker bowls. And that's whipped away. Nice shot there, George Scott. That's from fairly straight, but he's hit through the line and whipped it away. Just watch on the live feed exactly what line that was on. In comes Abbott. Yeah, it's about leg stumpage, isn't it, really? It's probably going down as well. So that was exactly the right shot to be playing. He's on 27. But, yeah, no, it just would wind me up. I mean, you're right. I suppose if you're out there and you're going well as a batter, you'd probably think, well, I don't care. And, you know, that's what you're doing like that, and it doesn't really bother me. But I think from a distance,
anywhere I'll hit it past is what Donald was feeling.
But just when you look at that, what was going on there, you just think, what are you doing, mate? You know, you're deliberately trying to, you know. Anyway, oh, there's an inside edge onto the pad there. There's a big shout. I don't think they quite realised, but I think even from here, for me, there was an inside edge.
Yeah, definitely. But a good piece of bowling from Abbott. Inside edge on the pad, potentially outside the line as well. But 34 for none. Gloucestershire need 334 to win. Hampshire need 10 wickets. Earlier today, Hampshire were 204 all out. Impressive last wicket stand between Anira Donald and James Fuller. Anira Donald 89, for the 32, 101 run partnership.
Fabulous.
Really put Hampshire in a commanding position. And interestingly, we're going to see some spin here. Liam Dawson into the attack early in this Hampshire innings.
Well, definitely worth it because of the rough outside. Harris is off stump. Definitely worth a go early on. And, you know, it's Hampshire in this for the long haul, really, aren't they? There's no rush. You know, time's not running out yet. I mean, I know we all remember last year and Gloucestershire batting out 4 sessions to save the game 9 down. But this is a different pitch, but it's a good pitch still. And certainly as the ball gets older, you'll see it getting even better. I mean, Harris does worry me a little bit. And I think there's 1 or 2 batters in that Gloucestershire side that would worry me in terms of longevity at the crease. I think he's one. Bracey, another one. You know, to a lesser extent, 1 or 2 others, but those would be the 2 that would worry me the most in terms of Gloucestershire first saving the game, and then who knows. But yeah, they're the 2 that you've got to go. And I think Dawson coming on, hopefully giving Harris a little bit more of a problem with the rough. Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Hampshire getting the field right. Another wicket on the nursery ground, which is what you can hear. Not with an appeal this time. Another batter back to the pavilion. More of a cheer than an appeal.
Of course, you used to play there, didn't you?
Certainly did. The club where it all started, where I was like that little blonde girl in the outfield. I'd be in a haven't shirt. So, a leg slip, a short leg and a slip in play for Dawson. A short mid-wicket as well. As Dawson left arm over in. Bowls to Harris, gone back and played to mid-wicket. Will be no run.
Interesting to see how Harris plays this.
Fielder out on the deep square leg boundary. A conventional mid-wicket and a nice mid-wicket in tight. As Dawson in at the top of his mark. Bounds and bowls and back in defence to him. Will be no run. 34 without loss. Harris on strike with 7. Scott 27 at the other end. As Dawson again top of the mark from this hotel end in bowls, and that's forward in defence, fielded by Keith Barker at a backward point, no run. The sun is just about coming in the camera gantry here. It's nice and warm. It's been good conditions throughout the game so far.
Very warm now.
As Dawson in again, left arm over bowls, and it's gone back. That's hit him on the pad, but he's outside the line.
That's the one, isn't it? Just does a little bit more. But it's pitching well outside off stump, but there's a little bit there, out of the rough.
As the sun beams on almost the umbrella over the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion ahead of us. Dawson in, bounds and bowls, in defence again. Great work from Ben Brown. He was speedy off the mark there to pick up the ball. 34 without loss.
Patience here for Hampshire. Long way to go. 334 still needed. That's a lot. That's a big total. 4th innings.
Dawson in again, bowls. Quicker delivery. That's played up to mid-off. They come through for a single as Kyle Abbott comes round and underarms the ball to Keith Barker at backward point. That's the end of the over. 35 without loss. How key, like obviously, this is the only day that I've been here, but you talked about earlier the new ball being key and the sessions being key. Obviously Hampshire here, the new ball's 12 overs old. It's not old now, but they haven't got a breakthrough. Like, how important is it for them to have picked up 1 or 2 with this new ball, do you feel?
I think a little bit of it is down to the fact that we're in the afternoon. It's not a morning. Of course, it's all going on over there, isn't it? That's Havant again with another wicket. They enjoyed that one. That must be one of the academy boys that obviously is one of the better players by the sounds of that. They sound overjoyed to have got that wicket. I think the afternoon has probably played a little bit of a part there, because I just think when you look at some of the afternoon sessions, or down the leg side, good diving stop from Ben Brown as Abbott's bowling from the pavilion. I'm looking at the first afternoon, and Hampshire without an A, without an H.
Sounded common then, like you were from Pompey, Kev.
I can't believe you said that.
We all know who you support in the South Coast. You've just shown
I don't support
us.
anybody in the South Coast
Yeah,
because
I know
I'm
you
not
don't,
from
but
here.
you do now.
I support Bashley in the New Forest. There you go. No, of course I don't. I'm looking at the first day, the afternoon session, Harris forward to Abbott, plays it back up towards the bowler anyway. Hampshire scored 142 runs and didn't lose a wicket. Yesterday afternoon, Gloucestershire had lost a few wickets in the morning, 31 for 4. Having started their innings after Dawson was the last man out for Hampshire, so they started about midday. So they lost a few wickets in the morning session. In the afternoon session, they went from 31 for 4 to 111 for 7, so that wasn't too bad. Everything happened in the evening session then. Oh, Harris is beaten outside the off stump. So I think really the afternoon sessions, when the sun has been out and it's been has been actually the best time to bat.
It's a good ball that, Kev. We saw on the replay there again, nipped away from the left hand batter.
It's getting that ball to straighten, doesn't it? That's his stop ball, isn't it? Over the wicket, he gets it to nip back. On the angle, when he comes round the wicket, it comes in to the left-hander and then just straightens. Not every ball, but that makes it difficult. So yeah, you know, these do appear in this game anyway, and I'm pretty certain there's probably most of the time here, but that the afternoons are harder work for the bowlers as Harris pushes that towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So I'm not surprised that Hampshire haven't made a breakthrough in a way. There doesn't seem to be a lot happening, does there really? A couple of plays and misses, you expect that with a new ball.
But there's not been any dramas, if you like. The batters look in control. It's not been like Hampshire have been on top, and it's also not been that Gloucestershire's been on top. It's actually been a good battle between bat and ball, but it doesn't look too hard to be out there, and you can see that by the field positions that James Vince has got.
Harris gets another length ball, which he plays quietly up towards mid-on. You're right. I mean, if I was numbers 3 and 4 in the dressing room, I wouldn't be sort of jumping up and down thinking, oh God, I could be in a minute, or you know, oh gosh, this looks hard work. I wouldn't be overly worried from what I'm seeing out there.
You're not worried for the block out for a draw again, are you?
That's a long way away, Emily. You know that. It's a million miles away at the end of the game yet.
Or results possible.
Yep. Long way. 32 overs left in the day yet after this, sorry. There's another shout from the other side.
Another wicket.
So pushed up to a mid-off. That game is moving rapidly forward. I think they're trying to outdo each other on the sort of shouts of yes. Oh, and there we are, 32 overs to go in the day, and it is tea. So the other bit of information you got about another 20 minutes was wrong, Emily. I don't know who that came from. You don't have to reveal their name or where it came from. Hopefully it didn't come from the Hampshire management otherwise, because that would have been a worry. A maiden over there for Kyle Abbott. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 without loss. So here at tea on day 3 at the Ageas Bowl, as Gloucestershire embark on that 368-run victory, and Hampshire looking for 10 wickets to seal victory in this game. Gloucestershire 35 without loss, Scott on 27, Marcus Harris on 8, and myself, Emily Windsor and Ed Seaborn will be back with you in just under 20 minutes time. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are just about to get underway. The evening session on day 3 of this county championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. The state of play at the break is that Gloucestershire in their second innings are 35 without loss. They need another 333 runs to win this game. That means they have 32 overs tonight and all day tomorrow, 96 minimum. To get those runs, and conversely Hampshire needs 10 wickets before they do that to win this game also. So it's all to play for. Hampshire a bit more than slight favourites because it's a lot to get in the context of this game, and if this evening session is even half as entertaining as yesterday's evening session, then we are in for a real treat. Your commentary team to take you through to the close of play a little later. You'll hear from BBC Radio Gloucester and BBC Radio Bristol's Ed Seaborn, but to take you through this next period of play, myself, Kevin James, and Southern Vipers batter, Oval Invincibles batter, Hampshire Cricket captain, playing in regional finals day tomorrow, and TMS commentator Emily Windsor. Hello.
Good afternoon, good evening.
By the time I got rid of all those titles of yours, I was worried we might miss the session. It's going to be Mo Abbas to get things underway from our commentary and the hotel end. He's bowling to Giles Scott, sorry, not Giles Scott, so it's Scott. I'll tell you what, straight away, he's already smashed a length ball through the covers for 4. George Scott, I should say. I don't know why I keep saying Giles Scott. I know a Giles Scott, that's why I keep saying it. George Scott. Lovely shot to get the evening session underway.
Yeah, and I just, Dave Allen, I don't know if you saw the tweet earlier from him, but he said that it was the first innings in the match without a wicket in the first 10 overs this innings so far. Hampshire's honorary archivist there, always on the ball, as Scott works that out to mid-off. Another good length delivery there from Mohammed Abbas. And how significant will that be?
Well, it's the afternoon session, wasn't it, really? And as I mentioned just before tea, the afternoon sessions in this game have tended to be the quietest of sessions for the bowlers. It's just been either side of that session which has brought wickets, as it did very quickly this morning, just to keep that theme going. 4 fell in the first 70 minutes. Here's Abbas again on the line of leg stump. I think that's come off Scott's thigh pad as it goes out on the leg side. I think umpire's going to signal leg byes. He does, and Gloucestershire move on to 40 without loss. So Scott has 31, and Marcus Harris, the Australian opening batter, is rather quieter, having scored 8 of 48 deliveries.
Just looking at the scores around the ground, Joe Root got 75, just looking at those England players. Durham are batting again. Will Ben Stokes play another knock like he did?
Is he in yet?
Let's have a little look. No, they're 134 for none.
Abbas bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Harris.
Alex Lees, who was obviously the opener in the last Test series, he's on 47 off 47 deliveries. Okay. And I guess now we've got a long session ahead of us. I'd like to pose a question to our listeners. And to you, Kev, you can give me your thoughts, of course, and we'll hear hopefully from Ed later, is just what people are thinking this Test team's going to look at. There's one thing we do know, Ben Stokes is batting 6, but what's your line-up around that? What do we feel like Ben Stokes is going to go with?
Ooh, here's the pass in the sunshine here at the Ageas as Harris works that away from fairly straight, square on the leg side. They'll get 2, comfortable 2.
I was going to say, and firstly, obviously, listeners, get your teams in, get your thoughts, but my question to you, is there any Hampshire players that would be in contention for selection in that Test squad, do you feel?
Wow. Well, I suppose I like to have thought when all this question of captain came up a few weeks ago that maybe James Vince had an outside chance. Maybe he did have an outside chance. But I suppose it's pretty obvious that Stokes was going to get it as Harris is on the back foot, steers that up to mid-off.
There was an interview actually Rob Key did about when he was first in post at Lords that he said that someone asked him what would happen if Ben didn't take it, there was no other candidates, and he actually said no, there are other candidates on the ground, and he just named sort of a few off the cusp, and James Vince was one of them, and that was obviously from a captaincy point of view, and we talked about it, didn't we, how he offers so much as a captain as well as a batter, but do you see him being in contention with how he started, what his future may be from a Hampshire point of view? Because I guess he's the only player that stands out in that
He's anyone's got a
aspect.
chance, hasn't he? But now the fact that the captaincy part of his offering has gone, oh gosh, it's another shout. That game, look, I'm sure that game's going to be over shortly.
Kyle Abbott then, from the pavilion end, 3 slips into Scott Bowles, forward in defence. But please do get in touch with us at Solent Sport, solentcricket@gmail.com, at Ems Windsor, and is it at Ed Cricket 6? Got that right. Got the thumbs up from Ed.
Not many people do.
Give us your thoughts on this squad that we're going to see. June the 2nd at Lords. Who do you want in your test match, the opening test match for this English summer? New leader, fresh start. Who's your batting lineup and what's your bowlers? Is Abbott in, plays forward, no run?
Sibley's getting some runs now, isn't he? Apparently his technique is a little more pleasing on the eye, apparently, according to a couple of things I've read. Maybe him.
When you go off air, Kev, I reckon you should write down an 11, and I think Ed should do the same, and I'll do the same.
Okay.
And when you got a bit of time to think about it,
Yeah.
and we'll see what we come up with. There's Abbott in bowls, forward in defence, no run. And I think the beauty of this and the situation that we're in, where it is a new leader and he can have completely different views, actually I reckon, and us as fans, as us on the county circuit, are going to probably have very different 11s on paper at this stage. So what is the final 11?
See, I think some Gloucestershire fans would say, well, Bracey's got a couple of hundreds. He's due a go again.
As a batter.
Well.
Or as a batter and a keeper. As Abbott in again from the pavilion end. That's played back down the pitch. Can Keith Barker get there? Yes, he does.
Oh,
Great dive and
yes.
stop from the big man.
Oh, that's a great stop. Lovely to see. Well, I mean, and I think he's got a good case, hasn't he? I think he's kept quite well in this game. You've only seen him today. Myself and Ed have seen him all 3 days. I think he's looked tidy. I can't think of anything that keepers stand out when they don't do something you expect them to do, don't they, really? Or take an absolutely blinding catch. He hasn't done either, but what he's done it okay. He's certainly not out of nick as a keeper, if that's the right phrase.
Kyle Abbott just changing his field. A deep square leg, a deep fine leg now, and still the 3 slips in place. As in comes Abbott. That's pushed into the offside. Will be no run.
So it's been just, I mean, do I find it exciting, the sort of team that Ben Stokes might choose, and others, if there is others that choose around him? I'll tell you what's interesting, when I did that function last week, and Jimmy Anderson was the sort of guest of honour, and we spoke, when I introduced him, in the room there was big cheers, because it had only literally the day before been announced that Ben Stokes wanted him back.
Abbott in bowls. That's turned nicely through mid-wicket by Scott. He's not going to run, and it's going over the boundary for 4. Great piece of batting from Scott. Just the wrong line there from Abbott, and punished. Score will move to 46 for none. Gloucestershire require 322 to win. Hampshire 10 wickets.
Yeah, I wouldn't bowl too straight to him. I think he likes that flick through mid-wicket. I think he plays it well, certainly from what we've seen this afternoon. So would Jimmy Anderson be your... You think, yes, thank goodness he's back. Would that be for you?
Yeah, definitely. I think from my point of view, and previous, obviously, to that tour of the West Indies, he was one of England's best bowlers, and he's still taking wickets. He's still fit to play. He's still delivering. So why wouldn't he be up for selection? Same with Stuart Broad. And I think ultimately they bring experience to the side, and whether they both play this in the same game, I don't know. But I think, why wouldn't they be up for test selection?
Yeah. Here's Abbasi's round the wicket to the left-hander. Harris is prodding forward out into the covers. Gubbins does the field. But yeah, definitely, obviously a popular thing, judging by that room a week ago. I must imagine that would have been echoed around the country. So yeah, I mean, I think the other side of it is I just don't think that, for me, there's anybody that really stands out that says, do you know what, new regime, new this, new that. Let's get this guy in, you know, as a start of a new era. For me, there's nobody like that, is there? I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. Here's Abbas, and that's pushed up to mid-on by Harris. Little happening for the bowlers here at the moment. I mean, there's people got runs, isn't there? Bracey, we just mentioned, a couple of big ones.
But I think the hard thing in the balance is, isn't it? It's only the first few games of a county season. You can't just pick a side on weight of the runs there, because players can go in and out of form. And I think it was actually quite interesting in the interviews you did prior to the season with Vince. He feels that players need to be backed for a prolonged period in that team. Say, this is my best 11, this is my best squad.
Harris drives into the gap through extra cover. Fuller's after it. Just a push drive there. He's timed that nicely. Fuller is not going to quite get there. It was a good contest for a little while, but the ball just won that one. That's a nice piece of timing from Marcus Harris, who moves on to 14, is it? Or that's a 50 up, yeah. So it's 50 up for Gloucestershire. That's come in the 16th over.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. You can't be too gun-ho, can you, and picking an England team on this person scored runs here, this person scored runs there. It's about doing it for a prolonged period.
Yep.
And I guess Zach Crawley hasn't had the best start to the county championship, but there's definitely something. I like how Zach Crawley plays, and I think there's something in there.
Yeah, didn't get runs in either innings, as that's flicked away to square leg by Marcus Harris. Didn't get runs on either innings against Hampshire on one of the flattest tracks. James Vince described one of the flattest tracks he played on for years. And Zach Crawley failed in both innings. So, I mean, it's only one game, I know. But you're right, he's not set the world alight, although we all know he's a good player. So what's wrong there? I don't know.
Be interesting to know your guys' thoughts, though. Is there anyone, even if it's not the whole team, is there anyone you think definitely should be in contention for selection?
Is there a left field selection there somewhere that we've missed? As Ageas Bowl and Harris bat and pad close together as he pushes out to mid-off. Alan Mills, the Hampshire scorer, has just said that the academy over the way there, 34 for 5 off 8 overs, chasing 176 scored by Haven. I think there's been another wicket since that email, actually. So the academy not doing too well.
Haven't. They were quite an experienced side. They got some good players in that side. Some players that were also on the academy previously. George Metzger, I think, has the gloves for Havant this year. Harry Gadd, who have been on the academy previously, so a bit more experience.
Ageas Bowl and Harris pushes that up to mid-on. There is little happening for the Hampshire seamers here at the moment. The pitch looks a little sun-baked today. It's bright sunshine out there at the moment. It's very warm. The new ball has done very little. It's now 16 overs old, and these Gloucestershire openers have been relatively untroubled. 35 to Scott, 14 to Harris, 50 without loss, 318 behind.
It certainly looks a session, doesn't it, to be batting with these blue skies. It's quite warm up here in the camera gantry in our commentary box. For those that know, we sort of get the extremes of weather conditions up here. If it's windy, it's like a tornado. If it's sunny and if it's hot, it's like we're in a sauna. And if it's cold, we're in the Antarctic. As in comes Abbott to Scott Bowles. Forward in defence, no run. You just feel this is going to be tough graft for Hampshire, 50 without loss. Gloucestershire 318 to win. Keith Barker with the ball in the hand, giving it a good shine. Just a 2 slips now in place, which shows you what's happening on the pitch. There's not much movement. The field spread as in comes Abbott, right arm over Bowles. He's gone to pull that and he's got an edge and it's gone straight to cover. That's like a snooker cue.
Just watching it on the replay on the live feed, and yeah, he's almost got onto it too early. Didn't really get that high either, did it, of Kyle Abbott's. One of several ways to watch and listen, of course, the live feed, which is just about every county now doing their live feed. You can watch that on their county websites. Hampshire have got an app, free app to download. You You can watch the live action on that. Married up with our commentary, myself, Kevin James and Emily Windsor currently.
Abbott from the pavilion end bowls, forward from Scott, no run. We'll hear from Ed Seaborn later as well. He's got his team ready. I can see it. I can see the lineup, the England team, what he thinks should be picked on June the 2nd at Lords. I can't wait to hear it.
He'll have a couple of left field selections, Ed, won't he?
He's shaking his head, no.
Oh, he hasn't. Has he got Bracey in? Oh, he's not giving anything away.
Abbott, again, scurries in from that pavilion end, bowls in again in defence from George Scott. Nice and patient this from him. The sun beaming down on this large Ageas Bowl playing surface. Pitch just to the left as we look from the Hilton end, or the hotel end on the left side of the square.
I think today is probably the most likely to be sunburnt if you're watching the game out of the days we've had so far, do you think?
We need some of Ed's sun cream on, I feel. It's beaming in as in comes Abbott again to Scott. Bowls in defence to mid-wicket this time, no run. The consistency of Hampshire's seamers really showing. Kyle Abbott's into his 5th over. He's already bowled 2 maidens and gone for just the 9 runs.
This to me is a similar situation to Kent 2 weeks ago when Hampshire managed to bowl Kent out twice and 10 wickets on the last day. Actually, in the end, only took till just an over after tea because Abbott got 3 quick wickets. But it really was agony watching at times because the pitch was so good.
Abbott to Scott again in defence into that offside. Another maiden from Kyle Abbott. 50 without loss. Gloucestershire in their 2nd innings, the final innings of this game. And looks like we'll be seeing more of Mo Abbas. Kev's got his money out by the looks of it.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the key.
He's got £20
all my money.
note.
That's all I've got. That's all my money.
I didn't know what he was signalling by that. Whether
buying a wicket.
Yeah. Where are you going to give that to Ed if he could come on and jinx a Gloucestershire batter or something? I don't quite know what was going on there.
I was just trying to remind myself what a £20 note looked like, actually, what colour it was. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, is listening. He's tweeted at Silent Sport. He says, today's haven't 11, which, of course, is that match we're referring to just over the tunnel, just over the Bowen on the nursery ground here. As Abbas comes round the wicket and bowls to Harris once more. Harris is forward, plays it out to the man at short cover. Today's haven't 11, says Dave, includes Richard Hindley, a Hampshire one-match wonder who scored 68 not out when Hampshire last won after following on, and that was against Glamorgan here in 2003, because Dave mentioned a couple of times that about follow-ons, didn't he? So I do remember that, actually. I do remember him scoring those runs. Off-spinner, Richard Hindley.
Left arm.
No, right. That's right. That's my right arm. Look.
I swear Hindley is left arm.
Oh, is he left arm? Oh, I guess I got that wrong then. That's flicked away by Harris behind square on the leg side. He's timed that nicely. That's 4. And Harris moves on to 18. 54 without loss. And just for the record, Gloucestershire still need another 314 to win. Oh, so he's left arm spinner, is he? Sorry, I'm
pretty sure.
Well, you'd know because he's haven't. So, and that was your club, so you'd know better than me. 2003 is a long time to remember back. I remember him being spinner. That's about as much as I could remember.
Did he get you out, or were you done?
2003, I was finished by then. I was done 4 years by then.
Long gone.
I was long gone and forgotten. You'll find that when you finish playing. People will forget very quickly. I'm not complaining. Here comes Abbas, so enjoy it while it lasts. As a length ball is pushed out on the offside and there's no run. Wondering Baiku Dave at Silent Sports, I reckon Dom Sibley, he says. I reckon give Dom Sibley a run out for England this summer. Someone who can open, grind and get the lacquer off the ball and let the top 6 bat around him. I think that was part of the problem, although he grinded it and then got out. So he batted Ageas for not very many. But as I said, apparently his technique is a little more pleasing after all the work, because he turned down a lion strip, didn't he, during the winter to work on his technique. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, it bounced, and Harris had a little nibble at that one. That's the first one for me that's really bounced just short of a length. If not for a long time, probably the first one in this innings. Yeah,
that was a fantastic delivery from Abbas. He's found that spot that he clearly found in the first innings here. 6 for 45. And Hampshire are going to need more of that If they're going to bowl Gloucester out, get these 10 wickets, Gloucestershire dressing room will be relatively happy here with the start.
Certainly will. Ageas again bowls. That's the next ball which Harris is in behind. Pushes that up to mid-on. I reckon Dom Sibley will be in a few people's teams. I'm not sure about Lee's. He's been around a while, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Was it Yorkshire
But
before he went?
it's Ben Stokes' Durham teammate.
Well, there you are. That may be a factor.
He's currently 50 not out against Worcestershire.
Timely innings.
They've declared as well.
Ooh. Here's Ageas again. Harris gets wrapped. Oh, he's bowled. It's gone through his defences, and that one kept low. And he was stuck on the crease. And that made just a flick the pad as it went through. And Ageas has got the breakthrough finally for Hampshire in this Gloucestershire second innings. And that did keep low. And I think Harris may just have been foxed a little bit by that one, 2 or 3 balls before, where maybe just shorter of a length than that, where it really bounced. And that one has noticeably kept a lot lower. That is a big wicket. I know it's a long haul for Gloucestershire, but I said earlier, in terms of batters who could bat long here, Harris is certainly one of them, and he's gone.
Yeah, and he's obviously an international class batsman, isn't he? And that they're always a big wicket because they've got that experience behind them. And yeah, Ageas again finding that spot from this hotel end and gets that much needed breakthrough for Hampshire. Definitely lift their spirits. 18 overs gone. And Kyle Abbott's 5 overs spell, building the pressure with the maidens. He's putting pressure on Gloucestershire. But in comes James Bracey.
Man in form. Although, it was one of those 4 quick wickets of Ageas before lunch yesterday. Caught behind.
Without scoring.
Yes. So, well, we know he's a good player. There's no doubt about that. And he's another one that can bat long here. So you do feel there's certain batters, don't you? You need to really get out. I mean, that one there, Harris, kept a little bit low. So that was his undoing. It wasn't a normal bog standard ball, which he's made a little bit of a mess of. That actually has kept a bit low. And you need those sort of deliveries, if you're going to go through a side on situations like this, because as I say, this is going to be not easy. I do back Hampshire to bowl Gloucestershire out, no doubt about that. But this could take a long time.
Crowd as well, giving the applause to Ageas as he goes down to that fine leg boundary. Most of the crowd actually on that side, in the sun. Hopefully got sun cream on.
Be a few red faces tonight, wouldn't there?
Kyle Abbott then from the pavilion end, 2 slips into Scott Bowles on that leg stump line, but flicks it straight to mid-wicket. I like that fielding position from James Vince, because that is an area he wants to target.
He likes the flick, doesn't he, Hammond? I mean, it's quite a strong flick. I mean, it's quite strong forearms, but that easy shot, isn't it? Straight from middle and leg. Likes to whip it through that area.
Fielders out on that leg side to protect that from George Scott as Kyle Abbott again. Top of his mark. Charging in, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Good bit of fielding from Nick Gubbins. 54 for 1.
So you're looking forward to your outing tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think we've mentioned it yet since you've been on, have you? Have we? We
don't
haven't.
think so.
So do you want to sort of just captain of the Hampshire women's team tomorrow?
Yeah, it's our final game of the summer, believe it or not, in May. But it's a finals day, so we've got Kent, Sussex and Surrey. I forgot who the other team was. As Abbott
They're the only team you've beaten, remember?
comes in bowls, that's pushed back to him. Run.
How can you forget them?
They're the team, yeah. But we're not playing them in the semi-final. So it was basically group games, and then whoever finished certain places in our sort of mini table then plays for that in the finals day. So you could lose all your group games and still win the trophy. So Sussex finished top. They're playing 4th place, which is Surrey in the semi-final, starting at 10:30. Then Kent finished 2nd. We finished 3rd, and we're playing them in a semi-final starting at as that's an outside edge from Scott, will be no run at 1:30, and then the final is at 4:30. Whoever obviously wins that, a trophy to play for. So should be a good day's cricket, and both all-round strong sides, mainly made up of the Southern Vipers region, obviously Hampshire, Sussex, and the South East Stars region with Kent and Surrey. So some really good cricketers on show. Should they all be available? I know the Hampshire, Sussex players, the Vipers, we're all turning up down there, and yeah, we're looking forward to it. As Abbott in bowls, that's a guided down to third man. Fuller chases after it, so it'll be a couple of runs to Scott. Here moved to 37. 312 to win them for Gloucestershire, 9 wickets for Hampshire. But we are, from this region's point of view, we'd love a Hampshire-Sussex final. It would be, another hard-fought game for sure, and there will be a lot of competition, but obviously both teams need to do the business in their semi-final first. But really exciting day as in comes Abbott bowls. Scott in defence again, no run, 56 for 1. End of the over. 26 overs remain today.
And of course the all-important question is the venue. Where are you playing?
Tottenham Ealing Cricket Club in Hampshire. So we're
well, it's in Southampton, isn't it? It's a suburb.
Yeah. So we get the home dressing room, even though we finished third, which is quite funny. Sussex were giving it about that, actually. The captain, Georgia Adams, Vipers captain, obviously Sussex captain, was like, Hampshire finished third, but still get the home dressing room. That's one up in the day already, isn't it? If they're focusing on things like that. Yeah,
that is. Yeah, that's always a help, isn't it? All these little things.
Exactly, and hopefully they get the shed over the other side, just out of our way.
Yeah, shit. James Bracey's just doing a few little exercises there, and he's ready now, the left-hander, to face Mohammed Abbas, who's bowling round the wicket. He's got 3 slips waiting, runs away from us, and Bracey's forward. Slight excitement from behind the stumps, not quite sure why, maybe because it was just the line of the ball that was right, but Bracey played it with no problem at all. So, yeah, looking forward to that, and if this game finishes at a reasonable time and you guys get through the first game, I think one or two of us might pop down. I'm not sure Edward always got to get home, but I've got nobody at home to go home to, so I might just pop down if we have time and you get through. We shall keep an eye out.
No pressure.
No, I mean not just because whether I come down or not, but I mean that's a tough opener though for you guys, isn't it, Kent? That's for sure.
Yeah.
They're probably about the best side in that group, I think, on paper, if they all play. That's turned away fine. So Bracey's off the mark. That will be 2 runs.
Do you know what? I'm going to argue that.
What?
Sussex.
You reckon
side,
Sussex are?
They've got obviously Georgia Adams, Carla Rudd's playing the keeper, Georgia Elwis, Paige Schofield, Ella McCacken.
That is strong.
Freya Kemp.
Yeah.
Like, they're a very strong outfit. So yeah, well, I think most teams are evenly matched. It just depends, as I said, who performs on the day, which is what's exciting about this. And it's good preparation, a finals day, a pressured situation, trophy on the line. Who can perform? Yeah,
here's Abbas then, bowls. Bracey played a missing outside the off stump. That's very similar to how he was out in the first innings. That one just seemed to just kick a little bit off a length. Good ball there from Abbas, just keep it in the right areas. It might not be doing quite as much, but there is a little bit there from time to time. But of course Hampshire have what? Emily Windsor, Maya Boucher,
Alex Monaghan, Charlotte Taylor.
There you go, that's a good side.
Got a lot of the young Vipers Academy players as well. Finty Trussler, who was a Hampshire women's leading wicket taker last year in the competition. Unfortunately, she missed some games at the start with a bit of an injury.
Here's Abbas again to Bracey. Bracey drives up to mid-off, fielded by Fuller. So it sounds as though it'll be a good day at Tottenham Ealing Cricket Club. But you might not know this if they're charging a fee.
No fee, so free to get in, and the bar and stuff's open. So if the weather's like it is this afternoon, obviously not trying to pull spectators away from the Ageas Bowl if it's going to be a thriller at the end here, but.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, most people might just wander from here to there if this game goes the way it might. Certainly for the final, anyway, if you guys are in it. So there you go. Here's Abbas bowls, and Bracey on the back foot, turns it out square on the offside. We're also, or Emily posed a question earlier about what will be your test side this summer now that there's a new head of cricket, men's cricket, and new captain. Martin Osmond, solentcricket@gmail.com, says the crucial selection is Ben Folkes. For me, he is in that fantastic keeping group of Alan Knott, Bob Taylor, Jack Russell, Paul Downton. Secondly, play Anderson and Broad until they drop. Well, that's very nearly happening now, isn't it? Let's be honest. Here's Abbas again to Bracey, turns that one away square on the leg side. End of the over, 58 for 1 Gloucestershire in their second innings. Scott has 37, Bracey has 2. 310 runs here for Gloucestershire to win. Hampshire need 9 wickets. The likes of Robinson and Mahmood will only learn from them, says Martin. Yeah, Robinson, of course, there's only Robinson in there somewhere, isn't there, to fit in.
And I really liked Mahmood. I was quite impressed with him in West Indies.
Yeah.
I think he brings something different. He's like a skiddy bowler, isn't he? And I think, yeah, he's got something about him, and hopefully we'll see more of him in an England shirt. Kyle Abbott to continue from the pavilion end. His short sleeve top, making the most of the sun rays out there this afternoon.
Very warm, isn't it? Very still. Very muggy.
Abbott charging in again, bowls, and that's forward in defence, will be no run. Have to say, it's been a bit quiet on that Ageas Bowl nursery ground. There must be a partnership building. No wickets have fallen. We haven't heard any cheers.
The Hampshire Academy coaches will be pacing the ground fuming. All those wickets that have fallen.
That'll be Charlie Freeston.
Yeah.
I imagine we'll be over there. Kyle Abbott again. Charging in past the umpire. Very rhythmical run up bowls, and that's in defence again. This time to James Fuller at backward point. No run.
I have to say, sorry, go on, sorry.
I was just going to say James Vince giving a nice loud clap.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Hampshire were doing at Canterbury, and that really, as I say, was a seriously flat wicket, and you really did have to just put the ball in the line and length and just not hope for the best, but, you know, really just, you could do nothing else because you could not put it anywhere else, otherwise it was 4 runs, and you do get the feeling that it's not far off this now.
Abbott in again, bowls, driven, but only to Kyle Abbott at mid-off, no run.
And of course, if you do keep bowling maiden after maiden, no matter what the situation of the game is, it does build a bit of pressure for the batters. They might know they have to bat long, and you know it almost doesn't matter how many they finish up with, but there's always that natural tendency, isn't there, to play a shot. You know that, Emily. You can't go too long without playing a shot.
No, for sure. Do you know what? If I played red ball cricket, I reckon I'd get a fair few leaves out. I'd really love to play a red ball game, a multi-format. As Abbott in, pulled away into the leg side. That's a great shot. The fielder didn't quite pick it up, and it goes for 4. That will turn the scoreboard over. Scott moves to 41, and the score 62 for 1. 302 required to win now for Gloucestershire.
He likes the leg side, doesn't he? Whipping it away from a foolish delivery straight or short there like that. Abbott going for the bouncer, just didn't really get it high enough.
Does that mean the pitch is slowing up, or?
Well, it's, I mean, Canterbury, it was slow and low. I mean, you just have to bowl it even shorter, don't you?
Abbott charging in again. What will his response be? Bowled left outside the off stump. Good delivery that from Kyle Abbott. But also good batting. Scott not tempted.
Looks all right, isn't he? A player averages 17 in his career. He looks a lot better than that. 41 at the moment. You also have a licence to bat long here, don't you, really? You know, there's no schoolball pressure other than being well behind. It's just play like a net. He's
still it's not chewing up too many deliveries. 56 he's faced so far. As in come Abbott, bowls forward in defence, no run. That's the end of the over, 62 for 1. And I'm going to leave you and go and see the groundsman's dog.
Wow. There's a few people that have had a break from commentary and done a few things. To go and rush and go and see the groundsman's dog, I think there's a new one on me. Have a nice time. I think the best thing you can do is go around there with a bowl of water. I'm sure it'll love you if you do that. Take one of those biscuits. I'm not sure they're allowed to have those biscuits, but anyway. I don't have a dog, so I don't know. So, 62 for 1 then. It's a lot more difficult this time around for Hampshire than it was in the first innings. The sunshine is just baking this pitch a little bit, and we all know what happens here when that is the case. It does tend to go very easy paced, and the Gloucestershire batters not finding it quite as hard this time around. There's Bracey to face the next over, started by Mo Abbas, who's over the wicket. Bracey's forward, and that ball just about makes its way up to James Fuller at mid-off, and there is no run. So Abbas is into his 10th over, 1 for 38. But at the other end has completed 7 overs, none for 15. We've had a little bit of Dawson before tea. In fact, sorry, just after, at tea. Just the 1 over. We might see a bit more of him, I'm sure, in this last session, which still has another 23.5 overs to last. Here's Abbas over the wicket, and Bracey leaves that one alone. Ed Seaborn is back alongside us. Ed, it's not going too badly for Gloucestershire. I know Marcus Harris was a bit of a blow.
Yeah, definitely. Harris was one of those players that you'd like to hope would go really big and you know, go on to score a big century, not just a century. I must admit, I do quite like the fact that Emily Windsor is actually literally going to see a man about a dog.
Boom, boom.
Anyway, yeah, it was a big blow, that one, and it, yeah, as you said correctly, I think there wasn't too much that Marcus Harris could have done about it.
All beaten outside the off stump there, still a little bit there. But I mean, the new batter's always going to just spend a little time finding their feet and just measuring it all up and getting the angles right. So there's always a little danger, no matter how good you are. Those first few overs, first few deliveries is just a bit of a get yourself in time. It's always been the case, so wouldn't expect anything else than the odd player miss from Bracey.
No, and I bet he can't wait to have Mohamed Abbas out of the attack, though. But it feels as if he's probably going to bowl about a 20 over spell here, or have a little, well, maybe he can't quite get to 20, but close to.
Abbas again then to Bracey. Bracey forward, a little fuller this time, so it was easier to get a bat on that one. So it goes out towards extra cover.
But I think Abbas has consistently shown how valuable he is on pitches like this. He's used to playing on some fairly placid pitches, and there's just, I don't know what it is, but the Pakistani school of seam bowling, just, they have so many tricks up their sleeve, it seems, for these flat surfaces, and they manage to get more out of, well, not obviously generalisation, but a lot of the top Pakistani bowlers just seem to get a lot more out of placid surfaces than others.
Yeah, Bracey was thinking about playing at that one and pulls the bat out the way.
And it's the slower, lower surface as well. I mean, obviously, you know, the Australian school of fast bowling. I mean, you can't discount that. But I'm just sort of stereotyping certain Pakistani pitches, and I'm not saying they're all like that, because they're certainly not. You can get a huge variety of pitches in Pakistan, as you can in India, massive variety of pitches. But they just seem to have those skills, and Abbas is the same in that, you know, I feel like not many other bowlers would have been able to get the variable bounce that got Harris out somehow.
Switching back to over the wicket, and Bracey plays that into the ground, maybe onto his toe as it goes out towards the gully. End of the over. Abbas has completed 10 overs, 1 for 38. That is a maiden, 2 of them in that 10 overs.
And I know that sounds silly, you know, as in, surely it's just where it hits in the pitch and how it bounces, but I suppose it's what he does around when he finds that bit of variable bounce, the fact that it just becomes so much more deadly, seemingly, when he does get that variable bounce. And it's terrific to watch. I mean, I love watching bowlers like Mohamed Abbas, and, you know, bowlers who have terrific skills, can get anybody out on any surface, but don't have a massive amount of pace. I just love those sorts of bowlers, and I'm not going to reel off a list, but just in general. Keith Barker back into the attack then, so Kyle Abbott is out of the attack. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 15, and George Scott who's been very much, well, in fact, there's not been any rotation to strike, I don't think, since the wicket, as Barker is into Scott, who leaves outside off stump. Brown in the dive away to his left to take the ball down low. So Barker starting off from round the wicket to George Scott, and they have just, well, more than just, they've dried this run rate up really well here, Hampshire, and you just feel maybe the loose shot is going to be round the corner when you're able to do that. Barker in and bowls, and Scott is forward and defending quietly up towards mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about that is, of course, is that it is about batting long now, isn't it, really, as much as anything. You know, it's more likely if you bat long, it's a draw rather than a win, but even so, I think, you know, if you look around and think, well, we haven't lost a wicket here for 45 minutes, maybe, or maybe even an hour, but actually the score then hasn't pushed too far on, so you're still a long way behind, and I think that's what Hampshire are quite good at doing in these situations.
Yep. Barker is in. Scott drives. That's a pleasant shot through extra cover. Has it got the pace to get to the boundary? Looks like it has. Yep, it crosses the boundary rope now. It's a long way out there, and we have just seen the odd ball. Not the odd ball. The odd ball, obviously, not the odd ball. I'm not making any aspersions on whichever Hampshire fielder it was who pursued that, but we've seen the occasional ball just hold up as it gets quite close to the rope. That one didn't, and I think, I don't know, it's just, maybe it's just the visual of seeing the sun reflecting off the grass, and it just feels as if maybe it has, even in the short time relatively that the sun has been out, that the outfield has just quickened up a little bit. Scott moving to 45. That was his 10th boundary as well, so that's an awful lot of his runs scored in boundaries, and he's played some beautiful shots there. Now he's facing up to Barker, and Barker had already run in before Scott had actually gone down and looked at him, but Scott was ready to face the ball and defended it back to the bowler. I think it would have been within his rights to pull out there, George Scott, but he didn't, and I suppose if he got out, then he would have been walking back to the pavilion and spending the rest of the day regretting the fact that he didn't pull out of it. But this time he's down and ready and staring at Keith Barker as he's starting his run, and Barker is in. Scott driving again, can't beat extra cover this time. That's a good tumbling save there at extra cover by Liam Dawson. So it was Liam Dawson that I wasn't calling the odd ball in the earlier on in the over, third ball of the over that went before.
I think he was quite a good player, Scott. George Scott.
Well, like I said, he should be averaging a lot more than 17. You know, I'm sure some people would have rolled their eyes when I said that, as Scott tucks the last ball of this over from Barker into the leg side, and it's picked up at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Gloucestershire are 66 for 1. Scott has 45. Bracey has 2. And I think one of the reasons why Scott's average isn't higher, well, actually, I'm going to give 2 reasons. One of them is that at Middlesex, and even at Gloucestershire since he's moved, and he made the move in the pandemic season, which I'm going to call it, in 2020, he had actually 4 matches in that season for Gloucestershire, but obviously there are only 5, so they can hardly call it a season. And then he's just not quite managed to nail down a spot. And part of the thing is, I think, actually, because he bats too correctly in a way to have him down at 7 or 8, and it would be 8 probably a lot of the time. And I think that's got to change a little bit the way that you play and the way that you view yourself. And he never had really a run at the Middlesex side either. So now that he's got, I mean, if Chris Dent is out for a long period, and we know Ben Charlesworth is out for a long period as well, he's got several matches potentially here where the opening slot is his. This has got to be George Scott's time, I think.
I agree. Yeah, that was 6 years ago, wasn't it? His first couple of games for Middlesex. Yeah, he's getting to that point now, isn't it, where it's going to start happening for him, isn't it? So Liam Dawson is on in place of Abbas. He's over the wicket to the Bracey, and Bracey just plays that into the ground. Everybody's getting excited because Dawson, of course, is aiming for that rough just outside Bracey's off stump. So anything that doesn't come out of the middle of the bat, whether it's a forward prod, backward prod, full-blooded drive, cut, whatever, I think it's going to be met with the familiar oohs and ahs. 3 men round the bat. As Dawson comes in and bowls Bracey forward. Smothers that as it goes out on the offside. I don't think we're going to see anything really spit. I might be wrong, but don't see it very often here, but we'll wait and see. Short leg slip and a slip for Bracey, who's currently on 2. Dawson over the wicket once more, left arm spin, and that's a bit too short. Bracey's on the back foot, plays that easily into the ground. Man on the drive on the leg side as well. That's Nick Gubbins. Well, that is a pretty standard leg spinner, left arm spinner's field. As he bowls, Bracey's on the back foot there, plays that into the ground, plays it late. That's why you get the oohs and ahs when a batter plays it that late, but that's exactly how you should play it. Don't go pushing at it. Don't go giving the chance to the men close by, close in. Dawson again. This will increase the over rate a little bit, which would be good, although the over rate for Hampshire's pretty good. I'm just thinking about the time tonight. Hampshire's over rate is very good. It's +4.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
You're just thinking about the time we're going to be able to get
well,
off.
we've been, yeah, well, were we 20 past 6, 25 past 6 last night?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Wasn't as bad
It's
as the
probably
night
about
before.
average, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe
7:15 the first night. I think we're due a night where we might, although we're not going to get that tonight, to be honest, looking at the board. Ooh, he's going back to one that is quite full there, and it's a thick outside edge and harmlessly along the ground on the 45 on the offside. No run to end that over. That's a maiden over for Dawson. 66 for 1. Still 302 runs needed. Yeah, there are 21 overs left in the day's play. We're at 5:15. If Dawson stays on for a while, that will help. But we are certainly going past 6 o'clock again tonight. But hopefully not as... I mean, it's actually quite good, isn't it? 7:15 the first night, 25 past 6 last night, maybe 6:10 tonight. We might be on time tomorrow, assuming the game goes the whole way.
Perhaps. I am looking down the list because I'm curious now to see when the last time the strike was rotated. And I think, not certain, come back to that because Barker's already coming in and bowling to Scott, who's driving and missing. That's about the first loose shot we've seen for a while from Scott. It was just a bit too wide for him to play the off drive, which it looked like he was going for, and it did move actually just a little bit, just enough, just a little bit of movement away from George Scott as he looked to drive. In the end, I suppose you'd say maybe it was a bit too much movement, just needed to move ever so slightly less. Terrific ball from Barker, right where you'd want it, and it's right on that length that we were talking about with Higgins and Abbas as well. As Barker is in now and bowls to Scott, this time it's a bit fuller. Scott can drive, but he doesn't time it at all, and it goes up to mid-off, and there's no run. So I think the last rotation of the strike was for a leg by halfway through the 14th over. So that's what that is, basically 10, 11 overs now.
And that's not good. You know, I know Gloucestershire's primary focus is to bat long, but it does help when you're looking for a few singles here and there.
Yep. In comes Barker and bowls. Scott's forward defending into the offside, and also Hampshire have, because I think they know it's not too likely they're going to be getting many catches in the slips with the ball already getting softer. I mean, we must be, what, 7 or 8 overs away from the mandatory ball change. But I think they know that they're unlikely to get too many slip catches, so we've only got the one in at the moment. James Vince is on his own there next to Ben Brown at a slightly wider first slip, but not too wide. Barker in and bowls to Scott. That squirts away into the leg side. It was almost a single. A sprawling effort from short mid-wicket was able to prevent runs. Gets Donald in there at short mid-wicket, and he just about managed to stop that one. It would only have trickled past him, but it would only have needed to. But it's amazing how, even though, as I say, with just that one slip, they've been able to really pack that offside field. As Barker's in and bowls, and Scott is again on the front foot defending, and Barker will pick up in his follow-through. You'd have thought by now, because there's nobody saving the single behind square on the leg side, there's only the short mid-wicket there. You'd have thought that by now one of them would have done exactly what you know, what happened with George Scott on that ball and just squirt a little bit finer and they'd be able to come through for a single, but it just hasn't happened. But it feels a bit like 4 or bust through the offside with the field the way it is. Barker in, and Scott is struck on the muscle there. I wonder whether there was, I mean, bat and pad look quite close together. It might have been outside the line anyway, but I got the impression there might have been an inside edge on that one. It's a maiden over from Barker. Actually, it's his first maiden, which is quite surprising. Bowled 6 overs for 11 runs, but that's his first maiden. And Gloucestershire are 66 for 1 still, and back-to-back maidens there for Hampshire, still requiring 302 runs. There are 20 overs remaining today, and then, of course, the 96 to be bowled tomorrow.
Got an email here from John Scoos. Hope I've got that right. sunandcricket@gmail.com. Says a few points to make regarding today's play. Firstly, as we watch Dawson get ready to bowl his first delivery to the left-hander, James Bracey. Still the 3 men round the bat. Bracey's all playing and missing outside the off stump. He was just trying to cut that away on the offside. Just practicing his leave there, but probably should have been leaving that. He wasn't quite short enough to cut away. I think that because a team is 9 wickets down at lunch or tea, or as lunch or tea approaches, there's no excuse to extend the play until the final wicket falls. I agree with that. Well forward there, Bracey plays that into the ground. Most teams have tail-enders who can defend well. Extending the play spoils the arrangements for some of the spectators and commentators, agreed with that, who then have to worry about their food getting cold. I can say, actually, it was fairly warm when we went over there.
It was the warmest we'd had.
It was, actually.
3 days, I think.
Which sort of defies logic, really, but you're right. Forward there, a little bit of rough, but the ball doesn't do too much out of it. But I agree with that. You know, it's obviously a rule that was made, whatever. And I don't think play needs to be extended, do you?
30 minutes seems like a long time as well.
I know we like tradition, and I get that. I get that big time, but I think there are just some little things that you think, well, actually, if we change that, it doesn't really matter. But I think it makes a big difference. That's pushed out on the offside. James Bracey, again, gets a big stride in. So we're behind you on that one. If only we don't want to see lunch potentially getting cold. John also says, pleased to see that Aaron Donald bats so well, but what a shot to get out to. Well, I mean, it often happens, but let's be thankful he got 89, and especially in that situation. 89 of 97 balls in Aaron Donald. Fantastic to see him back. Oh, that's gone out of the rough a little bit, and it's wrapped him on the pad coming forward, and that included a run of 3 sixes in a row off Dominic Goodman, and in those 3 sixes was his 50 as well, which, let's say, September 2019 was his last innings in first-class cricket before he got those horrible ACL injury. So, yeah, he's on fine form as well. Bracey lets it hit him on the thigh pad. Ball just ricochets up his body a little bit. It didn't catch anything as it went to ground. Everybody's getting excited around there at the moment. End of the over. Dawson, it's another maiden. 66 for 1, 302 runs Gloucestershire need to win the game. And he also says, I like your story about the young girl walking around the ground. I know it was so sweet, looking at every part of the cricket ground. And it reminded me of my 7-year-old granddaughter. Absolutely lovely, says John. There you go. That's what the game's all about. Attracting new people, young people, enthused by the game. And you could almost expect them to be here for a T20, and everybody loves that. But this is, you know, a different atmosphere, more sedate, and, you know, they're enjoying being here like that. That's what it's all about. Yeah,
and actually it's one of the great things about this ground is the concourses. There is so much room out there to play. You can pray as well. I'm sure there's plenty of room to do that. But you can play a friendly game of cricket around the edges, and you're not going to bother anybody at all. There's just so much room out there.
Yep.
Barker then round the wicket to the right-handed Scott, who's defending. It does squirt into the leg side, but again, not with enough pace to beat Ian Holland for a single. So still no rotation of strike. And obviously, scoreboard operator was pleased with that maiden over from Liam Dawson. They still got it up there. The Gloucestershire batters look up at the scoreboard and see that they've faced another maiden over. I don't know. Barker rounds at the end of his run. Easy approach to the crease and bowls wide of off stump. Scott's not going to be drawn into a shot there, nor should he be, because it was not full enough to drive. And even if it were, they've got a short extra cover. They've got a cover backward point mid-off. There's not a great deal of room there. You can maybe squirt it through the gully for possibly for a single. That seems to be about the only place on the offside where you can really get one. In comes Keith Barker. He bowls to Scott once more, well wide of off stump. Scott is leaving alone. Problem is, and we talked about this I think in the first innings, as soon as you've seen off one, on comes another bowler who, you know, there's no respite at all at the moment with Dawson seemingly settling into a rhythm, and Dawson may well just keep bowling for the rest of the day from the hotel end. You know, sooner or later, even Mohammad Abbas will be ready for another spell at the end of the day. Barker to Scott, once again on the front foot, but just pushing the ball quietly out into the offside, hoping for a single, which certainly isn't there.
You know, a lot's been said, hasn't there, recently about the pace trio of Hampshire's. I mean, the one thing that it isn't it's not a pacey trio. You know, it's it's not quick. But what it is, it's relentless. You know, it nags away at you, and they get that bit of nibble, and they get a little bit of swing, and there's no let up.
Barker bowls to Scott, drifting down the leg side, but Scott can't get anything on it. It probably went past his glove, actually. No, it didn't. It did go past his bat. He just couldn't get anything on it. So actually, looking at the replay, I think he will be particularly cross that he didn't get that one away. It's about the first bad ball we've seen for a while, and Scott's missed out on it.
So I think even if you feel you've got the measure of it for a while, you know, you're not moving your innings too much further on.
Barker bowls, Scott forward, solidly behind it, bowls out into the offside, no run. It's another maiden over. That's 4 on the bounce now, I think, and the score remains 66 for 1.
And I think that's what's good. It produces some very non-entertaining cricket for quite a while, but in terms of what's needed out there, you know, it keeps a side, if they're behind Hampshire, it keeps them there for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And if but we're still all these runs behind, and you know, I think that's what's good about Hampshire, you know, for this year certainly, and you know, and most of the time last year as well, of course, because they came close to winning the championship last year. Dawson then over the wicket, still the 3 round the bat for Bracey, and he's wrapped on the pad. That looks close. Yes, he's gone, and he's missed out there. And Bracey, he knows he's made a mistake. What he did do there, he was on the back foot, and he just came across that trying to find the gap. Just the bat has come right across the line of the ball. Rather than play the line sort of mid-wicket where he knows there was a fielder, he was just trying to find the gap and get a little single there, and he's paid the price there for coming across it too much. He goes for 2, LBW, and the 2 wickets I think Hampshire wanted most are now the 2 that have been taken.
Yep, vital blow. And Bracey, he just got bogged down, didn't he? And it was one of the first times that he'd really looked to score off Dawson. He'd been content just to knock the ball about, defend mostly off the front foot. But that delivery was one of the first times he'd really made up his mind that he was going to score off it. And it did just turn a bit. Whether that was what beat him, I don't know, but he was playing right across it, and it certainly wasn't turning too much. That's looked to be probably one of the easiest, if not the easiest, LBW decision of the match so far. Yeah,
I mean, that is a bog standard left-hand back foot shot to a left-arm spinner, where you just get on the back foot, the ball's sort of middle stump, middle and leg, isn't it really, or that roundabout there, and you just play that sort of towards the mid-wicket and mid-on area. You don't come across it, because obviously, you know, when you're playing through the line a bit more, you've got a better chance of hitting the ball. But of course, as you come across the ball, your bat has got to meet the ball at exactly the right time, otherwise you've had it. Now, of course, he's paid the price there, but because he was trying to play that a little squarer, so the bat comes across the ball a little bit. Now, I know why he's doing it, and it's fine, because exactly the point I was just making a couple of minutes ago, because the innings isn't really going anywhere. They're just playing and they're playing, which is fine, because that's all Gloucestershire really need to do. But there does get a thing in your mind where you're saying, well, yeah, but we're not scoring actually any runs at all here.
So you do sort of these little nudge things and these little close and open the face of the bat from time to time just to find the gap.
Yeah.
He's done that at the wrong time.
And it's also the effects of a slow pitch, I think, as well, because on a quicker pitch, you'd probably be able to use the pace of Dawson a little better. You'd be able to get it behind square a little easier. But on a slowish pitch, what can you do but kind of force the ball to that short mid-wicket fielder? And if he had done so, it would have been just yet another delivery which he hadn't scored
exactly, and that's why the fielders, and there are bog standard fielders at mid-wicket and mid-on, because that's really where you should be hitting it. Is that the fielders are placed there for a reason, because if it's a normal type of delivery, that's where the ball normally goes.
Yep.
So anyway, another left-hander here in Miles Hammond, and I don't think Liam Dawson will mind that too much. So there's your mid-wicket, there's your mid-on. There's a bit of a mid-wicket there as well for extra measure. So those areas are covered. And that's bounced. Oh, it's just pitched in front of first slip. That's a horrible ball to get first for Miles Hammond. He'll be thinking, oh, well, he's doing a bit out of that rough, isn't it? And I'm sure Liam Dawson will remind him as well. So anyway, he's okay from that delivery, but that's the first one we've really seen go out of the rough outside the left-handers.
Interestingly, it landed short of the foot marks, looking at,
pace,
the replay as well. Short of the big foot mark, anyway.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Just pitch has got a bit baked today, isn't it? But as I say, it won't get worse because we are talking about the bowler's foot marks, and that can happen anywhere. The actual playing surface itself, it won't deteriorate too much. So, you know, that's why you've got an off spinner and a left arm spinner. You've got the left arm spinner to exploit that rough outside the left-hander's off stump, and the off spinner for the right-hander. But Dawson's round the wicket to the right-hander. Now he hasn't really got so much to bowl to here. He's just thrown that one into the rough outside the right-hander's off stump, but it shouldn't really be a problem for George Scott. In fact, he left that last one alone anyway, but there is a slip and a gully in there just in case one does. And I think we saw Van Buren get one to just turn a little bit from straight. That's a length ball which is played late by Scott out into the covers. Just lets the ball pitch and then plays it rather than go at the ball.
Yeah, we definitely did. Yeah. This is the first time Scott has faced Dawson for a very long time, and he probably faced him in the first over that he bowled, but in this spell, it's the first time he's faced him.
Dawson again, back foot there. Scott plays that back to the bowler, getting excited again. You always get excited when there's a wicket. You know you're in for the long haul, and it could be a long time until the next one. But when you've just taken one, it just gives you a bit of a lift, and you start to get a little bit bolshy again. And that will subside if they don't take a wicket for a little while. It's only natural. There's Dawson again, and bowls on the back foot, steers that out to deep cover. A little bit too short, that last delivery from Liam Dawson, but nevertheless he's got the breakthrough there. 68 for 2 Gloucestershire, the two big players, or two of the big players, back in the hutch. Harris for 18, Bracey for 2. Gloucestershire need exactly 300 from here to win.
And I think even just actually almost from that one delivery there, you saw there's just not quite so much for Dawson to work with, and Scott actually just, you know, that it didn't look like the shot of somebody who'd just seen a partner of the quality of James Bracey depart at the other end. It looked actually, you know, you could have just kind of transplanted that to the mid overs of a 50-over match, and there wasn't much pressure on at all. Barker into Scott, who's looking to dab the ball into the offside, but that there just shows you exactly how it's almost impossible to pick up a single there, because I suppose he could have played it just a bit softer, but it was played right between the fielder, who's at quite a backward point, and cover more a cover point kind of position. Just still couldn't find the single. Barker to Scott, oh, beaten there, and Scott, not much that he could have done about that. Seemingly it just looked like another one of those deliveries that just hit the right spot, and it's just left him a bit
fraction.
Left him a bit. It's on that kind of line that we were talking about with Scott earlier on, where he certainly feels as if he's got to play at it, and I think looking at that one, it's very hard to say that he didn't have to play at that, but anyway, didn't get the edge. Barker is in, and Scott's beaten again. And he's just kind of seemingly now drawing him further outside the off stump there. Playing at that one, that's well wide of off stump there. if anything, he almost seemed to be further across that ball than the previous one after having seen what happened there.
Didn't seem to be playing that. You can play defensive but still be convincing in your defensive shot. He didn't seem to be quite so committed, did he?
Barker is in. Scott leaves this time. That one was just a little further wide of off stump. But I'm interested to know what guard Scott's got. It looks like he's taking off stump by the looks of where his feet are.
When he comes forward, you often see a bit of the leg stump, actually.
Yeah, and I think both his feet seem to be kind of in line with off stump as well when he's taking.
He's taking
strike.
off stump.
Yeah,
right.
his back toe is outside off stump. Slightly open stance, but only slightly, as this time Scott is pushing away. It looked as if for a moment he wanted to drive that hard down the ground, but didn't get a huge amount of bat on it and went out into the covers, and there's no run.
That's why you see him sort of get that whip out, because obviously if you're bowling that sort of middle stump line, then of course for him that feels very much leg stump. So you see that whip shot, which he plays very well, and you know, why not bat on off stump when you've got that sort of shot?
Last ball of this over. Barker is in and bowls full and wide. Scott, he finally got one to hit there through the offside, but didn't time it, and it goes up to mid-off, and that's what happens when the pressure is built on you. Probably early on in his innings, and admittedly, yes, it was with a newer ball, so there'd have been more pace on it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the way that he was playing, I mean, he's still hit 10 boundaries in his 46. Pretty sure he would have put that one away to the rope, but just because of the situation, he just didn't quite get the timing on it. But he's still there, and that's the most important thing. But it's looking really quite a kind of a, well, it's looking as if you've got to beat the ball really hard out there at the moment in order to get it off the square. That's just how it seems.
He's got a bit stuck, isn't he, George Scott? But here's Hammond, who's driving out through the square on the offside. Nice shot, actually, because it was quite full there from Liam Dawson. It isn't an area really that the ball would go in this situation, but if you over pitch, then it's a perfectly acceptable area. That's why there's no fielders there. 60, because there wouldn't be a fielder for that particular type of delivery. 71 for 2, 297 now Gloucestershire need. Hampshire, of course, need 8 wickets.
Yep, so a nice shot to bring the runs required under 300 if we could look at that at this point. Well, I suppose it's important that it's still borne in mind, but yeah, probably exactly the delivery that Hammond would have wanted there with that big gap at cover.
Here's Dawson then to Scott, who's forward. Goes quietly out to Gubbins in the covers. Hampshire would dearly love, I think they'd settle for another 1 wicket tonight. This isn't going to be easy. But there's 15 overs to bowl after this. There's still a lot of cricket tonight, but I think they'd settle for just 1, but they'd obviously want more. It's a foolish delivery, which is played into the ground and fielded at short leg by Donald. Don't want to take too greedy. We were talking about you were talking about playing on the concourse here, because obviously, well, they call it the Bohm here, which is quite a big area of flat area behind the row of seating. Joe tweeted a little earlier, at Solent Sport, length ball played out on the offside. He said, talking about the concourse being a good place for the youngsters to enjoy a hit, there was even a set of stumps painted on the end of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. That's to our left, and I know when I walk round there's some stumps there, which actually helps aid a game or two. Sent me a picture of that as well, I remember, as I go past. Down the leg side, he gets wrapped on the pad there, Scott. He'll have to hurry, thrown at the bowler's end. I think he was surprised that Vince moved so quickly on the leg side from first slip. Just had a look over his shoulder, and he got the skates on there for the last few yards. Another run to the total. That's it. Just keep the scoreboard ticking along. You don't need to do too much to do that. And it's 72 for 2. Scott has 46. Hammond on 4, the left-hander. Back facing the left-arm spin of Liam Dawson. Comes in and bowls. Oh, that spat a little bit, and he keeps it down, but it's hit high on the bat. Definitely saw that puff of dust there as it pitched. And Hammond, in fact, it might have hit him on the glove, but fortunately it's gone straight to the ground. But that's the peril you have as a left-hander when you've got all that rough outside your off stump. It is hard work, and Dawson will exploit that to the full. 72 for 2.
Yeah, that has come right out of that big foot mark that we can see. Just kind of see the crater formed by, for example, that boot of Barker and Abbott, and of course the Gloucestershire seamers as well, likes of Dale bowling from from that end, thumping that boot into the surface time after time. And Amir has actually bowled a fair bit round the wicket as well.
Yeah, that'll be his as well, yeah.
Possibly even deeper than usual. As Barker continues round the wicket, and Scott is again looking to run the ball into the offside, but there's just nothing doing there. There's no single to be had in that region. Surrey are on the verge of victory over Northamptonshire. They just need one more wicket. Northamptonshire trailed by 9 runs, having followed on 198 for 9.
Wow.
So looks as if that probably will indeed be all over tonight. Barker in, Scott angles that one away. He's got that one through the gully region. Has it got the pace to go for 4? I'm not quite sure it has. It's going to be hauled in with the slide by the fielder James Fuller from that backward point position. And they've just managed a couple of runs. I think when that left the bat, Scott might have hoped that that was the half century, but as it is, it's just the 2. And the score 74 for 2. 294 more required by Gloucestershire to win. This is already George Scott's highest score for Gloucestershire. As in comes Barker and bowls to Scott, who's forward in defence, out into the covers. Previous highest was a 44 not out, in fact, in the second innings of the victory against Warwickshire in 2020. Finished 44 not out, batting down at number 8, I think, in that match, just from memory, something like that. So another instance of, you know, maybe would point to that as another instance where the average could have been bumped up a bit. Barker is in, down the leg side, flicked away by Scott, down towards fine leg. It'll just be the 1 run, though, as a throw comes in from Organ down there, and Scott moves on to 49, 75 for 2.
Yep, and just over 14 overs to do in the day. Where are we? 20, nearly 20 to 6, so might not be far off last night, actually, looking at the way things are. The bright sunshine that we had a little earlier has just disappeared behind some heavy, fluffy cloud.
Emily Windsor must be enjoying her time with the groundsman's dog.
It's been a lovely time.
Yeah, I think that dog's going to be rather spoiled at this point. Barker to bowl to the left-handed Hammond. There's 2 balls left in this over, 2 slips in place. Short mid-wicket as Barker bowls a short ball, which Hammond ducks underneath. Certainly didn't look as if he was surprised by that one. I must say I was, because he hadn't bowled one for a little while, but then that's why Hammond is a first-class cricketer and I'm not. I'd probably have been plonked on the helmet and needed the concussion protocol.
Well, Hammond, a Cheltenham boy. He'll be looking forward to playing games there this season, hopefully.
Yeah, went to school in Oxford. As in comes Barker, bowls, forward goes Hammond and pushes that one out into the covers, and there's no run. Yep, scored his first century for Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, actually, in 2018 against Sussex in the first game of the festival back then. Gloucestershire didn't actually go on to win that game, but anyway, he scored the century.
Got my hotel booked for Cheltenham already, looking forward to it.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I think every Gloucestershire fan does.
Yeah. Especially when the weather's like this.
Oh yes.
Perfect.
Well, we had terrific weather last year. It was
both games.
Yeah, I think we had a brief stoppage. Did we have a brief stoppage at one point?
We did.
I think it was only really short though.
One, yeah.
And then I think in the Middlesex game, play ended about 20 minutes early on one of the days. But other than that,
beautiful,
terrific weather. And I hope they've got those newer marquees again, which they had last year. I hope they've got those multicoloured ones. They're kind of not quite see-through. You know what I mean?
They were good. Dawson's round the wicket to Scott, who off the back foot steers that out into the covers. Now there's a big round of applause there. That's because of Scott's half century. It's the second time he's passed 50 in his first-class career. 94 balls, 10 fours. Played well. Played very well indeed.
Yeah, and exactly when you needed somebody to stand up if you were Gloucestershire, and Scott's seen off the new ball, and actually he scored flowingly against the new ball, and now he's just had his sort of momentum, if you'll use that word, used it anyway, and he's just had it checked a bit. 94 balls, 10 fours.
Dawson bowls. That's kept a little low out of the rough, but well steered into the offside by Hammond. Yeah, there was obviously some Scott fans just below us, either mum and dad perhaps, some Gloucestershire fans that were a warm round of applause. Yeah, I know some Hampshire fans that are going to Cheltenham, looking forward to it. They booked it almost as soon as the fixtures came out. That's again steered out on the offside off the back foot by Hammond, and I think Hampshire then go to Scarborough the next week. So what a couple of weeks of fixtures. Cheltenham and Scarborough. Wow. Phew.
Got the hotel booked for Scarborough as well.
I have, and it took I have to say it wasn't that easy.
No, I can imagine.
Yeah, I had a little bit of help with that, but I'm there. I'm in Scarborough. So pushed into the ground. Looking forward to it. I haven't been there for years and years. So yeah, that's just, well, I mean, it would be very hopeful to think the weather might be like this, but hey, if it is, then that really is a win-win, isn't it? Dawson has 3 men round the bat, but one of them is at silly mid-off. Bowls and comes down the wicket and drives strongly past a diving mid-off. That's a lovely use of his feet there by Miles Hammond, past a diving James Fuller at mid-off. And that is a lovely shot. And that's another way, of course, to play spin. We don't often see that with the left-hander coming down the wicket like that. But if you do, of course, that gives you more options. Get to the pitch of the ball and drive through it.
I didn't want to put the kiss of death on him until he did it, but Hammond is very light on his feet against the spinners, and he played Matt Parkinson superbly in the match against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago, and on those ragging surfaces at the Oval and at Grace Road. He was very impressive.
Dawson over the wicket again and bowls. That's just tucked into the ground and fielded at short leg. End of the over. There are 13 overs left in the day. Gloucestershire 80 for 2. They need another 288, and Ed Seaborn will stay on, and then alongside him will be Emily Windsor.
But yeah, the reason especially I say played Parkinson very well, he kind of early on actually he sort of got on top of him with a couple of boundaries, which, I mean, he's got one there against Dawson and already got 8 off 10 balls, but then having done that, he kind of had a nice game of cat and mouse really with Parkinson, in terms of Parkinson, instead of Parkinson thinking about exactly where he was going to bowl, he had to start to think about what Hammond was going to do. Was Hammond going to come down the pitch that ball? Was he not? Was he going to stay put? Emily Windsor back alongside me.
As Barker in, played into the offside, no run.
Sorry, it was a sort of a quick change. I wasn't sure whether
who was taking
to keep
charge.
going. Well, I can't do 2 overs in a row, can I?
Yes. It's tough work here, isn't it, for Hampshire? It's not going to be easy to get these wickets, and Gloucestershire putting up a fight, but still Hampshire in the driving seat here.
Yep, definitely.
Barker in again from the pavilion end, bowls, forward in defence. Outside edge, no run. Fuller does the fielding at backward point. Scott's the man on strike. An impressive 50 really from him, isn't it? It's been nice and controlled, not given any chances.
Yeah, especially as kind of, you know, branded the makeshift opener. He's been doing a lot of opening. Well, I think he's been pretty much exclusively opening this season, but I don't think it had been a position which he'd played at much.
Barker in again, left arm over, driven up to mid-off. Will be no run. Fielded by Liam Dawson.
And whilst, you know, it would be easy to say, well, he succeeded where Harris and Bracey have failed, but Harris got a terrific delivery, and I think Bracey just got a little bit bogged down and then tried to score off a good ball from Liam Dawson. But yeah, Scott stayed patient since the early part of his innings, which has been key.
Barker in again, bowled, left alone outside the off stump, taken nicely by Ben Brown, the Hampshire wicketkeeper.
It was just that one over of Barker where he managed to get Scott just a little across his stumps, playing at a couple of balls outside the off stump. But so far this over, Barker hasn't quite got him to do that. We need to settle back into that kind of line and length. But you know, you cannot fault George Scott for the job that he's done in this innings at all. He's been terrific so far.
Barker in again, bowls. Play a miss outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Tempted to be forward in defence, Scott. That's just gone away slightly. Very marginally though, there's not drastic movement here.
Yeah, and he's just finding enough of that away movement from round the wicket. He's settled into that angle in, nip away. And Scott, you know, sort of stared back down the pitch, tipped his head from side to side, sort of thought, well, he could see him kind of thinking, well, that's a good ball.
Too good for me anyway, as Barker in bowls. In defence this time, gets the full bat on it. 80 for 2 then. 288 required to win for Gloucestershire, or 8 wickets now for Hampshire. And that was a maiden over from the tall left-arm seamer, Keith Barker.
Barker's plugged away in this match, and he's still not managed to get a wicket. I mean, what did he bowl in the first innings? Was it 10 overs? I think, yeah, 10 overs for 11, and this innings, 10 overs for 14, but no wicket. Surrey have wrapped up victory against Northamptonshire by an innings and 5 runs, so couldn't quite avoid the innings defeat. 202 all out in their second innings, Northamptonshire, with 3 wickets for former Gloucestershire seamer Dan Worrell, and 3 wickets also for Gus Atkinson.
Surrey are looking a side to beat, aren't they, in this championship so far?
Yeah, well, they couldn't take wickets at Bristol, though. Here comes Dawson and bowls. Hammond looking to turn the ball into the leg side. There's a strangled shout for a caught at short leg, but it did look rather as if it had turned too much. It's just come off the flap of Miles Hammond's pad and looped up to short leg. But yeah, Surrey already top of the table coming into this round. They're now 30 points clear of Hampshire at the top, but of course Hampshire will hope to close that gap before too long. Dawson is in, and oh, Hammond reaching forwards, trying to smother the turn out of that rough, but it's beaten him. I think it looks as if it actually beat his bat and maybe just turned into his back leg almost from the replay. It was a bit hard to see exactly what had happened there.
Yeah, really exciting for this. A bit of turn for Hampshire, and Dawson targeting that rough outside. The left-handers off stump.
Here is Dawson. Bowls. Forward goes Hammond. And nudges that one to short. Well, forward, short, point, silly point, whatever. That fielder. Silly point.
Under the lid.
Under the lid, on the onside.
As you can imagine.
Not quite a silly mid-off, you see. I think you need to be one step to your left for a silly mid-off, probably. In comes Dawson and bowls. That's a bit short. Hammond onto the back foot. Drives wide of mid-off. Might just be the single, though. And it will be. Just not a whole lot to work with, really. Just got to force the ball so hard. It sort of flaying at one of those gym medicine ball type things out there. It sort of feels a bit like that at times watching it. Hammond moving to 9 with that single, 81 for 2. Gloucestershire require a further 287 as Dawson is in. Short, wide, cut by George Scott. That one a little bit easy for Scott there, and he picks up 1 to move to 51. So 1 ball left in this Dawson over. He's still just gone for the 13 from his 6.5. So bad balls have been very few and far between. Sun's gone in now as Dawson in, and bowls, bit of turn, but Hammond works with the turn into the leg side for no run. Score remains 82 for 2. 286 more required by Gloucestershire. There are 11 overs remaining in the day's play. How was the groundsman's dog? Did I ask? I think I did, actually.
No, you didn't ask, actually. He was wonderful. He is the cutest dog you've ever imagined. And for those, well, I actually didn't get on air last game, but I was here in the last game, and all I wanted was to try and get on. Do you know the groundsman's trucks where they drive round with the string when it's rains and they go round in a circle? Like, that's my goal this summer, to be able to get on one of those trucks. But yeah, Winston the dog was sat in one of those in the driver's seat. He was raring to go. But yeah, he's the cutest dog ever. And honestly, he has so much energy. I have no idea how he keeps going. I need some of that Winston energy, but yeah, real cute. He's a little Cocker Spaniel, golden one for those dog lovers out there. Change of bowling. James Fuller then coming into the attack for the first time in this innings. He's a man that can have those special spells that change the game. He's not as consistent as the other bowlers in this seam attack, but he will produce those special spells.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, obviously somebody who Gloucestershire fans will be more than familiar with, and they'll be hoping for a few deliveries to hit rather than the James Fuller that can rattle through a middle order.
Slip and gully in place. Fuller bowl, short delivery that's pulled out down to the fine leg boundary. That'll be 4 runs. Had to get on my tiptoes there to see over the railings that we've got in front of us, and that's gone for 4. So the first ball, Fuller bowls, is punished by Scott. He moves to 55.
Yeah, and it's also actually, I was going to mention this and I forgot, but looking away to our left, I think it's been raining a fair bit wherever that is over there, because in the far distance, which you haven't been able to see because of the sun cover to our left, it must have had quite a bit of rain. It's just kind of stayed over there and didn't move.
Fuller in again, bowl, short delivery again, pulled away. Deep square leg, Felix Organ will come round and do the fielding, so we'll just beat a single. Scott will move to 56, 87 for 2, Gloucestershire, 282 to win.
First ball, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say 8 wickets to win for Hampshire.
The first ball of the over, he swiveled on it really quite nicely and then helped it away fine, and that one rolling the wrists and sending it out towards deep square leg. But Fuller's going to ask the question, can you play the short ball, can you keep it down? It seems he's willing to give away a couple of runs in order to do that.
And Fuller has the extra bit of pace as he comes in, bowls, left alone outside the off stump by the left-handed Hammond. That's what Fuller brings as well. It is that extra bit of pace, and that's why he complements this seam attack nicely as sort of your 5th bowler, if you like, if you count Dawson in there. And as you said, the batter there played it nicely, rolled his wrist, but he's going to ask the question, and there are 2 fielders out there to protect, so if he does slightly miscue, top edge, there's wickets to be had. As Fuller in again, bowl, short delivery played down by his feet. He had to get right on his tiptoes to play that one, Hammond.
Yes, he looked like you peering over the railings a couple of balls ago, trying to play that one. Yeah, and I think the great thing about Fuller in this attack is there's not that huge pressure on him to bowl a whole load of overs. There's not the pressure on him to be that kind of, consistent line and length, keep the pressure on type bowler. They can actually just bowl him for 2 overs, and if it doesn't work, they can whip him out of the attack and bring somebody else back on.
In comes Fuller again, bowls down the leg side, rib height. That's a nasty delivery. You don't want that too much as a batter, do you? Played nicely though by Hammond.
Yeah, we saw the toe crusher from Mohammad Amir to Mohammad Abbas, and also I think arguably to Nick Gubbins as well in that first innings. That was the rib tickler executed almost to perfection, with the exception of the fact that Hammond had managed to get the bat on it. But yeah, you're right. It's just I have nightmares about that kind of delivery.
Right arm round the wicket then, Fuller in, Fuller this time. Outside the off stump, no run. Good over from Fuller, 5 from it. A fiery, pacey over, which is what we expect. And I have to say, Ed, have you gone through your England team?
Oh no, I was hoping you'd have forgotten after coming back up. Look, I haven't actually nailed down an exact 11, but I'm going
People
on...
in contention.
I'm going on 2 yes, I'm going on kind of principles. I'm going on 2 principles. One is that I do not want to see young cricketers brought through to England too quickly, and there are so many of these names that are being mentioned at the moment who I just want to see them have a couple more years in championship cricket before we suddenly start calling people up on the basis of 1 season. Or I'm not sure that those selecting the team would do this. It's mostly people on the old social media who tend to call for choosing somebody after 1 innings. But I want to, if I was selecting, I want to select people who have just that bit more experience. Dawson is going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Scott, and Scott brings out the reverse sweep first ball, and he'll just get a single for it out to deep point, but a big gap there, even though James Vince is looking as though George Scott could easily have been caught or LBW somewhere or whatever. I mean, he didn't get a massive amount of bat on it, but he still got it away. Moves on to 57, 88 for 2.
That's a safe shot though, really, isn't it? Because that's going to pitch outside the right-handers off stump, so it takes the LBW decision out of it. Yes, if it does hit the stumps, he's out, but it takes the LBW decision.
Dawson then over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, who's forward. Oh, that turns out of the rough and
turn and bounce.
It's a brave leave, isn't it?
I think he did well really there to get his bat out of the way of that, because that really did spit out the rough. Pitch is a turn and bounce, and Ben Brown, fantastic bit of glove work to get his hands to that.
Yeah, that's and you can see there's a massive disturbance in the surface as well. I mean, this is sort of beyond kind of Chennai Test India versus England last time out there. Kind of disturbance in the surface. It's a bit shorter. Hammond has kind of come forward, and he does this a little bit. It's sort of crab-like the way sometimes he comes forward, but it's amazing how he seems to manage to keep his balance and defend it. And Dawson had dragged that one back and bowled it just a little bit quicker, which you'd have thought would have caused Hammond a lot of trouble. And he got himself in a slightly odd position, but still managed to defend it.
Good battle this, good bit of cricket.
Yep. Dawson in, flighted. Hammond defends right into the ground and out into the covers for a moment there. I thought that had actually gone straight into the ground and maybe almost behind him for a moment. One of those illusions, just a little bit because of the height that we're up at, and my failing eyes, of course. In comes Dawson once again, approaches the crease and bowls down the pitch. Hammond looking to drive, got no timing on that at all, and it goes to mid-off. And but the other principle is that I think whilst I like what Rob Key is saying about you select your best team, I think you've still got to manage. You know, you've got to manage Broad and Anderson in the course of a summer. You've got to make sure that they aren't tired out. As forward goes Hammond, defending away once more, and the end of the over, 88 for 2. Gloucestershire requiring a further 280 to win. Scott 57 and Hammond 9. And I think, you know, you want to see them playing every test, but within reason, you've got to have a little bit of a rotation. And you know, you've got the likes of Robinson, Wokes, Mahmood. Mark Wood isn't going to be unavailable all summer.
Archer.
Yes,
I read something about Jofra Archer that he's aiming to be back for the T20 Blast. So
yeah, that was the next one on the list after Wood. So you know, I don't believe personally that group of seamers isn't good enough to get wickets in England.
Fuller bowls, quick delivery on his pads. That's whipped away nicely. Mo Abbas comes round at fine leg, will just be a single. Score moves to 89 for 2.
But I think Wokes needs to play, personally. I've seen a lot of talk about Wokes shouldn't play, but I don't think there's much argument about Wokes in England. I think it's what happens if he bowls overseas, and I think, I don't know, I just think because of balance of the side as well, England need a bit of depth in their batting, and it's, you know, it's the same with every championship side. Whoever comes out at number 8, you're going to need runs from them just because of the nature of first-class cricket in England. The fact that the new ball is going to do something. It doesn't matter what ball you use or who's at the top of the order. Sometimes you are just going to lose wickets. So that's another thing. But yeah, I just think at the moment I'd like to see them just go for experience.
Fuller in again, bowls, left alone outside the off stump by the left-handed Hammond. No run. And what are your batters? Who's in contention for your batting spots?
At the moment, I've stuck Lees and Burns at the top of the order. I personally don't think that you're doing much better than Rory Burns as an England opener. And I think I just wonder if he'd been out for a first baller, but potentially not first ball of the Ashes, would he have been dropped quite as quickly as he was? I don't know. I'm not. Well, come back to it.
Fuller from the pavilion end, bowl, short delivery, happy to duck under that one, Hammond. No run.
I mean, the gold standard for opening bats used to be, in men's test cricket, it used to be, what, 40 plus, at least, you know, early 40s. But now, I think, you look at the number of opening bats out there in men's test cricket, and you think, how many of them are actually averaging 40? Even some of the ones that you'd say are probably top of the game. It's not many.
Fuller in again as Hammond does his little squats to prep, and left alone outside the off stump.
So I think, I think you're not going to do that much better than. I know that sounds like an absolutely shocking indictment, but it's not meant that way. I don't personally think Rory Burns is that bad a player. And whilst you can moan about the technique and you can moan about the unorthodox nature of it and the fact that maybe he falls over a bit or whatever, I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Fuller. In again to Hammond, the left-hander. That's played in defence. Good lengths from Fuller. He's hitting that pitch hard here. Really is that short, sharp spell we imagine we'll see from Fuller. Gives him the freedom to bowl quickly, bowl into the pitch, challenge the batters, try and ruffle them up a little bit. But the Gloucestershire batters are playing Fuller rather nicely here.
The reason I say Lees is because he fits that kind of profile as well. He hasn't really had much of a run yet, and you don't look at that technique and think, oh gosh, that's not going to hold up.
Fuller in again, and that's played back to him. No run. That's the end of the over. 8 wickets needed for Hampshire, 279 for Gloucestershire. And who's in your middle order?
Well, again, I don't know that Bairstow's done a massive amount wrong. I mean, he scored 100, well, a big 100 in that first test in the West Indies, and again, I'm just not sure that you're going to do too much better than that. And I think you've got somebody who actually does know their game there. So I'd probably have him, I guess, at 5. Stokes, it seems to be that 6 is the position that's being talked about for him, and I certainly get the logic of that. I'm totally with your correspondent from a long time ago in that Ben Folkes, I think, to be honest, I think even Ben Folkes with the bat arguably deserves to be in there. So I've got him in the 7 slot. Dawson preparing to bowl once again, his left arm spin from over the wicket to the right-handed Scott, and Scott is padding up to this one and kicking it out to where a city mid-wicket would be.
Who's your 3-4?
Well, I think Root needs to bat wherever Root wants to bat. If that's 4, then Root bats at 4. If it's, I think Root wants to bat at 4, doesn't he? It's certainly what he said before. As a reverse sweep comes out again from George Scott. Hands on head from Liam Dawson, what's new? And it goes out to deep backward point for a single. 90 for 2. Scott moves to 59. I would just on that. I love watching Liam Dawson because I just love the fact that he's one of those bowlers who genuinely believes they should take a wicket and will take a wicket with every single ball that he bowls. And it's a bit like watching Rashid Khan actually in a T20 or a 50-over game. Every single ball Rashid Khan believes that he's going to get a wicket, and to be honest, he does quite a lot of deliveries. Dawson in and bowls. Hammond down the pitch. That just came off the pad, actually. It was so far down the pitch that it was turning, but at the same time, bat not too far off ball.
And more Dawson drama on his knees this time. And I think this is what's so exciting about Dawson. He's such a reliable cricketer for Hampshire. He's similar to Higgins, really, a gutsy all-rounder that puts in those match-winning performances and gets Hampshire out of tough, tricky situations.
Down the pitch comes Hammond, driving into the gap in the covers. There should be at least 2 here. They're trying to push hard for a 3rd, but might be a bit optimistic, and indeed it is, as the throw is hurled in, and hurled into mid-off. But anyway, 2 runs taken. Hammond on to 11, and you are hoping for sort of left field names, I'm sure, and the kind of controversy or whatever, but I can't provide it, I'm afraid, because I think we need a period of being non-controversial. Dawson is in, that turns down the leg side. Hammond makes sure he gets everything out of the way of that, and yelps, but it was always turning and bouncing way too much to be out at all. And yes, the one slot that I haven't admittedly nailed down is probably that number 3 position, and there are actually a lot of names that I think could be chosen. Last ball of this Dawson over. In now and bowls, flighted, turn, bounce. There's a shout for leg before wicket here. Hampshire quite like it, but I did use that word bounce, and to me it did look a little as though that might have been what was wrong with that.
Missing the stumps, I think.
Yeah, it hasn't bounced quite as much as I thought it had, but yeah, it's not the worst shout. That a brave pad up from Hammond. End of the over. We've had 38 now in this Gloucestershire innings, 92 for 2. They need a further 276 to win. We've got 7 overs remaining in the day. I mean, there are players that I like For example, I like Josh Bohannon at Lancashire. I think he may well be England's future 3. But now, I don't know. I'm not sure that it's now. I think the Lions programme has got to do its bit, and academy-wise, that sort of thing. They've got to work with what is actually a group of players. They've got to work with them, and they've got to take them. They've got to reduce the gap between county and test level.
Fuller to squat. Play to cricket. I'm not in the gym now. I actually have a team here from Dan, who's from Wee Cricket, so he's a bit of a cricket badger. He does a lot of sort of funny cricket type videos, and he sent me his England team through. So he had Lees, Crawley, Bohannon, Root, James Vince, Stokes, Bairstow, Wokes, Robinson, and Parkinson or Leach, Anderson or Broad.
So Bairstow is keeping wicket.
He certainly is. That batting depth looks strong. Wokes at 9. Vince in the side, that's what I like to hear. There's Fuller in again, Bowl, short delivery. That's a fierce delivery from James Fuller. 3 men out on that leg side, so that's got to be the tactic they're going here to Scott. He's on 59, 92 for 2. Gloucestershire in the second and final innings. Sun beaming down now. I'm having to step back to stop myself burning in this camera gantry, but certainly been an excellent day's cricket so far. 6.4 overs remain to date as Fuller in shies at the stumps and backed up nicely by Felix Organ all the way out on that left boundary. Score will move to 93 for 2, Scott to 60.
I should have mentioned by now, it slipped my mind, because Scott got to the 50, the milestone then went out of my mind, but this is George Scott's highest first-class score, beating his previous best of 55, which was before his Gloucestershire time, so that's another Gloucestershire batter with a career best in this match, to add to Goodman, Warner and Dale.
Fuller right arm round to the left-hander, left alone outside the off-stump. No run.
Be looking for records in terms of, well, I suppose obviously the first ever first-class match that was played, 11 players potentially, so that on both sides set their career best, but anyway, you know what I mean. It feels like something that doesn't happen too often anyway.
Sure. Fuller with ball in hand as the shadow just starts coming over the top of the pavilion. And onto the pitch as Fuller bowls. That's a quick Yorker, that's fierce delivery and well dug out by Hammond. Great delivery that from James Fuller, and that's what he can do to this Hampshire attack. 93 for 2.
Yeah, what a ball that was. You can't get much better than that, but to give Hammond a lot of credit, which is due, he actually got pretty much the middle of the bat on it somehow. It wasn't even an edge.
And more importantly, his toes out the way, because that would have hurt.
Well, I say the middle of the bat, you know what I mean, because it wasn't the dead middle, but you know what I mean. The centre part of the bottom of his bat.
There's a batter here, 6 overs to go. You really have got to be watching as Fuller bowls another fierce Yorker. But played nicely again from Hammond. Round of applause from the crowd. He does bring that something different to the attack. He's bowled 3 overs for just 7 runs, but varying up his pace, his deliveries, his lengths. 93 for 2.
Right. Well, I can tell you, by the way, that Warwickshire are batting again in their second innings, but that play has been suspended at Old Trafford for bad light.
Tell you what, this shows you, doesn't it, how the weather in our country can be so different. We've got here beautiful sunshine. I'm having to hide right at the back, almost to the point where I can only see half the pitch because it's so sunny and warm. And then bad light in Warwickshire.
Well, we had, even at about 10:30 this morning, we even had about 5 minutes worth of rain. We had a little sprinkle of a shower. The hover cover had to come on. Dawson continuing over the wicket to Scott, who's left that one as it got him on the pad. It might probably have been doing a bit too much.
pitched outside leg,
and
probably.
that as well, yeah. I got the impression it was quite a bit straighter, that one, but yeah, it's still pitched outside leg. Sounds like the match might be over on the nursery ground potentially, or not sure actually. Big roars.
They were 9 wickets down, and the players are moving, so it looks like they are.
Dawson to Scott, padded away, rolls out behind square on the leg side. We had a great game going on, me and Scott Reed, when Parkinson in particular was bowling round the wicket to... in fact, no, it wasn't. It was Zafar Gohar, of course. Zafar Gohar, Gloucestershire's overseas slow left armour, was bowling over the wicket to Lancashire's batters Villas, Croft, Bohannon in particular, as Dawson bowls, and once more Scott kicks it away. But we play the game of where's the ball going to go off the pad, where's the next one going to go out on the leg side. That's, you get your kicks that way, as Dawson will move round the wicket and the field will change. So it looks as though Barker's going to make a sort of royal progress to backward point. And then we've got a silly mid off and a short leg, deep backward square, deep cover of the 2 fielders out on the rope, as Dawson bowls to Scott, who defends comfortably back to the bowler despite the arms thrown up in the air from Liam Dawson. And Dawson not wasting much time. That over rate must be, well, it can't still be +4. It's got to be more like 7 or 8 now as forward goes. Scott smothers the ball, sends it back up the pitch. By the way, I want your England 11 as well. You're not just going to make me be the only one here who's going to give out my 11. You're not going to get away with that.
We Cricket Dan gave his.
Yes,
that should be more than enough.
You've got to give yours. In comes Dawson, and that's left alone. Turn and bounce, but it turns further away from the off stump, so no chance of a dismissal. Score is 93 for 2 for Gloucestershire. They need a further 275 runs to win. George Scott has 60, so extending his career best now with every run that he scores. And Miles Hammond has got 11, and we're going to execute a quick change here because Kevin James has moved back into the home position, and Emily Windsor will be the away commentator.
Thanks very much, Ed. That's his stint done for today. He'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Hampshire haven't taken a wicket for around 50 minutes now, being held up here by George Scott and Miles Hammond. I said, I think before I came back, before I left the commentary, that I wouldn't want to be greedy. Hampshire would want to pick up just one more tonight to make things a little easier tomorrow, but it's proving too elusive, unfortunately. So we've got James Fuller, who's getting up a little bit of pace from time to time, isn't he? Great Yorker, the previous over to Hammond. He's bowling round the wicket from that pavilion end in the sunshine here, down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown. So your England side is?
Firstly, Hampshire Academy won that game on the nursery.
Ooh.
From 21 for 5, chased down 176, 9 down, 177 for 9.
Who got those?
Let's have a little look. Maybe a star in the making for sure.
Who?
I'm just having a look.
Oh.
The breakdown, but the Wi-Fi here is just chugging away.
Here's Fuller again then to Hammond, short, down the leg side, past a diving Ben Brown. That will be 4 somethings. And it's 4 byes. Unlucky Ben Brown, because you were a long way away from that and never looked like having a chance. So that total moves on to 97 for 2.
Yeah, for me, I think the scorecard is still loading, but I will
That's right.
get back to you on that one. But for me, you've got the obviouses, haven't you? Root and Stokes. Anderson and Broad for me. I think in English conditions, like I want to be picking my best 11. Who's going to take 20 wickets? Who's going to score the runs? Johnny Bairstow, I think, stays in that side. He's a real gutsy cricketer, and I think he has match-winning performances. I'm not going to go back on my word. I do really like Zach Crawley.
Fuller again round the wicket to the left-hander. That's short. Ben Brown's in behind that one and behind the stumps.
I think he's got something about him, and I think he just needs to be backed and given some time, really. I think we're too quick to give a few people a go and then run out, and that must be really hard as a player, high pressured environment. My openers I'm really not sure on. I would like to see Vince in the side, sort of batting 5 and having Bairstow with the gloves, which then gives me the opportunity to play an extra bowler.
Fuller again from that pavilion end, and it's a length ball. Good leave, good line as well, good cricket all round.
And bowling wise, I think those seamers, Broad Anderson obviously in there, Parkinson I would love to see have a go.
Yeah,
I think he's done enough to get an opportunity, and from what I've seen so far in the championship so far, he's actually been consistent for a leg spinner. He hasn't gone for shed loads of runs, and I think he's been around that setup that I want to see him bowl.
Yeah, agreed.
And then you've got Ollie Robinson, Saqib Mahmood, Mark Wood.
Yeah, Mahmood's got to play, isn't he? Here's round the wicket again. Again, it's a good line, but it's a good leave from Miles Hammond.
And I think, yeah, that's pretty much my side, but I am undecided on the openers. I'd quite like Crawley to bat at 3, route 4. And I don't know, yeah, if I'm picking 2 openers right now, that's the problem for me. And
no, that's the area, isn't it? That is the area, probably the most talked about area. And I think a few candidates for sure. None of them convincing. That's another good delivery, which is well left, although maybe slightly wider of the off stump there. But he's putting in a good shift here, Fuller. Economical, and that's not necessarily what Hampshire want from him on this occasion, but it is difficult to get away if you get the ball in the right areas, and he's doing that. He has bowled 4 overs, none for 7, 97 for 2. Hampshire still need 8 wickets, of course. 271 Gloucestershire need to win. 4 overs left in the day.
so back to the academy game as well. I've got who scored the runs. Ethan Martin, who was batting at 10.
Whoa.
78 not out.
Whoa.
Oliver Caudry, batting at 11.
Yeah.
32 not out. That's tough to take for Havant, that, isn't it?
It is very hard, but it also suggests that somebody's got the batting order wrong.
You can tell Charlie that, not me.
I would say, I'll tell him that. When I see him, I'll say, what was the batting order there? What was that all about? Bit like the Hampshire innings, really, wasn't it? But they had an excuse. They put in both numbers 10 and 11 night watchman last night. So that's why Hampshire put on over 100 for the last wicket today. I
have to put this out there. Charlotte Edwards is messaging me. She's trying to get in my ear. Obviously, the Sun Vipers head coach. She said, "What a selector! Ella McCacken to open for England. This is
what England men."
Yeah, that's what Charlotte Edwards.
She obviously thinks she's playing well.
She is playing very well. Her innings yesterday, best I've ever seen her bat, and credit to her, she's worked really hard this winter. And I'm chuffed to bits with her. And, I mean, I heard her whole innings again. I mean, I watched it live and heard it again on the way home.
Right. Really?
The whole way home.
You played it on the way home?
Well, she was showing me some shots anyway. As Felix Organ, the off-spinner, into the attack. He's gone to sweep first ball. He's appealing sort of by himself, and Vince is still going. That's probably the longest appeal I've heard. But not out was the answer.
He's outside off stump there, well outside at the very least.
But that's a big dog in the game, Charlotte Edwards. That's a big call.
Well, I mean, I remember her playing as a teenager for the Vipers a couple of years ago. She had a good season, didn't she?
Yep, she's very, very good, very talented cricketer as Felix bowls and plays back down the pitch, no run.
Well, this is tremendously frustrating here because we are approaching near 5 minutes short of an hour since Hampshire last took their wicket. Not a lot is happening for them out there, and it really is a grind for both the batters and the bowlers here.
Felix Organ in again, bowls, padded again. No run. He's obviously got the footholes of the left-hander, Keith Barker to bowl into, and again, Felix is a bowler similar to Fuller. He makes things happen, doesn't he? He gets that wicket that can change the game.
Yeah. Well, he's got something to bowl at, whereas some of the others don't. I mean, Dawson has the rough for the left-hander. He's got the rough for the right-hander.
Vince getting more fielders around the bat hit. Keith Barker at leg slip. And the umpire's having a word here because leg slip has to have a helmet. Anyone fielding on the leg side around the bat has to have a lid. So James Vince is taking it upon himself to go and get that. 97 for 2, Gloucestershire. 271 to win. 8 wickets for Hampshire. Hampshire in the driving seat. But Gloucestershire have found ways in this game to get themselves back into it. Be a hell of a chase.
Yeah, well, I mean, 8 wickets, if that's the way it's to be tomorrow, is better than having to get 10 wickets. 7 would be nice. But, I mean, listen, this is just so like Canterbury, where you've just got to just ride away, while away, and just hope for the best. Well, not hope for the best, but you know what I mean. You've almost got to allow for the batters to make 1 or 2 mistakes to help you along your way, and it does feel like that.
And you also feel as well, don't you, that morning session tomorrow we've seen throughout the game. Yes, the ball won't be new, but that's when more tends to happen. So hopefully the Hampshire seamers, from a Hampshire point of view, will get more out of the wicket.
Umpire's having a word with Felix Organ there. A couple of words. I don't know what's going on there.
Felix Organ, right arm over, bowls, advances and pushes that into the offside. They think about a single, but Dawson quick to it. No run.
Didn't look like see you in the bar after the game for a quick drink. Have a bit of a chat. Didn't look like that. It didn't look particularly stern, but there was definitely some words there from the umpire.
Organ again in and bowls. Forward in defence. Moa Bass fields at backward point. Will be no run.
Just got to get one to spit out of that rough a little bit.
Been really impressed by George Scott so far.
Yeah, he's played well.
60 off 121. Really made this tough for Hampshire. Not given any chances. There's Organ, the right arm off spinner bowls, and that's played up to mid-on this time in defence. Will be no run. End of the over. 3 overs remain today. Maiden over from Felix Organ. The 2 batters out for Gloucestershire. First batter to go was Marcus Harris, bowled by Abbas for 18. Just one kept a little low after one bouncing in the over. And took his stumps. James Bracey, the second. LBW to Liam Dawson, just for the 2 runs.
Just played across it a bit, didn't he? Tried to just work it a little too square, just to get a little single and just get another run, just sort of to show the face, a bit more of the face of the bat to it. Paid the price. So 3 overs to do tonight. It's just taking a little longer here. I have to say we're a little longer than I thought we might be. That didn't help when James Vince had to run all the way to the boundary rope to pick up the helmet and come back. I hope the umpires don't penalise Hampshire for that, because it was the umpire that made him go and get it. Here's Fuller, who's round the wicket. And short to Hammond, who ducks underneath that. It's decent pace from Fuller, but there's just nothing in this pitch for him. No help whatsoever. Vince is running up to Fuller to have a chat with him.
On the over rate though, Kev, you'll be pleased to see still at +4 from a Hampshire point of view.
You see, again, I just think, well, hang on a minute, how comes we're still playing? And probably will do till about 25-2 the way we're going here. 25-7, and yet we're 4 ahead on the over rate. And we played until 6:45 on day 1, and there was only 3 overs behind. I honestly, I've given up, if I'm honest, on that.
It's unlike you, Kev.
I know. Length ball, he's forward there, not out of the middle of the bat. Played into the ground. I think that may have come off the pad as it squirts out square on the offside. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what calculations they come to. It's not. I've come to the belief that actually it's not worth trying to work it out. Just wait for the umpire to say, well, actually it's this, and then just say okay, and then all go home. And then look at the table later, and then suddenly find out you've been deducted a point. And say, oh, all right.
Points clearly aren't precious to you there,
They
Kev.
are. Oh no, gosh, of course they are. No, I just mean that it's really hard to work out, I think, for a layman such as myself. And that's pushed up to mid off, and there's no run. It's yeah.
Moa Bass having a chat with the Hampshire groundsman down to our right on the boundary rope. Kev's looking the wrong way, right.
Oh, sorry.
We learn something new every day. He'll get his hands out. Do you know where you put your L and your R's next time?
He's Fuller again, and that's turned away on the leg side, but there is a fielder there. That's Nick Gubbins. I suppose only because I thought I've been so used to Mo Abbas fielding, well, obviously he's fine leg now, but you know, that side of the ground, if I'm honest. And of course, I would expect Simon the groundsman to be at or somewhere near the tunnel. So I automatically gravitated to that area.
Keep digging yourself out.
Yeah, I know. 2.2 overs to go this evening. Can Hampshire squeeze out another wicket? Can Gloucestershire keep 8 wickets intact going into the last day tomorrow? Here's Fuller around the wicket again, bowls, that's full, and that's driven on the bounce out into the covers where Gubbins fields once more. Was that a sneeze?
2 slips in place. Vincent Dawson, the experience of Hampshire in the cordon.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And Ben Brown, a really experienced cricketer, adds to that with the gloves.
I liked your question today, actually. I've got another one, actually, about the England 11. I've got another England 11 here from Philip Lloyd, which I'll come to after this delivery from James Fuller. 2 slips in the gully, crouched down, waiting, and that's another full delivery, which Hammond pushes up to mid-off. I think this has been quite an impressive spell here from James Fuller. He's been very... well, he's been economical, which has been good. I think his line has been very good. He's put in a lot of short deliveries where there's not a lot of pace and stuff to work with. I think he's put in a a really good spell there. 5 overs, 2 maidens, done for 7. Philip Lloyd, solidcricket@gmail.com says, hi Emily, this is my England 11. I agree with Ed about most things that he said. It should be the best 11 available, not the potential 11. Lees, Burns stroke Sibley, Milan stroke Crawley, Root, Bairstow, Stokes, Folkes, Robinson, Leach, Broad, Anderson. That's Phil in Shropshire.
That's pretty similar, isn't it?
Yeah.
But with the addition of Broad and Anderson into the bowling attack. It's going to be interesting, I think. I don't know if we will see drastic changes or whether it will be pretty similar to what we've seen before as Organ, the off-spinner, bowls. That's driven nicely through the covers. Keith Barker is after it, but I'm not sure he will get there. Yes, he does. So it's just a couple to Scott here, moved to 62. 99 for 2, Gloucestershire 269 to win.
Joe's got an answer on the over 8. She said, you have to remember that Gloucestershire have been bowling for the majority of today and they were behind. So there. See, there's always an explanation. It's just that I don't know what it is.
Felix Organ. 4 men around the bat. Bowls. Forward in defence, and that goes to an Iron Donald. Silly mid-off. Will be no run, 99 for 2. Just feel for Hampshire if they can sneak one here. It will be really important ahead of the day tomorrow. Organ in again, bowls. Back on his back foot, defends down the pitch, no run.
I think they'll still be fairly confident tomorrow. 8 wickets, 269 runs, or there or thereabouts, would be a lot to get tomorrow.
Organ at the top of his mark again. Prances in bowls, and that's driven, and that can't be stopped. That's a fantastic cricket shot. 4 more runs to Scott, just slightly over pitch there from Felix Organ. Scott moves to 66, and that's Gloucestershire's 100 up. 103.
In the 44th, so it hasn't been particularly quick, but it was never going to be, I don't think. That reminded me of one of your drives, that. Front foot.
That's where my wagon wheel is, Kev.
It is,
just
yeah.
Extra cover.
Yeah, that is one of your areas, isn't it?
The only area. let's not beat around the bush yet. The only area. Felix Organ. Again, hands above his head. In he comes. Bowls over pitched again. Driven sweetly by Scott this time. 4 more runs to him. Director of Cricket, Giles White, picks it up on the boundary. Takes a look at the ball before he throws it back. And the score moves to 7. Scott moves to 70. Score 107 for 2. 261 behind now, Gloucestershire. Organ targeting them footmarks. Bowling slightly too full so far in this over as he resets himself. 3 on his back. As he comes in past the umpire from the hotel end. Bowls forward in defence, will be no run. And that's the end of the over. 1 over remains, 107 for 2. And Kev, tell me your three-way percentages. Where are they at? Win, draw, loss. Where are they at?
Hampshire win.
What percent?
I still put it 60. Maybe a fraction higher, actually. Still put it 65. 44 overs gone, so the new ball is available in, well, it's 80 overs old. So can't think, it's been a long day. So yeah, it'll probably be available at what, lunchtime-ish? Maybe a bit more. So there's certainly going to be another new ball in play. So I put just above 60% Hampshire. Draw. So I put 65, 65, maybe even 70% actually. I still put 70% Hampshire.
What's the 20% draw, 10% Gloucester win? Where are you at with the last 30%?
25% draw. Maybe a 5. Yeah, maybe a 5%. If a couple of people get in for Gloucester tomorrow, I think there's a 5% chance. What do you reckon? Liam Dawson to bowl the last over. You're obviously having to think. 4 men round the bat for this last over on day 3. Bowles and Hammond's on the back foot. Keeps a little bit low. Digs that one out on the offside.
Yeah, Hampshire's still the favourites by a long way, really.
Yeah.
I think you're talking 70%, 20% and 10%, really.
Oh, so you're giving Gloucestershire a slightly higher percentage. Okay. Well, we're in the same ballpark anyway, aren't we?
Yeah.
I think Gloucestershire have done really well. But I think to actually replicate this tomorrow is a different story. That's a nice drive through extra cover. There's a flurry of boundaries here towards the end of the last day as Hampshire just try and find a way of just picking up a wicket right at the death here. 111 for 2.
I think as well, from what we've seen of Liam Dawson bowling from this hotel end, there's actually been a bit of turn, a couple of turn and bounced. So the spinners, I think, are going to play a key part, as well as that new ball that Hampshire will get. But I don't think it will be easy for Hampshire.
No,
I think they have in the back of the mind as well when Gloucestershire batted out those 4 sessions.
Always forward as it got into the stumps very nearly. Oh, my word, that hasn't missed the off stump very much. That crept between bat and pad and almost hit the base of the off stump. Very, very close indeed. Oh, my word. That's one of those that's so nearly...
So
the
near,
wicket
but yet
right
so
at the
far.
End. Oh gosh, everybody got excited around the bat there for a moment. Ben Brown certainly. Here's Dawson again over the wicket. Bowles and Hammond on the back foot, and that's played back up the pitch towards Liam Dawson. We have 2 balls left on day 3. It's been an hour and 10 minutes since James Bracey went. Hampshire cock a hoop with Harris and Bracey out, but both Scott and Hammond have done a good job here for the away side as Dawson comes in again and he's forward there, Hammond. Bat and pad nice and close together. 1 ball to go then. In the evening sunshine, it's a beautiful evening here at the Ageas, one that makes you just want to stick around and have a drink outside the hotel, but we'll still be working, getting a bit of reaction. Emily's giving an interview ahead of tomorrow. Big day for the Hampshire women cricketers. Regional finals day, just up the road. That's played into the ground, and that is the end of day 3. So Gloucestershire 111 for 2. They need another 257 to win. That'll be tough, but doable. And George Scott's played brilliantly. 70 not out of 128. Miles Hammond giving him good support. 15 from 54 deliveries. Hampshire will need 8 wickets tomorrow.
Yeah, and just from a Hampshire point of view, looking back to what happened early in the day, fantastic to see Aneurin Donald back in a Hampshire shirt and back in the runs. 89 he got before he was dismissed as the last wicket to fall. But that partnership between Aneurin Donald and James Fuller, 101 runs, Fuller 32 not out, really put Hampshire in a position where they were in control. Had that partnership not have happened, Gloucestershire would have been right in this game. But credit to both Donald and Fuller for really sticking it out this morning. And Donald, impressive 3 sixes in a row as well. So there's been some entertaining cricket here at the Ageas Bowl today, that's for sure. But Hampshire walking off the happier of the sides at the moment.
That's for sure. Thank you very much, Emily. Good luck tomorrow. Hampshire women taking on Kent women at Totton and Ealing Cricket Club at 1:30, I think it is, in the second semi-final on T20 finals day in the region. So if you've got anything to do and you're not coming here, you can go there and have a watch. I think a few people might be here and just hoping that they'll have time to move along, but I think we're going to be here for quite a while tomorrow. Thank you to Ed. I'll be back. Kevin James, Ed Seaborn will be back tomorrow, and Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, will be with us tomorrow as well.